Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was inherited the demonic bloodline? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry James Potter was lying on his bed in his bedroom at number 4 Privet Drive and lazily staring at the ceiling. Today was the 31st of July and his 16th birthday. But he didn't feel remotely happy about it. He never really got to celebrate his birthday anyway. His relatives, the Dursleys, his Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Cousin Dudley, had never cared or even acknowledged that he even had a birthday. They disliked him thoroughly, and the feeling was mutual. He always celebrated it like this, in his room alone, counting down the minutes until midnight. He glanced at the old alarm clock on his bedside table. It was 11:47, he would be 16 very soon. Another year in what was his miserable life. Harry wished that he could celebrate his birthday with his best friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. They were probably together right now at Ron's house, the Burrow, while he was stuck in this place that he was supposed to call home. It had never been a home and he hated it here. His headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, had insisted that he come back, like every other summer, for his own protection. All because of the blue wards that were surrounding the house from his mother's sacrifice and because his aunt was his last in blood relative. What a load of bullshit. Harry wished even more that he could have celebrated his birthday with his godfather, Sirius Black. That, however, was also impossible, as Sirius was dead. He had fallen through the veil a week ago at the fiasco in the Department of Mysteries. Harry knows it was his entire fault. If he hadn't been so stupid, so naive, Sirius would be alive today and he could, maybe just maybe, had been living with Sirius at Grimmauld Place. Harry had however rushed in blindly and not thinking of the possible consequences when he thought that his godfather was in danger. Stupid hero complex. If only he had listened to Hermione. Harry sighed. The clock kept ticking down to midnight, 10 minutes left. Then 5. He started to sing softly underneath his breath. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. 2 minutes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. At least he knew that any moment now, owls would deliver some presents and maybe a cake or something else to eat, as his friends always sent him something on his birthday. Ron's mum, Mrs. Weasley, who was always fussing over how thin he was, usually sent care packages with food. Ever since Dudley, Harry's overweight cousin, started on the stupid diet. Even though Harry was probably too skinny for his age, his Aunt Petunia had insisted that the diet was for the whole family, including Harry. He never really got much to eat in the first place, so the diet, consisting of mostly boiled vegetables and some small portions of boiled equally tasteless meat, was for Harry a disaster. But he suspected that Aunt Petunia thought that it somehow would be unfair if he got more or something tastier to eat than her beloved son, and insisting on everyone in the family eating according to the diet. Tick, tick, tick. There was a fly buzzing in the ceiling and Harry followed it with his eyes. Time seemed to move painfully slowly. Everything was quiet, except for the booming snores that came through the wall from his cousin's bedroom. He could hear his heart steadily beating in his chest. He glanced at the clock again. 3, 2, 1. Harry gasped as pain shot through his whole body. It felt like flames slowly creeping up underneath his skin, from his calves up to his chest. All of his bones were twisting and shattering. He wanted to scream, but all that came out was silence and gasping like a fish on dry land, and his throat felt very dry and sore. He was writhing in pain and all of his limbs started to shake violently. Then everything went black and nothing. Blinking, he woke up and wondered how long he had been blacked out. He reached over to his bedside table trying to find his glasses, but realized that they must have fallen and landed somewhere on the floor. Blinking again and looking around, he realized that he could see perfectly without them. He stared out of the window, perplexed. He could see far away across the street, something he never could before. His eyesight had always been awful and had had difficulty even reading the page of a book without them, let alone see all the way across the street. Weird. he thought as he sat up on the side of his bed, rubbing his eyes. By the pale light outside, it looked like it was in the earliest hours of the morning and he had been unconscious for at least a couple of hours. He stretches his still painful muscles and then looks down his legs and feet. What the? His pajama pants, an old pair of Dudleys that had been several sizes too big for him, now seemed to be several inches too short. He quickly stood up, tuning his body. His t-shirt had also been several sizes too large and extremely baggy on his unnaturally thin frame, but now T also was too short and showed parts of the lower stomach. Harry rushed over to his wardrobe and ripped the door open to stare into the mirror on the inside of the door. What met his eyes almost made him faint again. Where there used to be a short, scrawny boy too skinny for his age, because of lack of food, with short and unruly black hair that stood up in all directions, there now stood a completely different person. He had grown at least 6 inches and his clothes looked several sizes too small. His shoulders were very broad and muscular. In fact, his whole body now seemed to consist of lean muscle. His hair, though it was still black, was no longer short and unkempt, but instead fell down his face in soft black curls around his face, down to his shoulders. His face looked mostly the same, except it seemed to be sharper somehow. His jaw and cheekbones were more defined and angular and his eyes greener and clear. His lightning bolt scar was still there on his forehead, but it didn't seem as visible as before. He actually thought that he looked like a younger Sirius Black. He stood there with his mouth slightly opened, just staring at himself. Then he noticed something else that made him yelp and jump in surprise. His teeth. They were pointy, like sharp animal fangs. He had a whole mouth full of sharp pointed teeth. What the hell is this? What happened to me? A noise from behind made him spin around sharply. In the chair at his desk that stood by the window sat a man, comfortably leaning back in the chair, with his legs crossed. But this was not an ordinary man. He was strange looking, even for someone in the wizarding world. He was tall and thin, with black hair that was tightly slicked back on his head. He was wearing something like a black Muggle business suit, with black trousers and a black shirt that was slightly open to reveal the ghostly white skin on his chest underneath. Something black was poking out from underneath, contrasting the white skin, a tattoo. The man was grinning at him. He gracefully held a cigarette in his long slender fingers that was ended in long black nails. After looking closer, Harry realized that his teeth, just like his own, were pointy and fang-like. The strangest thing about that man, however, was that he had a tail. A long black tail that was slowly swishing back and forth, and at the end was a tuft of hair, engulfed in black, flickering flames. Not a Muggle then. A wizard. A Death Eater. No, that couldn't be right. Then I would probably be dead already, Harry thought. Who the hell are you? Harry asked alarmed. And what are you doing in my room? Well, hello to you too, the strange man said. He seemed to be highly amused by Harry's alarm. He took a drag from the cigarette and My name is Azoth, but you can call me Az if you like. Why am I in your room? Well, I am. What should we call it? He paused to take another drag from the cigarette. Guide, if you like. He waved the spindly, thin hand holding the cigarette. Guide. What do you mean guide? Guide for what? Well, didn't you notice anything different? The man drawled. Harry nodded slowly. You, my young friend, have come into your inheritance. In inheritance? I thought that wizards come of age at the age of 17. Not of age, stupid, your inheritance. There is a difference. Young wizards and witches come of age at 17, that is indeed correct. In doing so, they usually have a little bit of power boost at the same time. This is also because of the severing of the binds of the magical trace that every person has put upon them. Because of the restrictions of underage magic. However, we come into our inheritance at the age of 16. You, my friend, are of my inheritance. He smiled a toothy grin. Demon inheritance. I'm what? Harry shouted. This made Azoth smile even broader and all of his pointy teeth showed and gleamed white in the gloomy room. Yes, Azoth said calmly. But how could I be? There is no such thing as demons. My parents. No such thing as demons, huh? There is werewolves and vampires in the wizarding world, are there not? So, why couldn't there be such a thing as demons as well? But your parents was not of this inheritance. No, they were normal people, or a normal witch and wizard. We tend to skip over a couple of generations. You, actually, is the first of this inheritance that we have seen in a couple of millennia, very rare, you are. Azoth smiled and took another long drag on the cigarette. But, why me? Harry groaned. Why? Because it's your birthright, Azoth exclaimed. And, look at you look much better, if I am allowed to say so. Shit, Harry swore. Why can't I just be normal? Really? Azoth raised an eyebrow. Is that really what you want? You have never been normal, and honesty normal is very boring. Harry glared at him. This was just his usual luck. A few moments passed in silence. So what does this mean? You are going to guide me in this? Yes, if you like. I have been assigned to be your guide and open your eyes to the possibilities, so to speak. And train you, of course. Oh, okay. They stood again in silence. While Azoth smoked his cigarette and Harry just stared at him. He didn't understand how this could happen to him. Him a demon. It seemed so ridiculous, but yet weird and unusual things always seemed to always happen to him. An uncomfortable feeling started to creep up his neck. He couldn't think of anything to say to break the awkward silence, except, You've got a tail, he blurted out. Well, Azoth said, chuckling. So do you, he said matter-of-factually. He pointed with a sharp black nail somewhere behind Harry. Harry quickly tried to turn around to look, and to his horror, he saw that he did indeed have a tail. It was long, sleek and black with a big tuft of hair at the end. It looked like a cow's tail, except it had the same weird, flickering black flames at the end as Azoth. Bloody hell, he swore again. He took a staggering few steps and then slumped on his bed again, burrowing his face in his hands, leaning forward and trying to breathe. Without looking up he said, So we are the same then? Indeed. Or well, kind of. I am a full demon and you are only half, but you should possess the same powers as I have. Your demon side will always be more dominating and superior than your human side, Azoth explained. So, what now then? Harry rubbed the back of his neck, trying to wrap his head around all this. Oh yes. Well, first, I suggest that we get out of this dump. Azoth took the cigarette and put it out on top of the desk and stood up. I would gladly leave this place, but why should I come with you? Harry asked suspiciously. How do I know I can trust you? And that you won't just kill me at the first chance you get? Well, you don't have to come if you do not wish to do so, but I guess you will just have to have a little faith. And it doesn't look like you have anything else important to do. I would think that anywhere would be better in your current situation than a place with these people. Azoth gave a small wave of his hand to indicate the room, with a face of disgust. And don't you think that if I wanted to kill you, you would have already been dead? The strange man had a point, and Harry couldn't see that he really had any choice. How would he be able to explain his odd new appearance to the Dursleys? Uncle Vernon would probably take out his rifle and try to shoot him, and the wizarding world wasn't really that forgiving either to half-humans. Harry remembered how bad it had been for Professor Lupin, being a werewolf, so he would probably be feared and treated even worse as a demon. Everything seemed to be spinning, but he knew that he had to get out of there. And that before the Dursleys woke up. Where are we going then? He finally said. Somewhere safe and somewhere we can talk and not be overheard by unworthy ears. I have a lot of things to tell you. I suggest that you gather your things. Harry quickly stuffed his most treasured and important items in an old backpack. His father's invisibility cloak, the photo album he got from Hagrid, the Marauder's map of Hogwarts, and some other small things. He also grabbed his wand and shoes. Ready? Azoth asked. Harry only gave a short nod. Very well then. Azoth took hold of Harry's elbow, and without a sound, they vanished from the room. Hundreds of miles from Privet Drive, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, was sitting in a big, slightly squishy old armchair in front of a fire and in deep thought. A cup of tea stood on a table, long forgotten and cold. He was contemplating his plans and what seemed to be the grim future. His recent discoveries needed a lot of thought. On his left hand, there sat an old and ugly golden ring, with a big black stone that had a large crack in the middle. His other hand was black and looked shriveled and dead. He had been highly foolish, but sadly there was nothing he could do about it now. He sighed. His thoughts were on what had happened in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, just a week before, and young Harry Potter. It was a tragedy that had happened there and the loss of his godfather Sirius Black. He wished it hadn't happened and that Harry still had the father figure in his life, but alas, he was worried about the boy and was hoping that he was coping all right with his aunt and uncle, where he was safely tucked away, with his loss. Suddenly there was a lot of noise coming from different small objects that he kept on a collection of tables in his office. It was altogether almighty noise. This could only mean one thing, trouble. Worse, it had something to do with the wards that were put around Harry Potter's relative's house. Dumbledore rushed forward and examined one of the small objects. Fear gripped him. There wasn't just something wrong with the wards, they had been totally obliterated and was now non-existent. But how? Dumbledore quickly strode back to the fireplace and threw some green powder into the flames that quickly turned green. Minerva! Severus! He shouted into the flames. 2 seconds later 2 people stepped out of the fire, one after another. A tall and slender, Saint RN-looking woman with glasses and her hair pulled back in a tight bun and a tall man, dressed all black, with long black slightly greasy hair, a hooked nose, and a sour expression. "What is it, Albus?" the woman called Minerva, asked. "Is there something wrong?" "I fear that there is," answered Albus. "The wards around Harry's relative's house are gone." "Gone? What do you mean gone?" "Drowning." "Just what I said," Albus answered. "They seem to be somehow obliterated. We need to go there and investigate as soon as possible. We need to contact the Order, at once." "But how could this have happened, Albus?" Minerva said, now looking very worried. I do not know. We will just have to go there to be able to get answers." "Hopefully, Harry is all right and unharmed," Albus said sadly. "Send a message to the others in the Order. We need to leave as soon as possible," he then added. The 2 others nodded stiffly and then turned around to the fire, threw some of the same powder in it, stepped into the flames, and disappeared. "Where are we?" Harry asked when he and Azoth reappeared. He looked around. They were standing in an old shabby alleyway. It was dark as the alley had no lights, but further away he could see the sun gleaming and up behind the rooftops. "Nocturn Alley," Azoth answered. "Nocturn Alley. Why, it is a very good place if you want to be inconspicuous." Azoth gave him a knowing, small smile. "Now, come on, we need to get you somewhere to change." Harry suddenly realized that he was still in Dudley's old pajamas. "You better tuck in your tail, little demon," Azoth added, gesticulating with one of his hands. With the same hand, he then pulled a packet of cigarettes out of his pocket, took one out, and then lighted it with a silver lighter. What if I catch fire?" Harry said uncertainly. He hadn't at all got used to the fact that he actually got a tail. It was a very odd feeling, and to add, said tail was on fire. "Of course you won't," Azoth said matter-of-factually, still with the cigarette between his lips. "Don't worry, the dark flame will never and could never hurt you." Azoth then started walking down the alley. Harry followed and hurriedly started tucking his long and black tail in his pants. "We may need to use some kind of glamour on you though," Azoth said, "if you are going to walk around people." He let out a big cloud of cigarette smoke. "Though hiding your tail under a glamour will be the more difficult." Azoth took a sharp left and Harry hurried to keep up with him. "We are going to the Viper's Inn until we can go to Gringotts," Azoth continued. "It's a dodgy and shabby place, but no one will ask a lot of questions there, as long as you pay them. You have gold, yes." He took another turn, this time to the right. "In Gringotts, yeah," Harry said. "I have some left from last term in my bag, though." "Good. We will need to go to Gringotts later anyway. But for now." Azoth suddenly stopped in front of what definitely looked like a very shabby inn. The front window was grimy with dirt. Over the door there was an old wooden sign hanging loosely on its side with 2 serpents coiling around each other and the name, Viper's Inn, in scuffed golden letters. "Before we go in," Azoth said, "you need to use another name, just for now. You cannot be Harry Potter in here. So we need to come up with some alias." Harry understood. If he doesn't want to be found by anyone, especially the Ministry of Magic or the Order, he would have to ditch the Harry Potter persona for safety. Also, He didn't want to go back to Privet Drive, which he was certain he would be, if he was found. He thought for a bit and then said, "What about Amen?" "Amen, huh, I like it," Azoth said, testing the name out. "You should use Smith as a last name. That has always been the name for those who do not want to be found." "Amen Smith it is," Harry said, grinning. Azoth took a step forward and was just about to open the door when Harry called out. "Wait." Azoth turned around and looked at him with his eyebrow raised. "Yes, what about you?" Harry asked. "Don't you need to conceal yourself?" "Oh, no, only a demon can see other demons. So I will be quite invisible to the simple mortal's eyes. You don't have to worry," Azoth explained. Harry nodded and then walked after Azoth into the inn. Inside it was dark and smelt of damp and mold. Harry walked up to the check-in desk, and an old balding wizard with yellow teeth, looking very bored, and cleaning his fingernails with a small knife. Harry nervously flattened his hair over his scar. Hello," Harry said uncertainly. The wizard only stared at him. "Can I have a room, please?" The old wizard took a moment and looked at Harry's with a glare and at his strange attire, but didn't comment. "It's 10 gallons a night," he finally grumbles out, holding out his hand. Harry scrambled in his pocket for his money and then gave the man the gold. He snorted and pulled out an old and strained leather ledger. "Sign your name here," the man said. Harry signed with his alias. The man banged a key on the counter and then said, "Up the stairs and then take a left, end of the hallway. Own one," as he pointed with a grubby finger towards the staircase. Harry mumbled a short, "Thank you," and then headed in the pointed direction. "Nice fellow," he said to Azoth, who only gave a small chuckle. Opening the door, which creaked loudly, Harry found a small and gloomy room, with only a single light bulb, dangling from the ceiling. There was just one small and dirty window, a small bed, dresser, wardrobe, and what looked like an old-fashioned vanity of some sort with a washbasin and a water pitcher. Another door led into a small bathroom. "Well, it is not the Ritz, but I guess it will have to do," Harry commenting, and threw himself on the dusty bed. Azoth waved his hand and the door slammed shut behind him. He then waved it again and a leather armchair appeared out of thin air. He sat down and then lighted another cigarette. "So, shall we get down to business then?" he said. "I guess," Harry said, and sat upon the edge of the bed, creaking with the movement. "First, your clothes. You should change to something more fitting." Azoth again waved his hand and a hanger with a black dress shirt and trousers appeared. He handed it over to Harry. "Come on, little demon, don't be shy. It should fit you perfectly." Harry pulled off the old pajamas and noticed something that had not been there the night before. On his chest, there now were 2 big and black tattoos, one on each of his pecs. On one side there was what looked like some sort of pattern in a round shape with ancient-looking runes that was encircled by a dragon or snake that was biting on its own tail. The other side was also circular but with a triangle shape inside and with a slightly different pattern and runes. But instead of a dragon or snake, there was a menacing-looking wolf, its mouth opens in a growl, howling off its very sharp-looking death and drooling. "Looks like you've got your demon markings," Azoth said, looking at his chest. "Markings?" Harry asked, confused. His hands gently touched the old tattoos on his chest. "Yeah, every demon gets its markings when coming of age. It looks different for every demon and is very personal," Azoth said, unbuttoning his shirt and showing his own tattoos on his chest, which looked like a tribal pattern. "It is also an indication on the rank and power of the demon. The more detailed and intricate the mark is, the higher rank and power the demon has. So, mine." Harry looked down again at his tattoo and now noticing how very detailed it was. He could see every scale on the snake and every hair and drop of drool on the face of the wolf. "Your power is yet to be determined but seems to be able to grow very great indeed," Azoth said with a grin. Suddenly Harry felt very embarrassed, and blushing he quickly scrambled to put on the shirt and trousers. It as made out of the best cotton and felt light and soft, and it did fit him perfectly. Harry also made sure that his tail was tucked into his pants, wrapped around one of his thighs, and securely hidden from view. "Much better," Azoth commented. "Here, put these on." He handed Harry a pair of black, shiny dress shoes and a pair of black cloth, then said, "We only have little under 2 months before You will have to go back to that school of yours. He pulled out the cigarette pack again and lighted another cigarette. Then pausing, he offered the package to Harry. Want one? I don't smoke, Harry said. Azoth smirked. You will. We demons have a curtained yearning for all those good things in life, nicotine, alcohol, and sex. Although they don't affect us the way it would do normal mortals. You won't have any of the bad side effects from the cigarettes and you will never get a hangover. The sex, well, you will just have to find out for yourself. Azoth grinned. You may just start now, with the cigarettes. Harry blushed. Harry took the offered cigarette and Azoth lightened it with his lighter. It wasn't as bad as Harry thought it would be, he actually kind of liked it. I will have to give you a crash course in everything you need to know and learn. Azoth began. In our magic and language. You will also have to train your body to be able to deal with it all. Training your body is just as important as your mind. Your abilities should already have increased. Better memory, speed, strength, vision, and hearing, and will probably keep improving even more with time. And although you will be able to process information a lot more quickly than a normal mortal, because of your greatly improved memory, the magic demon posses take a lot of energy, even more so for someone who is new to it. So demons have a different kind of magic. But I still have to go back to Hogwarts to learn wizard's magic. Harry asked. Yes, Azoth said and took another drag on his cigarette. You will have to learn control. Harry's head was spinning again and he felt like he was on a very fast roller coaster. What happens if I don't? He then asked. You don't want to know, so you better listen to me, kid. Said the other demon, not reassuring Harry even a little bit. Deciding, the hell with it, and just going with this, as his life just couldn't seem to get more complicated, Harry asked. So, when can we start? Calm yourself, Azoth said. We have something we need to take care of first before we can start your training. We will go to Gringotts Bank and ask for the manager of the Potter accounts. You do know about the Potter's vaults, don't you? You mean that there is more than one? Harry asked, shocked. No, I only thought there was one. The one withdraw money from when I buy my school things and stuff. Let me ask you something. Azoth leant forward, propping his elbow on his knees. Don't you think it's strange that you never got to read or hear your parents' will? If they did and you inherited everything from there as their sole heir, why wasn't there a will read? Harry had never thought about that before but had to admit that it was strange. No one had ever mentioned that there was a will. You also inherited everything from your godfather, Sirius Black, but I guess that is news for you as well. Harry nodded. A knot tightens in his gut. He didn't know what to say. Why hadn't anyone told him? Dumbledore, did he know? Azoth seemed to see what Harry was thinking. Who do you think is responsible for leaving you at that godforsaken place with those cretins you call relatives? Who do you think definitely would be certain to be informed about your parents' will and your family inheritance? And lastly, and this is the million-dollar question, why would this person keep all this from you? It is your birthright by blood. No other has a rightful claim to it, and the Potters is one of the oldest and most influential families in the wizarding world. Harry could feel the pulse beating in his ears. That was a very good question. There could only be one who he knew could do such a thing. Only one who had that kind of power and influence. Dumbledore. He felt utterly betrayed, but why? He had always trusted Dumbledore. However, that trust was disappearing very quickly. Somehow it all made perfect sense. That son of a bitch, Harry exclaimed angrily. Sue. Denly he couldn't sit down or be still anymore. He started pacing in the room, thinking furiously. I see that you realize the truth now, Azoth said. He leant back down in the chair again. That old goat may think that he is doing it for your own good, or the greater good, but what he is too foolish to realize, that in the end by withholding what is rightfully yours, he is doing more harm than good, and breaking many laws as well. I might add, I would not trust him. He can't see longer than his old, crooked nose points. He is an old man and a fool. But why? Why would he do that? Harry asked angrily. Why do you think? Azoth said calmly. It is all about control, baby. Without knowing everything, to whom do you come to for answers and advice? Who have you always come to for answers, since you were 11? And trusted. You were oblivious of the wizarding world before you got that letter, right? You knew nothing of your parents' real life and their death. Because of this he could give you all the answers and play puppet master. But wouldn't anyone else know about my parents' will? And tell me about all this? I don't think that you realize how much power and influence Dumbledore has over people. He may have convinced others that it was better for you not to know, at least until you were of the right age. He can be very convincing and persuasive when he wants to be. He is the great Dumbledore that took down Grindelwald and the supreme mugwump in the wizard gamut, or whatever. Many people trust his judgment, almost to a fault. Certainly, others have questioned his decisions. There were those who doubted that the Dursleys were a suitable enough home for a wizard child like you, but he used his influence and convinced them that it was the best place for you, Azoth said. Because of that stupid blood protection from my mother, Harry spat out between gritted teeth. Oh, don't even get me started on that. Very convenient, is it not, that protection? But what if I told you that you could get the same protection with other, ancient wards? The same wards that were put upon many of the other Potter estates. Why doesn't that surprise me? Said Harry bitterly. He felt cold and drained. Somehow it all makes perfect sense, all of it, and it made his blood boil. He couldn't believe hadn't seen it clearly before, but it all making sense now. I will never trust that man again, he said angrily. That is good, Azoth smiled. You should not trust him. Although, it is better for us if he believes that you do. You need to be smarter than him. Let's beat the old goat at his own game and then see how hard he will fall on that bony ass of his when his life falls into shambles. Azoth gave a very evil grin at these words, and Harry could not help but smirk back. The thought of Dumbledore on his ass was both amusing and satisfying. He nodded as in confirmation. So, that is a little error we must first sort out with the goblins, Azoth continued. I will be there to guide you. Then we locate the Potter Manor and start your training. Now, before we go, there is another subject we must discuss, namely, dear old Voldemort. Harry suddenly stopped pacing and turned abruptly to stare at Azoth. What about him? He asked, his voice a little strained. He had totally forgotten the cigarette in his hand and swore loudly when it burned his fingers. He dropped it on the dirty wooden floor and stomped angrily at it. One of the perks of being a demon is that we have an endless knowledge of all dark magic and those who perform it. We watch and observe from the shadows. There is nothing that can escape our eyes. So, in the quest of power, little Tom Riddle, for that is his real name and he is no real lord, performed some of the darkest magic there is. He thinks that this kind of magic makes him immortal and invulnerable, that no one will ever be able to touch him. But the truth is that it ran very vulnerable. He is just a bit of a fool as Dumbledore. Have you ever heard of a horcrux? Harry shook his head. A horcrux is an object wherein a person keeps a part of the soul fragment of one's severed soul. You do this by committing one of the greatest mortal sins, murder. As it tears the soul apart. By doing so, the owner cannot be killed before all the soul fragments, or horcruxes, are destroyed. This may sound like an advantage, but the soul that remains in the body is also greatly damaged and it will likely leave the person insane. A soul is supposed to remain whole. Also, you have the disadvantage and difficulty to hide and protect these objects, wherein you have left the other soul fragments. Azoth put out his current cigarette and lit another one. So, Voldemort did this. Created a horcrux? Harry asked. Yes, but not only one, he made several. 7 to be exact. He split his soul into 7 pieces. Harry said, shocked. No wonder he is bloody insane. Azoth grinned. Oh yes. The fool that he is, though that was the perfect way to become immortal. How wrong he was. Quote, so we need to find these objects and then destroy them to defeat Voldemort. Exactly. And here comes another little cherry on top of that sundae of information for you. Don't you think that someone like Dumbledore that has been fighting long against that moron, would do some research on the background of dear old Tom and find out something like the horcruxes? He is not stupid after all. I'll give him that. He knows. Dumbledore knows about the horcruxes. And he never thought it important to tell me. Nope. That is another thing that he convinced himself was for your own good. He claims it is because you are too young for such information and that he wanted to give you a normal childhood, that you shouldn't be burdened with such heavy knowledge. Since when have you had a normal childhood? Why shouldn't the only person that is destined to defeat the darkest wizard of all time is kept from this valuable information? Again, it is his idea of the greater good. Harry could not believe Dumbledore. What if he had had this information years ago? Then maybe they could do something and have prevented Voldemort from coming back in the graveyard at all. Another reason not to trust Dumbledore then, Harry said. But if you demons have knowledge that Voldemort made these 7 horcruxes, do you know what and where they are? Of course, Azoth said with a smirk. As I said, nothing escaped our eyes, so what and where are they then? This I cannot tell you, not yet. Not here. I will tell you when we arrive at a safe place, but it was important that you had this knowledge and of Dumbledore's schemes before we begin our own little quest. But what does all this mean? Harry said, frustrated. Well, to put it simply, we better start moving. Gringotts should be opened by now. If I know the goblins at all, they are never late. Azoth stood up from the chair and waved his hand again and it disappeared. Come, we must go. He then went for the door. Harry followed. Members of the Order of the Phoenix appeared at the corner of the street of Privet Drive with several pops. The 6 members quickly walked down the identical houses and stopped at number 4. It was an odd collection of people. A very old man with silvery hair and a beard that was so long it was tucked into his belt of the midnight blue robes, a young woman with short, spiky bubblegum pink hair wearing a t-shirt and ripped jeans, a tall black, bald man with a gold hope eating in one ear and scarlet robes. A shabby-looking man with light brown hair that looked tired and worn out. Another middle-aged man with balding red hair that was wearing what looked like pinstriped trousers and an odd poncho, and lastly a sour-looking man, all in black, with long black hair that framed his thin stern face and a hooked nose. The oldest of the group, the man with the silver beard, looked at his fellow order members and nodded knowingly and took the last of the key. CK strides forward to the front door of the house and rang the doorbell. From inside the house the group of people could hear an angry voice bellowing. "Who the blazes call at the door this early in the morning?" The door was ripped open and showed a wail of a man with a purple face and his bushy mustache twitching out of anger. "Who the hell are you and what do you want?" he said angrily. "Ah, Mr. Dursley, I presume," the old man with the silver bears said politely. "May we come in?" "I bloody hell think not," the man shouted again. "We don't want your kind in our house, so go away and never bother us again." "This is very important, Mr. Dursley," the man with the red hair said kindly. "This is about your nephew, Harry. You may remember me, we met 2 summers ago." "Arthur Weasley," said the man, put out his hand for the whale to shake. If even possible, this made the man look even angrier, but before he could say anything else, another voice came from the inside of the house. "Vernon, who is it? Why are you shouting? Think about the neighbors, dear." Coming into view was a very tall, thin woman with blonde hair and an unusually long neck. She wore a flowed apron and rubber gloves. "Hello, Toonie," said the tall man with the black hair. "Long time no see." "You," the woman shrieked. "Please, Mrs. Dursley," the old man tried again. "May we speak inside? It is of the utmost importance." "You better let them in, Vernon," Mrs. Dursley said, putting a calming hand on the large man's arm. "Before the neighbors see and begin to talk." With this, the beefy Mr. Dursley reluctantly stepped aside and let the odd group into the house. They were shown into the sitting room and Mr. and Mrs. Dursley sat down hesitantly on the sofa. The old man with the beard sat in a flowery armchair opposite, while the rest kept standing. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, my name is Albus Dumbledore and I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School," he said. "We are here to see your nephew, Harry." "Well, he bloody well isn't here, Mr. Dursley said angrily, face still red. "That delinquent ran away and we haven't seen him since yesterday evening." "Good riddance if you ask me." "Ran away? But why would Harry ran away, Mr. Weasley asked. "How the hell should I now?" answered Mr. Dursley. "Ungrateful little brat. After all we did for him, giving him a roof over his head and feeding him. That boy was nothing but trouble. A wastrel, just like his parents. Nothing but a couple of freaks they we." Before he could finish the sentence, 2 people rushed forward and pointed their wands at the large man's face. The Shabby-looking man with brown hair and maybe surprisingly to some, the tall man in black with the black hair. Never talk about Harry or his parents in that manner again. Lily and James were good people and not what you call freaks. The man with the brown hair growled. The man's amber eyes were gleaming and he looked like he wanted to bite Mr. Dursley's head off. The man with the black hair turned towards Mrs. Dursley and said in a cold voice, "Toonie, you should tell your fat pig of a husband to keep his opinions to himself or I will show him just how much a freak a wizard can be and what I'd owe to a someone how to disrespect the memory of Lily Evans." "Remus, Severus, stand down," Albus Dumbledore said firmly. "This is not the time." Both of the men slowly lowered their wands. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, when was the last time you saw Harry?" Dumbledore continued. This time it was Mrs. Dursley who answered. "Last night at dinner." He then went straight up to his room and when I went up to call him down for breakfast, he wasn't in his room. He must have sneaked out somehow but now I don't know how. She was shaking her head. "The front door was still locked from the inside when I checked this morning and Harry does not have a key." "I see." Dumbledore frowned. "May we see the room?" Mrs. Dursley only nodded and then stood up and started to walk towards the stairs. They all followed, up the stairs and into the smallest bedroom. "This is very empty for a 16-year-old boy's room," the young woman with the spiky pink hair commented. "Looks like his trunk is still here," Remus said, and bent down to look into the open trunk on the floor. "But his father's cloak is not." He shifted the content a little. "Just his books and some robes. The window is closed, so it doesn't look like he left that way either." The tall dark man with the earring said. It was the first time he had spoke since the group arrived and his voice was dark and deep with authority. The man then shifted his eyes down at the desk beneath the window. "Mrs. Dursley, do you know if Harry smoked cigarettes?" Mrs. Dursley, surprised to suddenly be addressed by the quite intimidating man, jumped a little when she heard her name but then answered. "Absolutely not. I would not allow that fiddly habit in my house." "Then what is this on his desk?" The dark man held up the butt of a cigarette but to show it to the rest. "And there is a clear burn mark on the desk like someone put this out on it." "I am sure that Harry doesn't smoke," Remus said. "Then who has been in Harry's room? How did they get in without anyone noticing and what have they done to Harry?" the girl with the pink hair asked. "Who and how indeed," Dumbledore said grimly. He then turned around and walked out of the room. Harry was very happy to get out of the gloomy and smelly vipers in and into the now sunlit Diagon Alley. The sun was fully up now and its light gleamed and reflected in the windows of the shops. Most places were still closed but there were many of the shopkeepers bustling around getting everything ready to open for the day. He strode down the alley, Azoth by his side, and looking straight ahead to the great white marbled bank that was Gringotts. He had always liked the bank. It had made a big impression on him when he was 11 years old and saw it for the first time and he could just not forget how happy he had felt that he had some money and didn't have to rely on the Dursleys' charity any longer. The money issue, now however, felt a little bittersweet, with all the new information he got about his inheritance and of the multiple vaults of his family. They walked up the marble steps and Harry gave a quick glance at the placard with the warning for potential thieves and grinned. Inside, he walked to the nearest goblin and cleared his thought to make his presence known. "Master Goblin, I would like to talk to the manager to my account, please," he said. Azoth had on the way, given instruction as to how to address the goblins. "Your name please?" the goblin asked. Harry leaned closer and then whispered so that only the goblin could hear, "Harry Potter and I would like a private chamber if possible please." "For the discretion." "Certainly, Mr. Potter," the goblin said in a low voice, nodding. "Please wait here." He disappeared and then came back with another goblin that Harry recognized. "Mater Griphook, how nice to see you again," Harry said. Griphook looked surprised at Harry and that seems to know him and his name. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said quietly, "you certainly have changed and you remember me," he said, sounding a bit uncertain. "Of course, how could I forget your excellent service? May your vaults overflow and your enemies cower at your feet," Harry said, put out his hand for Griphook to shake. Again Griphook looked at him with surprise by this polite greeting, but quickly seemed to compose himself and gave Harry a small smile, took his hand, shook, and then said, "And may your gold flow like a river and your enemies flee before you, Mr. Potter. Please, let's speak further in my office." Harry nodded and they walked further into Gringotts. Griphook makes a hand gesture as to say, "After you," and they stepped into an office with a large desk, filing cabinet and 2 simple chairs. Harry sat down in one and Griphook sat in the one on the other side of the desk. Harry could see that Azoth had placed himself by the door, leaning casually at the wall with his arms crossed. "Now, Mr. Potter," Griphook said, putting his long fingers together with only his fingertips touching. "How may I be of assistance?" "Well, I recently found out about my inheritance and would like to know what my assets are and why I have not been informed of them before." Hook waved his hand and one of the drawers of the filing cabinet opened and a file flew out and into his hand. He opened it, placed it on the desk, and picked up one of the parchments. "To ascertain your assets, you will need to put a drop of your blood on this parchment, as a confirmation of your identity," the goblin said, and then held out a knife that must have been on his desk but Harry had not seen. "Standard safety procedure. You will only have to prick your finger, a single drop will suffice." Harry took the knife, pricked his finger, and held it over the parchment to let the blood drop onto it. The blood seemed to sink into the parchment and after a few seconds writing appeared on the page. Griphook took it back, leant back in his chair, and read silently. "Mr. Potter, you have several vaults that are the Potter families and also 2 that are of the Black family. I can see here that you only have access to your trust vault that is to pay for your schooling expenses. I can also see here that there has been several withdraw from the said trust fund to a Mr. and Mrs. Dursley in Little Winging, Surrey. Your relatives you live with, I presume." Griphook looked up from the page. Harry nodded. He was not surprised that the Dursleys was paid for him living with them, even though they always complained about how ungrateful he was and how much his cost for them to keep, taking I am in out of the kindness of their hearts. You have inherited several businesses and properties that are of the Potter and Black estate and the lordship title of both Potter and Black family. Griphook leant forward so that Harry could take the parchment and read it himself. It seemed that Griphook was indeed correct. Harry had several vaults with more money than he could ever imagine spending in a lifetime and several properties and businesses. He saw that he owned several shops in Dragon Alley, a famous apothecary chain, and a 4th of paper, the Daily Prophet. All of them seemed to make a good amount of business and was very lucrative. That, he thought, was very interesting information. But what interested him, even more, was all of the different properties and houses that he owned. He saw both Potter Manor and Grimmauld Place on the list, but also a cottage in Scotland, a summer villa in Italy, a small flat in a posh part of London, and a manor house in France. To think that he owned all these places and never knew. He would never have to go back to the Dursleys again. The thought of how the Dursleys would react if they knew almost made him laugh out loud. If they found out that he was this rich and had all these houses, they would probably shit their pants out of jealousy. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, he asked, "What about my parents' will? Is that something you can help me with?" "Of course. I must say that I am highly surprised that you have not had your parents' will read to you and been informed about other vaults. That is usually done soon after the death of the will's proprietors or at least by the age a wizard attends Hogwarts," Griphook explained. "So am I," Harry said bitterly, "but it seems that Dumbledore thought it not important for me to know." Griphook looked like he had been slapped in the face at this. "Dumbledore, do you mean as to say that he sealed the will from you to keep you from reading its content? This is an outrage, a scandal. Ink that could happen in Gringotts is highly insulting. Hing else than my trust vault. I suggest that you investigate how that happened, Master Griphook. If it is so that Dumbledore somehow hoodwinked or tricked a goblin into doing so, he should face reproduction. I must deeply apologize on the behalf of Gringotts Bank, Mr. Potter," Griphook said, suddenly rising to his feet and bowing low. "This is most embarrassing and I will certainly see that a thorough investigation is done in this matter. No one tricks a Gringotts goblin." Harry gave him a weak smile. "And doesn't pay the price," he added to Griphook exclamation. "That is quite all right, Master Griphook. This is not of any fault of yours, I am sure. Griphook grinned, then turned and sat down in his chair again. I must say, Mr. Potter, you are a highly unusual wizard. Not many witches and wizards would treat a goblin with such respect, let alone shake a goblin's hand. There is something different about you, but I cannot put my finger on what, and you are certainly not the same wizard I met when you were 11, either, he said. We goblin are highly sensitive to magic, and yours seems oddly hard to read and yet somehow darker. I assure you, Master Griphook, I will never do you or Gringotts Bank any harm. And besides, as you said yourself, no one tricks a goblin, and only a fool would try. Griphook's grin grew wider and nodded his head with respect at Harry. He then took one long finger and pressed it at a golden button on the side of his desk and called out, Ugrast. Some seconds later the door opened and another goblin walked in. Ugrast, bring me every file that we have on the Potter accounts, and also search for the Potter's will that have been sealed. This was not done with the permission of the recipient of the will and must therefore be investigated at once. Also, bring me the lordship rings that are in the Potter and Black vaults. He then turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, if you wish to take the lordship of both families, it will mean that you will be emancipated and no longer under the ministry's control. This would normally be done when you come of age, but because of you being the last descendant of Bot H family lines and the matter with the sealing of your parents' will, I think that we may overrule the usual rule. Gringotts own you that, at least in according to goblin law, we have that right. Is this something you wish to do? Harry, of course, already knew this because Azoth had told him so. He smiled. Yes, it is, he answered simply. Griphook then turned back to Ugrast. You may do this at once, Ugrast. The other goblin only bent his head in confirmation, and then he turned to Harry and bent his head again in recognition, then turned and walked out of the office. I assure you, Mr. Potter, that I will personally make sure that the people that are responsible for this injustice against you will pay a heavy price indeed, Griphook said when Ugrast had left. I highly appreciate it, Harry said. How is it that someone like Dumbledore can do these things? I believe, if I remember wizarding law correctly, that he must have appointed himself as your legal magical guardian and compelled the case before the ministry. That it would be in your best interest. However, goblin law is not wizarding law, and he should not have been able to keep what is rightfully yours from you, and especially your parents' will, as that it would be highly probable that it is against their last wishes. Griphook explained. Even if he argued that it was in your interest as your magical guardian, that is not how we operate here at Gringotts. I may as well say that I am doubtful that it is legal in accordance with wizarding law as well, to go against the will proprietor's last wishes, seal a will, and withholding inheritance in this manner. I am, however, not as adept in wizarding law and the rules of magic guardianship as I am in goblin law, of course. So you are saying that Dumbledore would have withholding reading of my parents' will until I was of age according to what he called my best interests? Yes, possible, but it would be greatly frowned upon and highly morally questionable, as you were not only of one but two of the oldest and most noble families in the wizarding world. The noble pure-blood families do not take lightly on such a thing. I see, Harry frowned. If he could prove that withholding his inheritance was against his parents' wishes, and that Dumbledore appointing himself as his magical guardian only for his own selfish interests, he could possibly use that as an advantage against Dumbledore in a court if he so wished. The door opened again and Ugrast came back in, holding a large scroll with a red wax seal on it and two different small boxes, one made out of hat looked like silver and the other made out of dark wood. Ugrast handed the objects to Griphook, bent over and whispered something in his ear, bowed again, and walked out without saying another word. Griphook handed the scroll to Harry. This is the last will and testament of Lily and James Potter. It was apparently in the Potter family vault, but the file was still sealed, as was the vault, so that you could not have access. This has now been rectified, Griphook said. He held out the scroll to Harry. Harry glanced at Azoth, who was still calmly leaning against the wall, and gave a slight nod. He took a deep breath and then broke red wax seal and unfolded the heavy parchment. Being of sound body and mind, and under no influence of curse that compelled us, we, James Charles Potter and Lily Evelyn Potter née Evans, do declare this to be our last will and testament. We render all previous documents null and void, this day 5th September 1981. Fist to our dear friend and Marauder Prince, Sirius Orion Black. We leave 100,000 galleons to with what he wishes. Don't spend it all at once, mate, and for God's sake, marry a girl and settle down. We also leave you, in case of both our deaths, our greatest treasure, our son Harry, knowing that you will raise him as he was your own son and as his godfather. However, we wish that you also sought counsel about his upbringing from Remus Lupin, so as not to spoil him and corrupt him completely, as he has more sense in this than you. Next to our dear friend Remus Lupin, we also leave 100,000 galleons to do with as he wishes. He may not, however, in any circumstances return the money. They are yours, and we will make sure that you will grant us our wish. Also, we wish that you aid Sirius in taking care of our son Harry. We know that you'll have a great influence on him and can give him love and tolerance for all creatures and beings. We also want to leave you the small cottage in Scotland that you love so much, in the hopes that it gives you some peace. To our friend Peter Pettigrew, and our secret keeper, we give 100,000 galleons to do with as he wishes. We know that you are a great friend and are grateful that you, at your great personal risk, become our secret keeper. To our friends Alice and Frank Longbottom, we give 50,000 galleons. We want to leave something for your family and little Neville, who we also love like our own Harry, and wish you all the best. And lastly, to our darling treasure and loved son, Harry James Potter, we leave all that we possess and all our assets and estates, except the few bequests mentioned above. Son, we love you with all our hearts and always will. You are the best little son a mum and dad could ask for, and there is nothing we wouldn't do to make sure you are safe and happy. If we die before it is our time, at the hands of the Dark Lord Voldemort, we can only hope that you will cherish our memory and know that you will forever be in our hearts. In the event that Sirius Black Eye's not available to take care of Harry or is killed, we wish that the following is considered as guardians in the order that follows: Frank and Alice Longbottom, Andromeda Tonks Snape Black, Minerva McGonagall, and lastly Augusta Longbottom. Harry should not be, under any circumstances, be places with Lily's blood relatives. Petuni, we are not on good terms and they detest anything that has to do with our family and magic. Because of this, we are afraid that they will mistreat Harry and not tell him the truth about his family or his magical inheritance. Signed by James Charles Potter, Lily Evelyn Potter née Evans, 5th of September 1981. Witnessed by Sirius Orion Black, Lord Franklin Longbottom and Lady Alice Longbottom, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Account Manager Snapfang, Harry Swallow. D. To try to undo the lump in his thought and keep the tears away. He was not surprised that his parents left all their friends' gifts and were very happy when he saw Neville's names mentioned. He had snorted when he had read Peters's name, but he guessed that his parents couldn't imagine that their friend would betray them to Voldemort. Mostly, he felt a great sadness when he read the loving and SWEET words about how much his parents loved him, and extremely angry when he read that it was directly against his parents' wishes that Dumbledore had put him in his aunt and uncle's house. He had known all this time that it was not in his best interest, as they and his parents were not on good terms and they hated everything about magic, but still, he was put there on their doorstep, like some kind of leftovers. The day Voldemort killed them, Sirius must also have known his parents' wishes, and Harry could not help feeling a little angry with him as well, still trusting Dumbledore. Harry deeply suspected that Dumbledore probably had convinced Sirius that he would be safest at the Dursleys because of the blood protection, and he had tried to invite Harry to stay with him last year, but because he was on the run from prison, he couldn't take the legal route. But still, he could have had a happy upbringing with anyone else that the Dursleys, with Andromeda and Tonks, Professor McGonagall, or even Neville grandmother and Neville. Augusta Longbottom may be strict and a bit severe, but it would have been better than the treatment he received from his aunt and uncle, and he would have had Neville as a brother. It was also was clear that Dumbledore knew who had been the Potter's secret keeper, that it had been Pettigrew and not Sirius. How could he, with this knowledge, let Sirius, a clearly innocent man, suffer in Azkaban for 12 years if he witnessed this will? He had known all of those years. Harry seethed with furious anger and could only think about one thing now: growing stronger and revenge. Harry left Gringotts, still thinking about Dumbledore's betrayal. He never believed that the man could be so manipulative. He also felt incredibly foolish. He had always thought that Dumbledore liked him and was more of a grandfather to him. He understood now, however, how wrong and naive he had been, and that he was simply a means to an end for the old man. A tool to be used. After the will reading, Harry had proceeded with taking the lordship of both the Potter and Black family. In the boxes that Utgrast brought with the will, there were 2 rings. Both were made out of gold BU. One had a big red ruby and the Potter family crest with 2 crossed spears and a griffin. The other had a black stone, probably an onyx, with the Black family crest of a falcon and the family motto underneath, Toujours Pure. When Harry had put them on, he had felt magic swell over him like a warm wave. It felt completely right. After signing some more documents, he was now Lord Potter Black and no longer a minor. Knowing that he now could do magic without having to worry about the ministry expelling him from school felt great. He had also visited the Potter family's vaults, taking out some money. Griphook had informed him that the reading of Sirius's will was scheduled for a date in August and that it would be best to wait to access the Black vaults until it was read. He could still claim the title of Lord Black magically, but because of legal reasons not access the vault until the will of the last descendant of the Blacks, which technically still was Sirius, had been read. Griphook had given him what looked like a regular Muggle credit card, but it was magically connected to his vault at Gringotts. It would work anywhere in the Muggle world so that he didn't have to convert galleons to Muggle money all the time or carry around a large sum of cash in his pocket, which was very convenient. Harry's vaults had been, except for mountains of galleons, full of different interesting objects and valuables, furniture, paintings, and jewelry. There were a lot of books that Harry would bet that Hermione would have loved to get her hand on, but he would have to come back another time to look through it all and decide which books to bring to his new home. Still, finally, all that was rightfully his was in his possession. Harry had asked Griphook for the location of the Potter Manor, as he would like to visit the family home at once. Griphook had told him that the house had been sealed for a long time and that it was under a Fidelius charm and many different powerful, ancient wards that made it impossible to find if you were not of Potter blood or invited by the secret keeper. The key to getting to the Potter Manor is your ring, Griphook had said. It will work as a port key. You will put some of your blood on the stone and say where you would like to travel, the Potter Manor, and it should take you there. No one else will able to find it if you don't tell off the location, Lord Potter Black. You will automatically become the secret keeper, as you wear the ring and have the blood. Harry had thanked Griphook for his assistance in saying the correct polite farewell raised that he hoped that Griphook's fortune would be borne by the blood of his enemies, and the goblin had answered a similar phrase back, bowed low, and bid him a warm farewell. Harry then exited out of the bank, as its goblin magic prevented the use of magical travel within its walls, and walked to a side alley before pricking his finger, a single drop falling on the blood-red stone of his ring and saying, "The Potter Manor." He instantly felt a hook behind his navel and with blue light, he for the second time that day, disappeared. Harry landed awkwardly on his ass. Bloody hell, he really hated port keys. He stood up, brushed off his clothes, and looked around. He was standing on a grass lawn that was neatly kept in front of a huge manor, stone house. He thought it looked like a castle he had seen in a fairy tale book once. It had big Gothic windows, a tower, and one of the house wings seemed to have a glass cupola as a roof. "Merlin," Harry whispered. "Glad you like it, kid," Azoth said like it was he who had built it. He was standing right behind him and he could hear the clicking of Azoth's lighter as he lit a cigarette. "Don't just stand there. Go on," the demon said. Harry walked up stone steps into the big front doors. It had a knocker that was in the shape of a griffin. Was he supposed to knock or just walk in? He put one of his hands on the wood of the door and suddenly it swung magically opened. He took a few hesitancy steps into the foyer. It was lit by several chandeliers and had a grand staircase in white marble. "Hello," Harry said, unsure if anyone would even be there. There was a soft pop and an older house elf in a scarlet uniform with a crest at the shoulder. "My name be Tibby, sir," it squeaked. "Who may you be, sir?" My name is Harry, Harry Potter." The elf eyes got as big as saucers and made a little jump out of joy. "Master has finally come home. Master is most welcome, sir. Please, call me Harry." Very well, Master Harry. The elf put its hands together and clapped twice. At least 10 more house elves appeared. We be the house elves that will take care of you, Master Harry. Some work in the main rooms and grounds and some in the kitchen. But Tibby will always be here for your personal needs, as you wish, Master Harry. Thank you, Tibby. Could you show me around please? Certainly, Master, Tibby said. She clapped her hand Ogai. N twice and the other. The Potter Manor had 3 floors. The first floor with the entrance of the manor contained the foyer that Harry's fist saw walking in, a large ballroom, library, grand dining room, a big kitchen, and living quarters for the house elves. The second floor contained mostly bedrooms and bathrooms, but also a large sitting room with a group of sofas before a big fireplace, some bookshelves, and a grand piano. The third floor contained some smaller bedrooms, 2 offices, and another library with what looked like more obscure books. This room also held a lot of different magical objects, like secrecy sensors, a probity probe, faux glass and sneakoscopes. The cellar floor was mostly for the storage of food and wine. The Potter Manor had a quite substantially large wine cellar with both wine and mead. But what interested Harry the most on the cellar floor was a large stone room with all kinds of weapons on the walls, the dueling room. It really was perfect for practicing all kinds of different dueling. There were swords, knives, and axes of all kinds, books about hexes and useful defensive spells, and several magical dummies to practice spells on. There was also say equipment in several bars and different kinds of weights. He would spend a lot of time down here. So, Azoth said and rubbed his hands together sometime later when they were seated on the comforta BLE sofa in the sitting room on the second floor, drinking tea and eating sandwiches that Tibby brought them. Well, Harry did. There are a couple of things we need to discuss and that you now need to do. Azoth said. As I said in our earlier conversation, you will need to learn to control your magic. We will start training tomorrow. You will also have to start studying, the more you know the better. And here and in the Potter and Black Vault you have all the information that you will need. Harry groaned. But Albus, what do you mean that Harry is gone? Why isn't he at his aunt and uncle's? The Order of the Phoenix. The members of the Weasley family and Hermione Granger were sitting in the dark kitchen at number 12 Grimmauld Place, the Order's current headquarters. Molly Weasley had just put on a kettle of tea on the table when Albus Dumbledore came with the worrying news that Harry had seemed disappeared out of thin air and that nobody knew where he was. Albus looked older than he had in several years, worried and tired, but it was Remus Lupin who answered Molly's question. We have looked everywhere but we just can't find him. There are signs of his magic at the Dursley and in his bedroom, but that is it. He has just vanished. The Muggles think that he ran away, but I don't think so, said the woman with the pink hair, named Tonks. He knew the importance of the blood protection for his safety. Do you think that the Death Eaters have taken him? The youngest boy Weasley, Ron asked and put an arm around Hermione's shoulders. He had started to cry silently. We cannot be certain of anything. But of course, but it is a possibility, Dumbledore said sadly. What can we do? Ron said with determination. He looked at the faces of his worried parents and then at his older brothers, Bill and Charlie. They had just come home on leave from work abroad to help the Order. They had stayed at the Burrow but were called in with news of Harry's disappearance. They also looked worried, a look that Ron didn't often see on their faces. Fred and George, his older twin brothers, who had been goofing around with 2 of their fake wands, had suddenly stopped when they heard the grim news, and now had the same determination on their faces as Ron. They nodded approvingly at Ron's question. I'm afraid I do not know, except keep looking and hoping that Harry is safe, Dumbledore said sadly. There must be some way to track Harry, some clues of where he's got to, Fred asked. I'm afraid that we couldn't find any at all, that is what's so strange, Remus said. But what about the trace? Harry must still have the trace on him, Hermione said sniffling. Yeah, he should. I checked and no magic of anyone else had been detected in that house, no apparition and no portkey. But also no trace of Harry's magic leaving the home. It was still just a small trace left of his magic signature there, said Tonks. Ron swore under his breath. Hermione started to cry now. In earnest, and so was Ron's little sister, Ginny. Everyone sat silently to let the information sink in. Where was he? What had happened to him, and what if he was in mortal danger? "Oh, Harry," Molly said in a sad and worried whisper. "Please, be all right." The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was having a lousy week. No scratch that, he was having a lousy whole month. He had just come back from a meeting with the Muggle Prime Minister about the current situation of chaos that was now raging in the wizarding world, and he knew that his appointment as minister was hanging on a very thin thread. Somehow, even after the catastrophic incident of Death Eaters and you-know-who appearing in the heart of the Ministry of Magic itself and Albus Dumbledore in the middle of the mess, he was still minister. Unfortunately, it seemed that Dumbledore had been right, even though he refused to admit that to anyone, and now because of his actions the year before, the stubborn man refused to discuss anything with him. And then there was Harry Potter, who was another sharp thorn in his side. It seemed like the boy had told truths last year, which he had dismissed entirely. He was also under Dumbledore's thumb and had shown that he would not be on the Ministry's side in the war that was sure to come. Saying that Cornelius Fudge was in a pickle was an understatement. He needed allies, and he needed them quickly. If he just could get the Potter boy to see reason, to stand on the Ministry's side, but how? He had recently got information concerning the sealed will of Lily and James Potter. The Ministry had got a notice from Gringotts that they were starting a legal investigation on the unlawfully sealing of the Potter's will. In the will, however, it had clearly stated that it had not been Sir Hugh Black that had been their secret keeper, but Peter Pettigrew. So, Black had been innocent after all. That bit of information wouldn't make the Ministry shine in any greater light either. However, clearing Black's name and making amends for his imprisonment may be the first step in winning Potter over to the Ministry's side. He sighed. He had hoped that he would have a long and successful term as minister. Earn enough gold and then be able to retire comfortably somewhere and don't give a damn about the world. Now, however, those chances seemed bleak. But he still had some useful and powerful contacts that could maybe give him a little more time and keep him in power too. Somehow at least fulfill some parts of his dream. He tossed his pinstriped cloak on the chair by his desk, buzzed his secretary for a cup of tea, and then turned to the fire to request a fire call with Lucius Malfoy. It had been almost 4 weeks since Harry had come into his inheritance, and Azoth had shown up in his bedroom, declaring himself to be Harry's new demon guide. Since then Azoth had been working him hard, 10 hours a day to master and control his magic, the demon code book, and training him in close combat fighting, knives fighting, and swordsmanship. Harry's days consisted of hours of grueling exercise, the practice of dueling, and hours of studying a different kind of books of different subjects. It had taken some time for Harry to get used to all of his new abilities that came with being a demon. The day after he arrived at the Potter Manor, he had woken up in the morning and was completely overwhelmed by sounds and smells. His heightened sense made him feel like he was standing in a crowded room full of talking people. He could hear the flies' wings and how they moved up and down while buzzing in the window, trying to find a way out. He could hear the house elves Ruiner and Tibby giving out orders. He could even hear Azoth in the next room, sitting and reading a book, and the sound of him turning the page. All the sounds had come all at once and had given him a tremendous headache. But soon his ears seemed to get accustomed to all the sounds, and he slowly learned to block out some of them. The same thing went for his sense of smell. His body and its endurance had greatly improved since he started with the grueling workouts Azoth drilled him in, like a mad army instructor. He could run further and faster than before, and his muscle strength had also increased tremendously. He found it easier to lift the weights and could see a big change by the bulk build of his arms, legs, and chest. Harry most of all appreciated his new ability to memorize the information and instructions that he was given. He had always been good at studying and liked reading, maybe not as much or as diligent as Hermione, but still better than average. However, he never had a very good memory to memorize instructions or remember everything that he read. Maybe that's why he always been doing so badly at potions. Potions brewing required a lot of memorization of information and instructions, which was not always printed out in the more advanced potion books, because the author assumed that those kinds of things should already be known by the potion brewer. Now Harry found that he could read a book and remember the content perfectly, and when given instruction, he could stand and do the task with little or no difficulty. This had helped a lot him when his practicing magic and spell casting. Therefore he had taken to revising both some of the older Hogwarts textbooks of his school subjects. Although he hadn't bothered with history of magic or divination, but also reading some of the more advanced books that were Newt level or higher, including subjects like ancient runes and arithmancy. He had also taken up reading about wandless magic and occlumency, something that Azoth had begun to teach him. Both subjects were very difficult to master, but painstakingly slowly Harry had gotten better at both. With the help of Azoth. Azoth had assured him that mastering occlumency and wandless magic was the first step to mastering his own demon magic. Harry had returned to his family vault at Gringotts and gone through its content of items and books. He found a lot of useful and interesting books in many different subjects that he brought back with him. The Potter Manor was also a great source of information. He couldn't get to the books in the Black family vault yet, because there was still a week until the reading of Sirius Will, and Griphook had advised him to keep his Lord of House Black and Potter quiet for now, because of legal reasons and Dumbledore. Harry also knew that Grimmauld Place's library was full of interesting dark arts books, but it still was the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, and he didn't think that he could just walk in there and start going through the library. Harry had spent many hours going all the information about himself, his family legacy, parents, and Dumbledore's betrayal over the last couple of weeks. He had also discussed it in length with both Azoth and Griphook. He and Griphook had both agreed to keep his MUCH information from both Dumbledore and the Ministry for as long as possible. Some information was impossible to keep secret, like the opening and reading of the Potter's will, as the Ministry monitored magical wills and inheritance, especially of the older pure blood families. However, the other actions taken by Gringotts could safely be confided within the bank. They were planning to erase Dumbledore's so carefully house of cards and slowly gathering all the facts and information that they needed to expose him. Sometimes he wondered how many others that were in on Dumbledore's schemes. Were Ron and Hermione in on it? Were they really his real friends, or were they just working in secret for Dumbledore? He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't. Just thinking about losing his two best friends felt like a dagger of ice was showed in his heart and twisted painfully. He tried desperately not to think those kinds of thoughts, and here it was a good thing that Azoth made him train so hard. It kept him distracted. They were training with knives again. Azoth did not hold back, and Harry had to summon all of his willpower and concentration on all of his movement, so as not to get slashed or stabbed. He was slowly beginning to get tired. They had been at it for almost 3 hours, but he knew that Azoth would not give up until one of them at least had a mark on their body. Azoth made a sudden lunge at him, and Harry took 2 steps back. Then Azoth changed direction and he had to quickly duck and spin around. It was almost like dancing, but dancing with very long and very sharp blades. Azoth grinned. 1, 2 steps around again, aiming for the shoulder. Now Harry took the opportunity to go on the attack, but Azoth was too quick. He again changed direction in the middle of a move, spinning on his tiptoes and swung his arm upwards in one smooth movement. Harry barely saw the knife coming towards his face. He only felt the pain and the wetness of the blood. He gasped, stumbling backward and then swearing loudly. Azoth had cut him on his right cheek, from right underneath his eye, all the way down to the end of his jaw. Harry felt it tenderly. It was stinging like hell, was deep, and was bleeding heavily. "I could heal that for you," Azoth said, whipping the knife blade off with a rag. "But I think you should keep it as a lesson." "And what lesson would that be?" Harry said, annoyed. "Always watch your back and always expect the unexpected. The path of movement can always unexpectedly change, and it is therefore something you always have to take into account," Azoth said. "Besides, it looks kind of good on you," he added, waving the knife nonchalantly. Harry sighed. Another scar for the collection, he thought bitterly. He had gotten several now on many different parts of his body, but mostly on his upper body when they had begun the training with knives and swords. Azoth always made sure to mark him in some way as to make sure that he understood that he had lost the match, not caring how badly or deeply Harry was cut, as long as he survived. And afterward, Azoth always gave the same snide comment that he should keep the scars as a lesson learned. Therefore, In the beginning, he looked like Ha had been the victim of several really bad cutting curses. Now, he seldom made the same mistakes twice, but the same stupid comment was getting really old. Azoth had put the training knives back in its place on a red velvet-clad table and was smirking, as usual. He waved his hand again and Harry could feel the blood stopped gushing and the wound closing up. He walked to one of the mirrors and looked at the reflection. The long gash looked partly healed like it had been made a couple of weeks ago, but it would still leave a gnarly scar. Harry didn't really care. What were one another scar to him? His eyes darted up to the old lightning scar on his forehead. It was on the same side as the new one on his cheek. Yet another scar on my face to remind me who I am, he thought bitterly. I think you might be ready, Azoth said, picking up a pack of smokes and taking one out of and lit it. Ready for what? Asked Harry, turning around to face the demon again. Azoth tossed the packet with the lighter to him. Harry took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, lit it, and inhaled. He was smoking almost as much as Azoth now and found that he was thoroughly enjoying it. It was very relaxing. Azoth was now studying him with an odd look on his face. Then he took a deep drag on the cigarette and let out a big puff of smoke. Controlling your fire, he said while snapping his fingers. In between his forefinger and thumb, there was a small, flickering black flame. He turned his palm upwards and the flame traveled to the middle of his palm and grew to the size of an otit. Then without warning, Azoth's whole body was engulfed in black flame. The day in late August of the reading of Sirius's last will and testament was a rainy one. The rain was clattering heavily and loudly on Harry's umbrella as he made his way down Diagon Alley towards Gringotts. He felt nervous. He was going to meet members of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore for the first time in weeks. To be honest, he didn't want to see anyone but had no other choice, as he was both named in Sirius will and the new head of the family and Lord Black. He was still early as he walked up the steps of the bank. He had things to discuss with Griphook about the case of information they were building against Dumbledore. Azoth was calmly and silently walking behind him. Taking a breath, Harry walked through the golden doors, folded his umbrella, and straightened his suit nervously. He was wearing a completely tailored black suit with a black shirt and tie, very much like the one Oath had been wearing the first time they had met, rather than ordinary wizard's robes. His hair was tied up in a high and a neat bun, except for a few stray locks of hair that was hanging loosely around his forehead and face. After discovering he could grow one, he had stopped shaving his beard about 2 weeks before and therefore had dark stubble on his chin that made him look much older than his 16 years. He had also put on a heavy glamour to conceal his pointed teeth and the new scar on his face. His tail was securely tucked around his thigh. The bank was unusually full of people. It was in the middle of the day and it seemed some had gone in to take out money for early shopping for school supplies, or just getting out of the rain. Harry could feel eyes on him and hear whispers as he walked swiftly through the bank towards Griphook's office. Griphook greeted him as always, warmly, and poured him a cup of tea. They talked about several different matters and Harry told an interested and impressed Griphook of his progress in his training. After about an hour it was the time to go to the reading in another chamber. This way, Lord Potter Black, Griphook said, gesturing him out of the door and winking. Harry couldn't help but smile, although his nerves now returned in full force. Azoth put a large comforting hand on his shoulder and said in a low voice, "You've got this, little demon. You are already Lord Black and nothing anyone says or does can change that." "It's too late for that." Harry nodded and followed Griphook into the new room. The chamber was full of people when Harry walked in. He noticed Remus Lupin sitting at the long side of the table and talking to Andromeda Tonks. He was looking sad, tired, and haggard, in patched old robes and his face more lined and old than it had been the last time Harry had seen him. Harry had never met Andromeda Tonks, but he knew that she had been Sirius's favorite cousin. She resembled her sister Bellatrix somewhat but had more soft features and lighter brown hair than Bellatrix's raven locks, sharp cheekbones, and heavily hooded eyes. On the other side of Andromeda sat her daughter, Nymphadora Tonks, looking exactly as Harry remembered her from last year. She was wearing the Aurora's scarlet robes and her hair was short, spiky, and bubblegum pink. On the short side of the table sat Albus Dumbledore, wearing midnight blue robes littered with yellow stars and his long beard tucked into his belt. He was reading several parchments that lay spread out on the table with his half-moon glasses perched at the end of his long crooked nose. On Dumbledore's left side sat, to Harry's surprise, Narcissa Malfoy and her son Draco. Narcissa looked very proud and elegant in expensive-looking robes and her blonde hair flowing down her back. She was wearing a displeases, hard and calculating expression. Her son Draco, on the other hand, merely looked uncomfortable and, thought Harry, quite pale. He seemed to have lost some of his old smug confidence that he used to possess, and it was unusual to see Malfoy without a sneer on his face. He looked almost defeated and uncharacteristically unsure. The occupants did not notice when Harry walking in, but then Griphook cleared his throat loudly to get everyone's attention and they looked up in his direction. Harry tried to ignore everyone, now staring at him, and walked to the other short end of the table. Directly opposite of Dumbledore, pulled out a chair, opened the jacket of the suit to make himself more comfortable, and sat down. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and tried desperately to look confident. He could see in the corner of his eye, Azoth standing a few meters away with a smug grin on his face. Stupid demon. Harry took a packet of Lucky Strikes out of the inner pocket of his suit and lit one. Blowing out the smoke and feeling much calmer. Remus was intensely staring at him with a furrowed brow, but the others seemed to go back to pretend he was not there. "Welcome to this reading of the Last Will and Testament of Sirius Orion Black," began Griphook. "As now most of the recipients of the will is present, we can begin the reading. Mrs. Lestrange had been excluded from the reading due to her being a convicted convict, but will be informed via owl on her part of the content of the will." Griphook broke a familiar wax seal of a thick roll of parchment and rolled it on the table and read. "Being of sound body and mind, shut the hell up, Moony, and under no influence of curse that compelled me, I, Sirius Orion Black, do declare this to be my last will and testament. I render all previous documents null and void, this day of 15th of April 1998. If you read this, it means that I am dead. I hope that I died in a manner that was befitting my pay. RSON, and that I am not mourned for too long. Remember me in life, not in death. First, to my best and the dearest friend Remus Lupin, I leave a sum of 10 million galleons. Please, Moony, use them and be happy. Marry a girl and have a lot of cubs of your own. You deserve it, my friend. To my favorite cousin Andromeda Tonks née Black and her daughter Nymphadora Tonks, I leave a sum of 1 million gallons. I also hereby reclaim you both into the noble house of Black, so mote it be. To Narcissa Malfoy née Black and her son Draco Malfoy, I leave 1 million galleons, on the condition that they denounce CE their following of the Dark Lord Voldemort. You seriously need to start thinking about your life choices, my dear cousin. You are first and foremost a Black. Think of your son. A wizard's oath should suffice to make sure that your allegiance doesn't sway. To my third cousin Bellatrix Lestrange née Black, I leave diddly squat. You already made your choices loud and clear, and you are not worthy of the noble name of Black. Therefore I reject and disinherit you from the noble and most and ancient house of Black and reclaim all that is rightfully owned to our family and name, so mote it be. To Albus Dumbledore, I leave 100.000 galleons to use as he sees fit. Keep on fighting for the noble cause, my old friend, and good luck in your quest. And lastly, to my dear pup and beloved godson, Harry James Potter, I leave all that I possess. All my assets and estates, except the few bequests mentioned above. I also leave you my title as Lord Black and the future head of the noblest and ancient house of Black. Harry, my pup and beloved godson, I want you to know that I love you so much and that I am very proud of you. You are so strong, stronger than you even realize, and braver than anyone I have ever met. Much braver than I ever was or could ever be. I want you to have everything I can possibly give you. Please live your life and be happy. I will always love you. Signed by Sirius Orion Black, 15th of April 1996. Witnessed by Remus John Lupin, Arthur Septimus Weasley, account manager Griphook. And that concludes the reading of the Last Will and Testament of Sirius Orion Black, Griphook said and rolled up the parchment again, putting it aside on the table and then pulling out another stack. Harry released his painfully clutched, realized he had been holding for The whole duration of the reading. He looked down at his hands and saw red nail marks where his fingernails had dug into the soft part of the hand. That had been painful to hear. If you all now can come forward and sign your name on these documents, you will receive that what is yours to inherit, said Griphook, and held up a familiar-looking quill with a very sharp point and blood-red feather, a blood quill. Harry almost winced and gripped his hand again where he bore the scar that said, "I must not tell lies." Albus Dumbledore stood up and cleared his throat. As the legal magical guardian of Mr. Harry James Potter, who could not be present here today to witness the reading of Sirius will, I will have to sign on his behalf, he said calmly. I will, of course, make sure to convey its content when Mr. Potter returns. Harry raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Griphook, who was looking amused. Oh, he will he? The scheming old coot had a lot of nerve. Harry now cleared his throat audibly to the attention of the other. All eyes in the room turned to stare at him again. Excuse me, Dumbledore, but I think I have something to say about that, Harry said in a low voice. He put out the cigarette butt he was holding in a summed ashtray on the table, picked up the packet of cigarettes again, and took one out of the packet. He put it in between his lips and slowly lit it. As you have no such right, he then added while breathing out the smoke. Dumbledore brow furrowed. And who are you to make such a claim? He said, still calm, but Harry could hear a clear annoyed undertone in his voice. Ah, I don't think you have been introduced, said Griphook smiling. Harry could see that he was clearly enjoying the little bit of power play. This is the new head of the noblest and ancient house of Black, he added, and giving a small respectful bow towards Harry. A pressing silence fell, and Harry felt highly inwardly smirking at all the surprised-looking faces. Impossible, Dumbledore exclaimed. Nobody can claim that title, as all that have that right are all underage. Who are you? Harry now let a grin befall on his face. He took the time to take a long drag of his cigarette before answering. Tisk, Dumbledore. I must say that I find myself disappointed that you do not recognize me. I guess I am not so much of a golden boy anymore. Stunned silence. They all just sat there and stared at him, like he declared that he was now the new King of England or something. You could cut the atmosphere with a knife. Harry thought it was hilarious. Harry? Remus then asked in a shaky voice. In the flesh, Harry answered and took another drag on the cigarette. Nice to see you again, Moony. B. But how? You, where? Was the only thing the werewolf stuttered out. Not important, Harry said, waving his hand. What I like to know, Dumbledore, is when I gave you the right to act in my behalf. I don't remember ever giving you that right, he said in an angry growl, leaning forwards in the chair and glaring. Dumbledore seemed taken aback by the question at first, but soon recovered and seemed to put on his grandfatherly persona again and said in a calm voice. Harry, I am your magical guardian, and as such I do have that right. No, you are not, Harry said angrily. And who gave you that right? The Ministry of Magic. You illegally gave yourself that right, just like you sealed off my parents' will and put me with the Dursleys. Dumbledore's face seemed to fall and he furrowed his brow again. Harry leaned back in the chair again, taking another drag from the cigarette. Yeah, I know all about that, Dumbledore. You have no power over me anymore. I am the head of both the Potter and the Black family and an emancipated minor. Harry, I only acted in what I believed was your best interest, Dumbledore said. Harry scoffed. My best interest, my ass, he shouted. If it was in my best interest, then you would have done as my parents wished and not leave me with the fucking Dursleys, where I was abused for 10 years, as you well know. Dumbledore opened his mouth to argue, but Harry quickly cut him off. I don't want to discuss it any more with you, Dumbledore. In fact, I don't want anything to do with you. Henceforth you are only my headmaster and may only discuss matters that are regarding school. You will address me in an appropriate manner as Mr. Potter or Lord Potter Black, he then said in a cold voice. He turned to the others around the table. Mr. Lupin, Mrs. and Miss Tonks, if you would be so kind to sign the paperwork so we may conclude this meeting. I have other things to do today. He turned to Mrs. Malfoy and Draco, who was sitting very stiffly in their seats. Draco was looking at him, still with an expression of disbelief. Mrs. Malfoy and Mr. Malfoy, If you cannot act according to Sirius's wishes, you may leave, he began politely. But I will like to give you a warning. Your so-called master will find himself propped up on the end of a very sharp stick if he keeps trying to take over the wizarding world and keep annoying me, Harry said in a cold voice. Narcissa said nothing, just rose from her seat and headed for the door. Draco seems to be frozen in place. Come, Draco, Narcissa said, and he slowly followed her out. Harry had expected nothing else from them. Harry himself now rose from his chair and turned to the goblin. Master Griphook, I believe that we are done here, he said, buttoning the jacket of his suit. Yes, Lord Potter Black, I believe we are, Griphook answered. Then I will take my leave. May your gold ever be flowing, Master Griphook, Harry said and gave a slight bow. And may your riches continue to grow ever greater, Lord Potter Black, Griphook said and bowed even lower. Harry then turned towards the door, but before walking out he turned towards Dumbledore again. And by the way, Dumbledore, I would like my property back. You no longer have the right to use Grimmauld Place as your headquarters for our little schemes with the help of the Order of the Phoenix. You have exactly a week to clear out. You have overstayed your welcome, so mote it be. He then turned again and walked out, smiling. Azoth followed him quietly in his shadow. Harry woke up with a pounding ache in his head. Ow, shit, he mumbled and stumbled out of bed. He put a hand through his hair and then stopped abruptly, dead in his tracks. He could feel something hard, like two bums on the top of his head. He ran towards the full-length mirror and started to move his long hair away to see. There, on each side of his forehead, an inch up or so in his hair, was something that looked like two dark bone-like things protruding through the skin. Azoth! He bellowed. Azoth appeared in the doorway. You called, he said, smirking. What the hell is this on my head? Harry asked, panicking. Azoth craned his head forward a bit, as to see better, to the spots Harry was pointing to on his head. Oh, looks like your horns are coming in, he said matter-of-factually. Horns, Harry yelled. We have fucking horns. Azoth just shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, we are demons, ya know. Why are you so surprised? Why the hell didn't you tell me? And you don't, Harry said angrily. You never asked. And yes, I do. Azoth snapped his fingers and a pair of black, long backward curved horns appeared on his head. I put a glamour of sorts on myself. When people see them, they tend to freak out. No shit, Harry shouted. Oh, relax kid, I will teach you the full body glamour. It is a piece of cake and doesn't take so much energy to keep up, Azoth said. Harry just huffed. Training starts in 10 minutes, so you better hurry up, Azoth then said and walked out of the room. Harry sighed. Another long day was ahead and this was not a great start. It had been another 2 weeks since he had been at Gringotts at Sirius while reading was September 11th and he would go back to Hogwarts. It didn't matter to Azoth, of course, who insisted to keeping up his training to the very last moment he left. He didn't really know how he felt about going back. He was of course happy to see his friends again but was unsure how they would take the new him. He was sure that Dumbledore had told the rest of the Order of the Phoenix about his changes, probably stating that he had gone dark, but was not sure if he would tell Ron and Hermione. He didn't really care about what the rest of the school thought, but he did still care about his best friends. The last week before the new term consisted of last-minute training and preparations. After Harry had banned Dumbledore and the Order from Grimmauld Place, the house had been sealed off from anyone but him after the 1 week's mark and he and Azoth had gone to the house. Harry had never really liked Grimmauld Place. It was a dark and miserable place and he didn't really have any use for it. When they arrived in the dark and dim hallway, it looked like it had done when he was there last year. The wallpaper was coming off the walls and the house elf's severed and stuffed heads was still on display. Sirius's mother's portrait was also there, behind moth-eaten velvet curtains, and had started to shriek as soon as they walked in. She reminded him awfully of Aunt Petunia. Mudbloods, disgrace of my forefathers, filth, blood traitors, she screamed. Shut the fuck up, Harry shouted back at her. How dare you speak to me that way, you filthy half-blood, the ugly woman shrieked. I am the head of the noble house of Black and you will respect me as such, you ugly old hag, Harry roared, voice full of authority. So you will shut your filthy mouth, or I swear to God, I will shut it for you. He waved his hand and the curtains were forcefully closed. He could still hear He woman mutter angry insults behind them. He turned to start walking up the stairs when there was a loud crack and the old and mean house elf creature appeared. The elf was still wearing the same filthy rags with his pale skin hanging off him in folds and white hair sprouting copiously from his bat-like ears. He had a look of great contempt on his old wrinkly face. So the filthy half-blood had returned to my mistress's house. Creature thought that he was finally rid of the mudbloods and blood traitors, but oh no. Poor creature had to put up with this one too. What will my poor mistress say? He croaked in his bullfrog voice. Hello, creature. Still lurking about, I see, Harry said calmly. What is you doing here in my poor mistress's house? The elf asked, glaring at Harry. I happen to own this house. As Sirius left it in his will for me, Harry said. He also left me the title of Lord and the head of the family, making me Lord Black and your master. Creature looked at him with a look of utter disgust, but said nothing. You have neglected your duties for too long, creature, Harry continued. This place has been in this family for centuries, but it is falling apart. It is your responsibility to make this place acceptable again. You will clean and repair it to a standard that is befitting the House of Black, and you will keep doing so until the day you die, Harry said sternly. Yes, master, creature croaked. But first, I want you to make me a cup of tea and maybe a sandwich. You may be dismissed, Harry said. The old house elf gave a stiff bow and then disappeared with a crack. Harry sighed. He disliked the elf very much, especially after having a role in getting Sirius killed at the ministry last year, but he could not dismiss him. He knew too much sensitive information and would certainly go directly to the Lestranges or the Malfoys without a second thought. Changing his mind, Harry headed to the kitchen instead of the upper floors. The kitchen was the most welcoming room in the gloomy house. A fire was raring in the big fireplace and the light was much better than in any of the other rooms. Creature reappeared with a silver tray, with a kettle of tea, a cup of very nice china, and a couple of sandwiches on a plate. Harry thanked him and he disappeared again. Harry sat down at the table and started to pour the tea. Azoth, who had remained quiet since they had arrived, sat down on the opposite side of the table. Nice place, Azoth said and lit one of his many cigarettes. Yeah, Harry only said and took a sandwich from the plate and started to eat. So, I think it is time for us to discuss the horcruxes, Azoth said. Harry looked up from his sandwich. What about them? He said, mouth full of sandwich. Well, we need to collect and destroy the horcruxes, and as a matter of fact, one of them is located in this very house. Harry stopped eating. Here, at Grimmauld Place. Yup, Azoth said, popping the pea. Do you remember a heavy gold locket with a engraves S when you were cleaning this place out last year? Harry thought for a bit but then nodded. Yeah, in that cabinet in the drawing room. No one could get it open, we all tried. That is because it is a horcrux, Azoth said. But we toss all those things, how is it still here? Creature. He stole many of his mistress's valuable possessions back, including the locket. But he won't give it to you freely. Unless you can persuade him. Azoth said. Good luck, Harry said sarcastically. There is a way. You just need to know the story of how Creature got in the possession of the locket and why. Harry nodded and took a sip of his tea. Sirius Black had a younger brother. Regulus was the apple of his family's eye. On the contrary of Sirius, he did everything Hat was expected of him as a pure blood and a black. He got sorted into Slytherin, got good grades, and when he finished school, joined Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Sirius told me something about him being a Death Eater but not realizing how deep he was in. Harry said, thinking back to the conversation he had with Sirius when they examined the Black family tree. Sirius and Regulus were as errant as two people can be, and that included their political views. But Regulus was also much younger than Sirius and easier to influence. He joined the Death Eaters when he was only 17, probably because he felt that it was his duty to do so, as a pure blood. But being a Death Eater at 17 cannot have been a picnic. Some along the way, he must have realized how insane Voldemort Lee was in how he would stop at nothing to get what he wanted, including torture, rape, and cold-blooded murder. And he expected his Death Eaters to do the same, follow his bidding without question. Azoth paused to light another cigarette as the other had burned down to the filter. So, in secret, he started to despise Voldemort and his followers and do anything in his power to bring them down. He somehow found out that Voldemort had created horcruxes and managed to track one of them down, after some rigorous background research. The locket, Harry said. Exactly. It was located in a cave on the coast that Tom Riddle used to visit as a child with the orphanage. It was heavily guarded, but Regulus managed to get hold of the locket with the help of his faithful family house elf, Kreacher. Kreacher had always loved Regulus, as he was the only one in the Black family who treated him with some kind of respect and would do anything for him. Regulus put a fake locket in the place of the real one with a note to Voldemort or whoever would find it. The note read that he had found out his secret about the horcruxes and that he had stolen the real one and would destroy it as soon as he could. He also wrote, "I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more," and signed it with his initials, R.A.B. But both Regulus and the house elf could not leave the cave with the locket. So Regulus ordered Kreacher to leave him there and to do whatever it took to destroy the locket. Kreacher beloved master in the cave and he died there. Kreacher went back to Black home and tried everything he could think of to destroy the horcrux, but was unsuccessful. So he had to keep the locket safe and hid it in plain sight, here at Grimmauld Place. He mourned Regulus and that he could not keep his promise to him. Azoth finished telling the story and Harry stayed quiet for some time. He had thought that Regulus had been just another willing follower of Voldemort, bad that had obviously not been the case. He had actually tried to find a way to end his terror. Harry felt sad that Sirius had not known how brave his younger brother had been. Harry suddenly realized the cup of tea he was still holding had gone cold. He put it down on the table and asked, "So you think that Kreacher still has the locket? To make sure it is safe?" "I know he has. I can feel it. Demons can sense dark magic and objects," Azoth said. "Close your eyes and concentrate really hard." Harry did so. "Now, reach out and feel the house. You will feel the wards buzzing and all the dark magic that lingers here." "But do you feel it?" Harry concentrated, his senses reaching out towards the house. He could feel that it was full of dark magic and there was a boggart in a cupboard on the second floor. But then there was something else, something ticking or beating. Like a heartbeat. "Yeah, I can feel it," Harry said and opened his eyes again. Azoth just waved his hand as in to say, "Told you so." "Well then, only one thing to do, though, Harry." He raised his voice and called, "Kreacher." There was a loud crack and the old house elf stood before them yet again. "What does thy half-blood want now from poor Kreacher?" Harry ignored his rudeness and said in a calm voice, "Kreacher, I need your help," he began, "your help in finding your master Regulus locket, so we can destroy it and grant him his last dying wish." The elf's whole body seems to shiver and crumple. He swayed dangerously and great big tears were forming in the large eyes. "You know about my poor master Regulus," he said, voice shaking and croakier and hoarser than ever. "Yes, I know," said Harry in a low voice, "and I know of your promise." Kreacher was now gulping for air. His hollow chest was rising and falling rapidly and he uttered a blood-curdling scream, tears falling and wetting his filthy rag. Kreacher failed. Master Regulus's locket. Kreacher did wrong. Kreacher failed in his orders. Harry knew what was coming. Having experience with house elves before and reacted out for Kreacher instinctively, as he lunged for the poker stand in the grate at the fireplace. He held the elf's hands in a firm grip so that he could not hurt himself. "Kreacher, I order you to stay still." He felt the elf freeze and released him. Kreacher fell down to the stone floor and lay there, tears still gushing from his sagging eyes. Harry crouched down so he was right beside the elf. "Listen, Kreacher, you were very brave and tried your best. I am sure that Master Regulus would be very proud of you for keeping the locket safe for so long. However, I know of a way to destroy it for good. I know a way to make sure of Regulus' promise. But for that, I need the locket." "Master knows a way," Kreacher said quietly. "Master promises to fulfill Master Regulus' wish." "Yes, I promise." Own my honor as a Potter and a black. Creature slowly stood up, his thin legs shaking. He looked into Harry's face, as to determine if he really was telling the truth or not, but then after a moment he snapped his fingers and in his hand was a big, golden locket with a snake and an engraved ornate S. He held it out and Harry took it. He could feel the heartbeat he sensed earlier pulsing from the locket and into his hand, darkness pouring out of it. Thank you, creature, Harry said, and then with an afterthought, he added, I would like to give you something. He held his hand over the locket and whispered, Gemino, and when he opened his hand he had 2 identical lockets. He took the duplicate and put it around creature's neck. I would like you to have something of Regulus, to remember him by. It took them nearly half an hour to calm down creature, who was so overcome to be presented with a black family heirloom for his very own and had starting to cry and fell down to the floor again, too weak at the knees to stand properly. After thanking Harry profusely at least 20 times he promised that he would make sure that Grimmauld Place was a home fit for the head of the noble family of Black, gave a respectful low bow, and disappeared with a loud crack. Well, said Azoth smiling and rubbing his hands together. 1 down and 4 to go. Harry and Azoth returned to Potter Manor, walking straight down to the cellar floor and the training room. Azoth had explained that there were 3 ways of destroying a horcrux but only 2 only known by wizards. The first was basilisk venom or any object imbued with the venom, like the fang Harry had stabbed Tom Riddle's diary with, in the Chamber of Secrets in the 2nd year. Harry had figured out that the diary must have been a horcrux after Azoth's description. The second was fiendfire or cursed fire, and the third, only really known by demons, was demons, flame or black fire. The demon's flame worked in a similar way than fiendfire, as it was as unpredictable and dangerous if you couldn't learn to control it. Harry had yet managed to control his own flame and had only been able to produce a small, flickering one in the palm of his hand. So destroying the horcrux would fall on Azoth for the time being. Azoth simply put the locket in his hand and produced a large hot burning black flame. There was a drawn-out, long and hollow shriek, and black ooze was trickling out of it when it burned. Azoth held it up in the chain and looked at it curiously. It had sprung open and both of the glass inside was now broken and the outside had blackened, making it possible just to make out the engraved S and identify it as Slytherin's. Well, that was anticlimactic, said Harry as Azoth tossed the now useless locket onto a side table. They both went to sit in 2 leather armchairs that were placed in a corner. You said there were 4 horcruxes left, but wasn't there 7 in total, so that would make it 5 left, after me destroying the diary in the 2nd year. Well, actually no, Azoth said and lit a cigarette. You and I have now taken care of 2 of the 7. In between us, the diary and the locket. However, your dear old headmaster recently found the one located in the old house of the Gounts, Marvolo Gount's ring to be exact. Didn't you notice Dumbledore's hand at the reading? Harry shook his head. He had been too angry to notice because he had only focused on capturing the expression on Dumbledore's stupid face. The ring had a very powerful curse put on it as protection and Dumbledore must have foolish not realize and put it on. Azoth continued. The curse will eventually spread to the rest of his body and likely kill him. Is there any way to stop the curse from spreading? Harry asked. Maybe, with the help of some little demon magic, the other demon said smirking, not that I think that the old geezer deserves it. Harry only nodded. So what are the other horcruxes that are there left? Voldemort had an obsession with his heritage and him being the last of the line of Slytherin. He must have been very pleased to find the locket. That actually had been in his mother's family, the Gaunts, for generations before his mother sold it. Why did she sell it if it had been a family heirloom? To survive. She was barely surviving and heavily pregnant at the time. A human got to eat. She couldn't go back to her family, because she had fallen in love with a mudblood, Tom Riddle Sr., and produced a child with him. Neither do I think she wanted to. The Gaunts was not what I would call very nice people. Bigoted and cared for the importance of the pureness of their blood, although they themselves lived like the lowest scum on earth. So, he sold it for almost nothing, out of sheer desperation. Then on the last day of her life, Voldemort's mother walked into the orphanage he grew up in, terribly weak but still had her baby. She lived just long enough to name him after his father and grandfather, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Azoth took a long drag at the cigarette. After finding out that he was a wizard, Tom Riddle obsessed about finding out about his real parents. He eventually found his father and that he was a mere muggle and killed him, but made it look like his uncle had committed the crime because the Gaunts was well known to hate muggles. This is also when he stole Marvolo's ring and made it into a horcrux. He had done the research and found out that his mother's family was descendant from Salazar Slytherin, making him the last in its line, and therefore the locket of Slytherin rightfully belonged to him. He tracked it down and killed its owner, now making it to another horcrux. But owning these two powerful, old, and important magical objects was not enough for him. Also remember, he wanted to split his soul into 7 pieces, 7 being a powerful magical number. He continued. Hogwarts had become a home for Tom Riddle and he found a great connection to it and its founders, especially Slytherin. So he decided that he would be the owner of the objects that had famously belonged to the founders. Salazar Slytherin had the locket, Helga Hufflepuff had a golden cup, Rowena Ravenclaw had a diadem and Godric Gryffindor had a sword. So he found these objects, that had belonged to the founders. Yes, all except the sword of Gryffindor, who was already protected in the Hogwarts castle, although nobody had seen it or knew for certain of its location for many years till you pulled it out of the sorting hat in your 2nd year. So, the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, and the diadem, Harry said, counting them on his fingers. That is 5. What are the other 2? Voldemort has a pet snake called Nagini that he made into a horcrux 2 years ago when he murdered an old muggle, who worked as a groundskeeper in the Riddle's old house. The 7th one, well, it was one he didn't really intend to make because he had intended that the 7th was part of his soul to remain in his own body. However, he made a mistake that would rip his damaged soul from his body. Azoth now paused again. The last horcrux he created, as you. Harry stayed quiet for several moments. He wasn't sure how to really process the information. He finally got out. Yes, Azoth wasn't wearing his normal smirk anymore. When he cast the Avada Kedavra at you, and because of your mother dying to save you, his soul ripped apart and attached itself to the only thing it could find that was near. Namely you. But, how will I? Well, either you can let Voldemort hit you with the Avada Kedavra again, hopefully killing off that part of the soul leech, or there is a ritual of blood we can do. But not until we have destroyed all the other horcruxes first. And I must warn you, it will not be pleasant. I don't have much choice in the matter, do I? Azoth just shrugged. Harry felt a knot tighten in his chest, but then another thought hit him like a bludger to the gut. Does Dumbledore know about me being a horcrux? I think he suspects it. Azoth lit a cigarette, but he put more store into the prophesy. Yeah, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who. Harry interrupted him. Yeah, I know. Yo, you don't have to recite the whole damn thing. What about the bloody prophecy? He said, annoyed. For starters, a prophecy is often difficult to interpret and many don't even dare to try, as the message is usually very vague and the consequences can be dire. There also have been hundreds and thousands of prophecies over the decades and not even a small percent of them had turned out to be accurate or actually come to pass. So not many put much store in them. Of course, you are a little different, and of course, both Voldemort interprets the prophecy very literal and therefore makes you his biggest adversary. Harry huffed. Yeah, I already know that. Dumbledore said the same. Azoth nodded. Yes, so far the old man has got it right. But prophecies are fickle things and, as I said, usually not so straightforward and easy to interpret. Where he got it wrong, however, is in the 4th line of the prophecy, and he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Azoth made a dramatic pause again, and Rai could again see that familiar gleeful sneer that he's so used to whenever they were talking about Dumbledore's stupidity. Dumbledore thinks that the power the Dark Lord knows not is love. The love of your mother's sacrifice and the love of everyone who loves you. The Coot was a hopeless romantic, and love is a very powerful bit of magic, yes, but that is not it. Are we supposed to rely on only Ve to conquer the supposedly most powerful wizard of all time? That seems to me as a very risky thing to rely on, especially as you have felt very little love over the years. And Dumbledore did very It'll to make sure that it was certain that you felt this love. Did he check on you at the Dursleys and that you loved there? Nope. Did he do anything to protect you from Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort? And when you went after the Philosopher's Stone? Nope. Did help you when everyone in school thought that you were the heir of Slytherin and that you opened the Chamber of Secrets? Nope. Did he tell you the truth about your godfather? Nope. Did he try to get you out of the Triwizard Tournament, even though he probably knew that there was a way? Nope. And what about his treatment of you last year? Did he treat you then with love and respect? Nope. You never felt it, and that coursed you to try to save the only one you felt really loved you, Sirius Black. Did he ever try to stop the bullying, the taunts, and the bad treatment you got from both students and staff at school? Nope. But yet he is the headmaster and he sees everything that goes on at his own school. Maybe he considered this training. But that is odd training if you ask me. Has he really prepared you to face the horcruxes and Voldemort? There is much better training you could do for that, but yet he doesn't train you. And that is because he puts too much emphasis in prophecy and love. Harry slowly nodded as Azoth had finished talking. He had already kind of figured this out on his own, that he was someone who was to be sacrificed for the greater good. A pig put up for slaughter. He wasn't supposed to survive. He cleared his throat. It felt dry. But if it is not love that will help me defeat Voldemort, then what? Azoth smiled again. Why do you think I am here, little demon, to teach you ballet? Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The picture of Azoth trying to do ballet in a pink tutu was hilarious and oddly terrifying at the same time. You still have a lot to learn, kid, Azoth said, putting a heavy hand on Harry's shoulder. But you will learn and you will go far, trust me. Harry did. Albus Dumbledore appeared out of nowhere with a slight pop. He was now standing in what appeared to be a deserted village square in the village of Budleigh Babberton, in the center of which stood an old war memorial and a few benches. Dumbledore let out a deep sigh, drew his traveling cloak a little more lightly around his neck, and with quick, long strides started walking towards a row of houses. He had tried what seemed to be in vain, since the reading of Sirius Black to contact Harry Potter. Dumbledore was in shock at how much Harry had changed over the summer. He was not the same boy. He had smashed all of his belongings last term. That boy had been emotional, full of feelings like grief and self-doubt. The person met at Tavere had none of those things. He seemed confident, calm, and cold. When he spoke out of anger, it had not been the unregulated anger and outburst Dumbledore expected, but controlled and full of the author that he had only seen in certain adults. And if he had been introduced as the actual Harry Potter, he would not think that he had been a 16-year-old, but an adult, as he didn't recognize him at first glance either. He was now in great fear that the boy was turning dark. There had been an aura around the boy the last time he had seen him, although it was greatly hidden by some kind of magic he did not recognize. He had to get the boy to talk to him, somehow. And convince him to listen. It was critical for the war effort and there was no other way. He had planned to educate Harry himself this year and give him all the clues on how to conquer Lord Voldemort. Maybe, if he talked to Harry's friends, Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger, that they could convince the boy and make him see reason. For he must get Harry back on his side as soon as possible, no matter the cost. Dumbledore turned a corner, passing a telephone box and a bus shelter. He proceeded up a steep, narrow street lined with houses. All the windows were dark. The church clock chimed midnight behind him. He shakes his head sadly. He was losing the grip on the boy and it worried him greatly. All his plans that he had made so carefully seemed to slowly turn to dust. Right now he had other more urgent matters to tend to. Hogwarts was missing a professor and he had chosen to approach this one himself, instead of trusting the ministry as last year, which had turned out to be a huge mistake. He was now nearing a small, neat stone house set in its own garden. As he reached the front, Dumbledore stopped dead, first frowning a little on the sight meeting him, then looking up towards the sky, chuckling softly. The front door was hanging off its hinges. He glanced up and down the street. It seemed quite deserted. He opened the gate and walked swiftly and silently up the garden path, then pushed the front door very slowly, his wand raised and at the ready. Lumos. The wand tip ignited, casting its light up a narrow hallway. To the left, another door stood open. Holding his illuminated wand aloft, he walked into the sitting room. A scene of total devastation met his eyes. A grandfather clock lay splintered at their feet, its face cracked, its pendulum lying a little farther away like a dropped sword. A piano was on its side, its keys were strewn across the floor. The wreckage of a fallen chandelier glittered nearby. Cushions lay deflated, feathers oozing from slashes in their sides. Fragments of glass and china lay like powder over everything. He raised his wand even higher so that its light was thrown upon the walls, where something darkly red and glutinous was splattered all over the wallpaper. He moved carefully into the middle of the room, scrutinizing the wreckage at his feet. He walked over to an overstuffed armchair, lying on its side, and examined it. After a few moments, he then proceeded to plunge his wand into the seat of the overstuffed armchair, which yelled, "Ouch!" "Good evening, Horace," he said calmly, straightening up again. "Where a spli?" Second before there had been an armchair, there now crouched an enormously fat, bald old man, who was massaging his lower belly and squinting up at Dumbledore with an aggrieved and watery eye. "There was no need to stick the wand in that hard," he said gruffly, clambering to his feet. It hurt. The wand light sparkled on his shunt pate, his prominent eyes, his enormous, silver, walrus mustache, and the highly polished buttons on the maroon velvet jacket he was wearing over a pair of lilac, silk pajamas. The top of his head barely reached Dumbledore's chin. "What gave it away?" he grunted as he staggered to his. Still rubbing his lower belly, he seemed remarkably unabashed for a man who had just been discovered pretending to be an armchair. "My dear Horace," said Dumbledore, looking amused. "If the Death Eaters really had come to call, the dark mark would have been set over the house." The wizard clapped a pudgy hand to his vast forehead. "The dark mark," he muttered. "Knew there was something. Ah well. Wouldn't have had time anyway. I'd just put the finishing touches to my upholstery when you entered the room." He heaved a great sigh and made the ends of his mustache flutter. "Would you like my assistance clearing up?" asked Dumbledore politely. "Please," said the other. They stood back to back, the tall thin wizard and the short round one, and waved their wands in one identical sweeping motion. The furniture flew back to its original places, ornaments reformed in midair, feathers zoomed into their cushions, torn books repaired themselves as they landed upon their shelves. Oil lanterns soared onto side tables and reignited. A vast collection of splintered silver picture frames flew glittering across the room and alighted, whole and untarnished, upon a desk. Rips, cracks, and holes healed everywhere. And the walls wiped themselves clean. "What kind of blood was that incidentally?" asked Dumbledore loudly over the chiming of the newly unsmashed grandfather flock. "On the walls, dragon," shouted the wizard called Horace, as, with a deafening grinding and tinkling, the chandelier screwed itself back into the ceiling. There was a final plunk from the piano and silence. "Yes, dragon," repeated the wizard conversationally. "My last bottle and prices are sky high at the moment. Still, it might be reusable." He stumped over to a small crystal bottle standing on top of a sideboard and held it up to the light, examining the thick liquid within. Bit dusty." He set the bottle back on the sideboard and sighed. He turned again to Dumbledore, his expression shrewd. "I know why you are here, and the answers are still no, Albus." He pushed past the other taller wizard, his face turned resolutely away. "I suppose we can have a drink, at least?" asked Dumbledore. "For old time's sake." Slughorn hesitated. "Oh, all right then, one drink," he said ungraciously. Dumbledore smiled and directed himself toward a chair, not unlike the one that Slughorn had so recently impersonated, which stood right beside the newly burning fire and a brightly glowing oil lamp, and took a seat. "HMPF," Slughorn huffed as he gave a drink to Dumbledore and then sank into the cuss. Hions of the repaired sofa and a disgruntled silence. His legs were so short they did not touch the floor. "Well, how have you been keeping, Horace?" Dumbledore asked. "Not so well," said Slughorn at once. "Weak chest. Wheezy. Rheumatism too. Can't move like I used to." "Well, that's to be expected. Old age. Fatigued. And yet you must have moved quickly to prepare such a welcome for us at such short notice," said Dumbledore. "You can't have had more than 3 minutes warning," Slughorn said, half irritably, half proudly, too. "Didn't hear my intruder charm go off. I was taking a bath." Still, he added sternly, seeming to pull himself back together again, the fact remains that I'm an old man, Albus. A tired old man who's earned the right to a quiet life and a few creature comforts. You're not yet as old as I am, Horace, said Dumbledore. Well, maybe you ought to think about retirement yourself, said Slughorn bluntly. His pale gooseberry eyes had found Dumbledore's injured hand. Reactions not what they were. I see. You're quite right, said Dumbledore serenely, shaking back his sleeve to reveal the tips of those burned and blackened fingers. I am undoubtedly slower than I was. But on the other hand, he shrugged and spread his hands wide, as though to say that age had its compensations. So, all these precautions against intruders, Horace, are they for the Death Eater's benefit or mine? Asked Dumbledore. What would the Death Eaters want with a poor broken-down old buffer like me? Demanded Slughorn. I imagine that they would want you to turn ends to coercion, torture, and murder. Said Dumbledore. Are you really telling me that they haven't come recruiting yet? Slughorn eyed Dumbledore balefully for a moment, then muttered, I haven't given them the chance. I've been on the move for a year. Never stay in one place for more than a week. Move from Muggle house to Muggle house. The owners of this place are on holiday in the Canary Islands. It's been very pleasant. I'll be sorry to leave. It's quite easy once you know how. 1. Simple freezing charm on these absurd burglar alarms they use instead of sneakoscopes and make sure the neighbors don't spot you bringing in the piano. Ingenious, said Dumbledore, but it sounds a rather tiring existence for a broken-down old buffer in search of a quiet life. Now, if you were to return to Hogwarts, quote, if you're going to tell me my life would be more peaceful at that pestilential school, you can save your breath, Albus. I might have been in hiding, but some funny rumors have reached me since Dolores Umbridge left. If that's how you treat teachers these days. Professor Umbridge ran afoul of our centaur herd, said Dumbledore. I think you, Horace, would have known better than to stride into the forest and call a horde of angry centaurs, filthy half-breeds. That's what she did she? Said Slughorn. Idiotic woman. Never liked her. Dumbledore chuckled at this. I thought you would enjoy seeing the young minds of today, Horace. Some of them have great potential. He then gestured to the many photographs on the mantelpiece. I see you still keep in contact with some of your old favorites. The smile that had been on Slughorn's face a second before now slid from his face as quickly as the blood from his walls. No, not of late, he said, looking sour. I have been out of touch with everybody for a year. I am sorry to hear that, my old friend, Dumbledore said. May I give a suggestion which I think will benefit you greatly and you can yet again resurface, so to speak? Oh, said Slughorn and raising his eyebrows high. Yes, said Dumbledore calmly, you must have heard the rumors of late about Mr. Potter. Oh yes, of course, Slughorn said with a smug smile. He is the new head of the noble houses of Potter and Black and an emancipated minor. It was all over the Prophet the other day. Mr. Potter is indeed, Dumbledore said a little big stiffly. He might have the rights of an adult, but he is still just 16 years old and in need of guidance. The rumors say that you are not on so good terms with the boy at the moment, Albus, said Slughorn still smirking. Well, I was hoping that he could find someone he feels like he can trust, and as my relationship with Harry, as you say, right or not on the best terms, I thought that you could try to talk to the boy. You have always had a great hand with the students. You could invite him to your club. Me, really Dumbledore, I don't know what makes you think he would trust me better than any other teacher. But you would try, wouldn't you? Think of Lily Evans, one of your favorite students. Wouldn't it be wonderful to get to know her son as well, add him to your collection in the club? And I can guarantee that you will be safe at Hogwarts. Slughorn turned away from Dumbledore and gazed into space for a moment or two, seeming to think the matter over. Well, yes, it is true that he who must not be named had never sought a fight with Dumbledore, he muttered grudgingly. And I suppose one could argue, as I have not joined the Death Eaters, he who must not be named can hardly count me a friend, in which case I might be safer a little closer to Albus, and it would be wonderful to see the castle again. Well, Horace, I am sorry that you won't reconsider the position, said Dumbledore, now rising from the chair. Hogwarts would have been glad to see you back again. Our greatly increased security notwithstanding, you will always be welcome to visit, should you wish to. I cannot force you to reconsider, of course. Slughorn now turned around to look at the older man. He seemed agitated. He twiddled his fat thumbs and fidgeted as he watched Dumbledore fasten his traveling cloak. Then throwing up his arms in defeat he explored. Oh, all right, I'll do it. Dumbledore smiled. You will come out of retirement. Yes, said Slughorn impatiently. I must be mad, but yes. Wonderful, said Dumbledore, beaming. Then, Horace, I will see you on the 1st of September. Yes, I dare say you will, Slughorn grunted. As Dumbledore left and set off down the garden path, Slughorn's voice floated after them. I'll want a pay rise, Dumbledore. He chuckled. The garden gate swung shut behind him, and he set off back down the hill through the dark and the swirling mist. During the following days, Harry's Owl's result, Hogwarts letter and book lists arrived. He was pleasantly surprised at his OWL results, although he didn't get the required O in potions that he previo. USLY thought he needed to become an Auror. He guessed that he wouldn't be in Snape's NEWTS class, not that he felt remotely sorry about it. He smiled as he imagined Hermione, freaking out about her results. In all, he had got 9 owls. Ordinary wizarding level results, passed grades, outstanding O, exceeds expectations E, acceptable A, fail grades, poor P, dreadful D, troll T. Mr. Harry James Potter has achieved astronomy, A, care of magical creatures, E, charms, E, defense against the dark arts, O, divination, P, herbology, E, history of magic, P, potions, E, transfiguration, E, the Hog. Arts letter had included another surprise. He had been made a prefect and Quidditch captain. Harry wondered what Dumbledore was playing at. He was not sure how the headmaster could think that he was a great choice, especially since their last interaction. The day before the start of term, Harry and Azoth made the trip to Diagon Alley to purchase Harry's schoolbooks and new robes. All his old robes were sizes too small. Harry had put on a strong glamour, even though he thought it would be hard for anyone to recognize him as Harry Potter anymore, at least at first glance. Even though he was looking forward to seeing his classmates and friends again, he didn't feel like being on full display just yet. Harry and Azoth materialized in one of the smaller side alleys and then stepped out into Diagon Alley. However, the alley seemed to have changed since he had been there a month before. The window displays of spell books, potion ingredients, and cauldrons were now lost to view, hidden behind the large Ministry of Magic posters that had been pasted over them. Most of the somber purple posters carried blown-up versions of security advice from Ministry pamphlets, but others bore moving black and white photographs of Death Eaters known to be on the loose. Bellatrix Lestrange was sneering from the front of the nearest apothecary. A few windows of the shops were boarded up, including those of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. On the other hand, a number of shabby-looking stalls had sprung up along the street. The nearest one, which had been erected outside Flourish and Blots, under a striped, stained awning, had a cardboard sign pinned to its front. Amulets, effective against werewolves, dementors, and inferi. A seedy-looking little wizard was rattling armfuls of silver symbols on chains at passers-by. Harry scoffed. He swiftly walked past the man, in the direction of Madame Mannikin's robe shop. Getting his robes fitted did not take long, although he got suspicious looks fr. Madame making when he said he needed Hogwarts school robes. She seemed to think that he was not a student, but a teacher. That had greatly amused Azoth. After robes, Harry went to Flourish and Blot and bought all his new books and shrinking them down and putting them in his pocket. He didn't bother to buy ingredients at the apothecary, seeing that he was no longer studying potions. But he did buy a few new quills, ink, and he walked down the street, just wondering what he was going to eat for lunch. He stopped outside a new, brightly orange shop. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Fred and George. Joke shop. The left-hand window was dazzlingly full of an assortment of goods that revolved, popped, flashed, bounced, and shrieked. The right-hand window was covered with a gigantic poster, purple like those of the Ministry, but emblazoned with flashing yellow letters. Why are you worrying about WHO? You should be worrying about poo. The constipation sensation that's gripping the nation. Harry gaffered with laughter. The twin had really outdone themselves and they were brilliant. He made a mental note to make contact with the twins soon and to visit their shop in the near future. Just as he had stopped laughing, he spotted something in the corner of his eye, a glance of white blonde hair. Draco Malfoy was hurrying up the street alone, and as he passed Weasley's wizard wheezes, he glanced over his shoulder. Intrigued, Harry quickly stepped into the shadows and watched as the young Malfoy turned a corner, into another street. Harry traveled in the shadows, a neat little trick that Azoth had recently taught him. And followed. Malfoy had walked quickly, glanced around, then slid into Nocturn Alley. Nocturn Alley looked completely deserted. Malfoy went into the first ever store he visited in Nocturn Alley. Borgin and Burke's, which sold a wide variety of sinister objects. Harry observed outside from the shadows the blonde standing in the midst of the cases full of skulls and old bottles with his back to him, just visible beyond a very large black cabinet. Judging by the movements of Malfoy's hands, he was talking animatedly. The proprietor of the shop, Mr. Borgin, an oily-haired, stooping man, stood facing Malfoy. He was wearing a curious expression of mingled resentment and fear. Harry looked at Azoth, who nodded. Then he snapped his fingers and Harry cool. D hear what the two inside the shop were saying, as clearly as he was standing right beside Malfoy. You know how to fix it, Malfoy was saying. Possibly, said Borgin, in a tone that suggested he was unwilling to commit himself. I'll need to see it, though. Why don't you bring it into the shop? I can't, said Malfoy. It's got to stay put. I just need you to tell me how to do it. Harry saw Borgin lick his lips nervously. Well, without seeing it, I must say it will be a very difficult job, perhaps impossible. I couldn't guarantee anything. No, said Malfoy, and Harry knew, just by his tone, that Malfoy was sneering. Perhaps this will make you more confident. He moved toward Borgin and was blocked from view by the cabinet. Tell anyone, said Malfoy, and there will be retribution. You know Fenrir Greyback. He's a family friend. He'll be dropping in from time to make sure you're giving the problem your full attention. There will be no need for. I'll decide that, said Malfoy. Well, I'd better be off. And don't forget to keep that one safe, I'll need it. Perhaps you'd like to take it now. No, of course, I wouldn't, you stupid little man, how would I look carrying that down the street? Just don't sell it. Of course not, sir. Borgin made a bow as deep as the one Harry had once seen him give Lucius Malfoy. Not a word to anyone, Borgin, and that includes my mother, understand? Naturally, murmured Borgin, bowing again. The next moment, the bell over the door tinkled loudly as Malfoy walked out of the shop. He stopped just a little further down the dingy alley, and Harry could now see his face clearly for the first time. The mask that he so carefully wore seemed to have slipped, just for a moment. His face was very pale and full of worry. He looked tired with big black bags underneath the eyes looked thin and ill. He steadied himself, leaning against a wall, and took a couple of deep, staggering breaths. Then he straightens himself and Harry could see him put on the same confident face he usually wore, sneer and all, and walked away. Well, Draco, thought Harry. What are you up to? Harry stood with his hands in the pocket of his jeans on the bustling platform of 9 3/4 and looked around. The platform was full of students and parents, some hugging and crying, some hanging out of the window of the Scarlet steam engine talking, saying their last goodbyes. It was loud, with cats mewing in their cages and owls hooting mingling with the babble and laughter of the people on the platform. Harry sighed and walked to the back of the train, levitating his trunk behind him, and blatantly ignored all the stares and whispers. The leather of the jacket he was wearing was creaking as he moved. It had been Sirius's jacket, and he had found it in the wardrobe in an old room at Grimmauld Place. He thought it fitted him really well and enhanced his now broad shoulders. His hair was tied up into a messy bun, leaving his lightning bolt scar out in the open. He had put up glamour to hide his pointed teeth and new horns, but had a choice not to put glamour over the scar on his face, so used to see it now on his cheek, he didn't mind it at all and didn't really care if anyone saw it. He passed some first-years Hufflepuffs, who looked up at him with anxious glances. Harry had always seen himself as just one of the other students amongst the crowd before. as he had always been on the shorter and smaller side and hadn't really stood out from any other student, but now he felt like he was towering over everyone else, a head taller than maybe some of the older students. Had first years always been this tiny? He boarded the train and found a compartment, the last one of the train, levitating his trunk up in place, sat down, grabbed his book, and starting to read. He was supposed to go to the prefect's carriage, but as he had no interest in being a prefect and was planning to turn over his badge as soon as they arrived at Hogwarts, he didn't really care to do prefect's duty and having to go around the train to meet with all the other students. It had been bad enough trying to convince Azoth that he didn't need him to accompany him on the train and to instead meet him in the castle. Harry had grown quite tired of being followed everywhere by the sarcastic demon, like some troublesome shadow, and liked the thought of some hours by himself. He didn't really want to be disturbed by anyone really, but didn't bother to put any wards on the compartment, as he thought that would just be too suspicious for a 6th year. The first part of the train ride was completely uneventful and Harry was left mostly alone. Only the door was opened only once by a girl with wavy blonde hair, but at the sight of Harry she looked terrified. Quickly mumbled sorry and closed it again. Then, halfway in, he heard familiar voices outside the compartment. "He must be here somewhere on the train, Ron," said a female voice to he recognized as his friend Hermione's. "Yeah, I know, but we looked everywhere and this is the last one," said a male voice he recognizes as Ron's, who was glancing in through the window of the compartment door. "And he is not in this one either, just some other bloke." Harry sniggered but didn't look up from his book, comfortably leaning back in his seat and one leg propped up on the other. Door slid open and there stood his two best friends, a girl with bushy brown hair and the other, a boy that was long and gangly, with red hair and a lot of freckles. "Excuse me?" Hermione asked. Harry's face broke out in a grin and looked up from his book. "Hello, Hermione." Hermione did a small double take, stared confused, blinked, then took a sharp breath and said, "Harry." "Hello. Nice to see you again. How has your summer been?" "Harry," Hermione shouted and rushed forward to hug him tightly. "Where have you been? Are you okay? What happened to you this summer? You look so different. Where were you all this time? Why having from you? We heard only the strangest rumors." She said this very quickly and all in one breath. Suddenly Ron seemed to finally catch on and said, "Blimey mate, is that really you?" "Who else would it be?" Harry said, grinning. "Harry," Hermione said, looking at him with a scowl on her face that looked reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley. "What happened to your face?" They both sat down opposite him. "Oh, this," Harry pointed at the scar on his face, "got into a fight." "Bloody hell, Harry," Ron exclaimed. "Why would you get into a fight? You could have been really hurt," whined Hermione. Harry just shrugged. "So mate, where have you been all this time?" Ron asked, looking expectant. "I couldn't stay at Privet Drive anymore, so I left," Harry said simply. "Yeah, we know that mate. But where did you go?" "Oh, here and there." "Harry," said Hermione seriously. "You shouldn't just have left without telling anyone, at least the order." "What of your protection?" "Don't need it," said Harry. "Haven't you read the papers? It was all a sham that Dumbledore put to keep me from my true inheritance." "I don't believe that," said Hermione, shaking her head. "Dumbledore would never do that. He cares about you." Harry snorted. He knew exactly how much the old geezer cared about him. "He doesn't care crap about me, Hermione. If he did, he would have told me about a thing or two. Like the content of my parents' will," he said coldly. "So the rumors, are they really true?" Ron asked. "About you being Lord of House Black. Dad came home after an order meeting, saying that you had been emancipated or something and that you are now a lord." "Yes, it is true." "Blimey," said Ron and ran a hand through his red hair. "But Harry, how could you do that without telling anyone, without telling us?" "We are your friends," said Hermione. "It was a decision I had to make on my own, Hermione. I found out a lot this summer, a lot of it was very personal." Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but before she could, the door of the compartment slid open and 3 people stepped inside: Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas. "Hey guys," said Dean and waving his hand in greeting. "How was your summer?" "Fine," said Ron shortly and looking a bit annoyed that they were interrupted. Did you read the prophet? Asked Seamus, sitting down beside Ron. You think it is all true that they say? You know, about Dumbledore. Harry laughed. Of course, the content mostly about how Dumbledore was a manipulating old man or him being missing, dead or just plain insane, was the topic of the year. What? Seamus began but then stopped abruptly as he realized who had been laughing. His mouth fell open. Blimey, Harry, said Dean. Is that really you? Yeah, said Seamus. What have you been eating and where can I get some? You are huge. Harry laughed again. I guess that I had a little bit of a growth spurt this summer, shrugging his shoulders again. A little, doesn't look like so little to me, said Dean beaming. And some training, Harry added. Neville, who had sat quite so far observing the conversation, asked, training? What kind of training? Running, lifting weights, dueling. You know, the usual kind of training. From who? You have been gone for months and we haven't even heard from you once. Said Hermione sounding frustrated. Privet, Harry said simply. Why won't you tell us what you have been up to, mate? Asked Ron. Look, I can't, okay. I already told you, it's all very personal and I won't discuss it with you. Before anyone could ask anything else, the compartment door slid open again and a breathless third-year girl stepped inside. I'm supposed to deliver these to Neville Longbottom and Harry P. Potter, she faltered. As her eyes met Harry's and she turned scarlet. She was holding out 2 scrolls of parchment tied with violet ribbon. Perplexed, Harry and Neville took the scroll addressed to each of them and the girl stumbled back out of the compartment. What is it? Ron demanded as Harry unrolled his. An invitation, said Harry. Harry, I would be delighted if you would join me for a bite of lunch in compartment C. Sincerely, Professor H. E. F. Slughorn. Who's Professor Slughorn? Asked Neville, looked perplexedly at his own invitation. New teacher, probably, said Harry. Well, shall we? But what does he want me for? Asked Neville nervously, as though he was expecting detention. Really, Neville? Said Harry amused. He must have heard of you coming along to the ministry. Why shouldn't he invite you? Neville's cheeks turned red. The corridors were packed with people on the lookout for the lunch trolley, and Harry missed his invisibility cloak, just to avoid all the annoying staring, which seemed to have increased in intensity even since he had last walked down the train. Every now and then, students would hurtle out of their compartments to get a better look at him. The exception was Cho Chang, who darted into her compartment when she saw Harry coming. As Harry passed the window, he saw her deep in determined conversation with her friend Marietta, who was wearing a very thick layer of makeup that did not entirely obscure the odd formation of pimples still etched across her face. Smirking slightly, Harry pushed on. When they reached compartment C, they saw at once that they were not Slughorn's only invitees. Although judging by the enthusiasm of Slughorn's welcome, Harry was the most warmly anticipated. Harry, my boy, said Slughorn, jumping up at the sight of him, so that his great velvet-covered belly seemed to fill all the remaining space in the compartment. His shiny bald head and great silvery mustache gleamed as brightly in the sunlight as the golden buttons on his waistcoat. So nice to finally meet you. And you must be Mr. Longbottom. Neville nodded, looking unsure of himself. At a gesture from Slughorn, they sat down, opposite each other in the only 2 empty seats, which were nearest the door. Harry looked around at their fellow guests. He recognized a Slytherin from their year, a tall black boy with high cheekbones and long, slanting eyes. Here were also 2 7th-year boys Harry did not know and, squashed in the corner beside Slughorn and looking as though she was not entirely sure how she had got there, Ginny. Now, do you know everyone? Slughorn asked Harry and Neville. Blaise Zabini is in your year, of course. Zabini did not make any sign of recognition or greeting, nor did Harry or Neville. Gryffindor and Slytherin students loathed each other on principle. This is Cormac McLaggen, perhaps you've come across each other. No. McLaggen, a large, wiry-haired youth, raised a hand, and Harry and Neville nodded back at him. And this is Marcus Belby. I don't know whether. Belby, who was thin and nervous-looking, gave a strained smile. And this charming young lady tells me she knows you, Slughorn finished. Ginny Grimm aced at Harry and Neville from behind Slughorn's back. Well now, this is most pleasant, said Slughorn cozily. A chance to get to know you all a little better. Here, take a napkin. I've packed my own lunch. The trolley, as I remember it, is heavy on licorice wands, and a poor old man's digestive system isn't quite up to such things. Pheasant, Belby. Belby started and accepted what looked like half a cold pheasant. I was just telling young Marcus here that I had the pleasure of teaching his uncle Damocles, Slughorn told Harry and Neville, now passing around a basket of rolls. Outstanding wizard, outstanding, and his order of Merlin most well deserved. Do you see much of your uncle, Marcus? Unfortunately, Belby had just taken a large mouthful of pheasant. In his haste to answer Slughorn he swallowed too fast, turned purple, and began to choke. Anapneo, said Slughorn calmly, pointing his wand at Belby, whose airway seemed to clear at once. Not much of him, no, gastreaming. Well, of course, I dare say he's busy, said Slughorn, looking questioningly at Belby. I doubt he invented the wolfsbane potion without considerable hard work. I suppose, said Belby, who seemed afraid to take another bite of pheasant until he was sure that Slughorn had finished with him. He and my dad don't get on very well, you see, so I don't really know much about. Quote. His voice trailed away as Slughorn gave him a cold smile and turned to McLaggen instead. Now, you, Cormac, said Slughorn, I happen to know you see a lot of your uncle Tiberius because he has a rather splendid picture of the two of you hunting nogtails in, I think, Norfolk. Oh, yeah, that was fun, that was, said McLaggen. We went with Bertie Higgs and Rufus Scrimgeour. This was before he became minister, obviously. Ah, you know Bertie and Rufus too, beamed Slughorn, now offering around a small tray of pies. Somehow, Belby was missed out. Now tell me, quote, Harry felt like he had been invited to an exclusive country club. Everyone here seemed to have been invited because they were connected to somebody well known for their accomplishments or influential, in some way. Zabini, who was interrogated after McLaggen, turned out to have a famously beautiful witch for a mother. From what Harry could make out, she had been married 7 times, each of her husbands dying mysteriously and leaving her mounds of gold. It was Neville's turn next. This was a very uncomfortable 10 minutes, for Neville's parents, well-known Aurors, had been tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and a couple of Death Eater cronies. At the end of Neville's interview, Harry had the impression that Slughorn was reserving judgment on Neville, yet to see whether he had any of his parents' flair. And now, said Slughorn, shifting massively in his seat with the air of a compere introducing his star act. Harry Potter, where to begin? I feel I barely scratched the surface when we met over the summer. He contemplated Harry for a moment as though he was a particularly large and succulent piece of pheasant, then said, The Chosen One, they're calling you now. Harry said nothing but staring to dislike his new professor. Belby, McLaggen, and Zabini were all staring at him. Of course, said Slughorn, watching Harry closely, there have been rumors for years. I remember when, well, after that terrible night, Lily, James. And you survived, and the word was that you must have powers beyond the ordinary. Zabini gave a tiny little cough that was clearly supposed to indicate amused skepticism. An angry voice burst out from behind Slughorn. Yeah, Zabini, because you're so talented at posing. Harry snorted and had to quickly cover his mouth with his hand to hide that he was laughing. Oh dear, chuckled Slughorn comfortably, looking around at Ginny, who was glaring at Zabini around Slughorn's great belly. You want to be careful, Blaze. I saw this young lady perform the most marvelous bat bogey hex as I was passing her carriage. I wouldn't cross her. Zabini merely looked contemptuous. Anyway, said Slughorn, turning back to Harry. Such rumors this summer. Lord and emancipated minor. Of course, one doesn't know what to believe. The prophet has been known to print inaccuracies, make mistakes. But that disturbance at the ministry, and you were there in the thick of it all. Harry just nodded but still said nothing. Slughorn beamed at him. So modest, so modest. No wonder Dumbledore is so fond. You were there, then. But the rest of the stories, so sensational, of course. One doesn't know quite what to believe it, this fabled prophecy, for instance. We never heard a prophecy, said Neville, turning geranium pink as he said it. That's right, said Ginny staunchly. Neville and I were both there too, And all this, chosen one, rubbish is just the prophet making things up as usual. You were both there too, were you? Said Slughorn with great interest, looking from Ginny to Neville. But both of them sat clam-like before his encouraging smile. Yes, well, it is true that the prophet often exaggerates, of course. Slughorn said, sounding a little disappointed. I remember dear Gwenog telling me, Gwenog Jones, I mean, of course, captain of the Holyhead Harpies. He meandered off into a long-winded reminiscence, but Harry had the distinct impression that Slughorn had not finished with him and that he had not been convinced by Neville and Ginny. The afternoon wore on with more anecdotes about famous witches and wizards Slughorn had taught, all of whom had been delighted to join what he called the Slug Club at Hogwarts. Harry quickly got bored and wanted to leave, but every time he tried, Slughorn roped him into the conversation again. Finally, the train emerged from yet another long misty stretch into a red sunset, and Slughorn looked around, blinking in the twilight. Good gracious, it's getting dark already. I didn't notice that they'd lit the lamps. You'd better go and change into your robes, all of you. McLaggen, you must drop by and borrow that book on Nogtails. Harry, please stay behind for a few minutes. The rest of you, off you go, off you go. As he pushed past Harry into the darkening corridor, Zabini shot him a filthy look that Harry returned with a raised eyebrow. Ginny and Neville followed Zabini out of the compartment. When everyone had left, Slughorn turned to Harry beaming and sporting a big smile. Harry, he said, putting a fat arm around Harry's shoulders, I just wanted a private word. He art about you disagreeing with Dumbledore, but the man does have your best interest at heart. I just wanted you to know that if you ever need advice or guidance, I am happy to help, Slughorn said smiling. Thank you, sir, said Harry calmly. I will keep that in mind. Good, good. Remember, you can come to me for anything, my dear boy, said Slughorn patting him on the arm. Now, off you go to change for school. Harry only nodded, turned, and walked out of the compartment. Walking down the corridor, he reflected about the last couple of hours and his short conversation with Slughorn. He wasn't sure if he liked the man, being very pompous and too concerned about Her's social status. Also, the conversation indicating that he really wanted to get within Harry's good graces, offering his advice to a student he never met before and clearly being concerned with his relationship with Dumbledore. There was clearly also a bigger motive behind the concerned teacher act, there usually always was when it came to him and his fame. He continued down the corridor but stopped outside one when he heard some familiar voices. He stopped right out of sight of the compartment window and listened. He invited Longbottom, asked the familiar drawl of Draco Malfoy. Well, I assumed so, as Longbottom was there, said Zabinus's voice indifferently. What's Longbottom got to interest Slughorn? Said Malfoy. Harry didn't hear an answer but could imagine Zabini shrugging. Potter, precious Potter, obviously he wanted a look at the chosen one, sneered Malfoy. Well, I pity Slughorn's taste. Maybe he's going a bit senile. Shame. My father always said he was a good wizard in his day. My father used to be a bit of a favorite of his. Slughorn probably hasn't heard I'm on the train, or I wouldn't bank on an invitation, said Zabini. He asked me about Nott's father when I first arrived. They used to be old friends, apparently, but when he heard he'd been caught at the ministry he didn't look happy. And Nott didn't get an invitation, did he? I don't think. Slughorn's interested in Death Eaters. Quote, Malfoy forced out a singularly humorless laugh. Well, who cares what he's interested in? What is he, when you come down to it? Just some stupid teacher. Malfoy said angrily. I mean, I might not even be at Hogwarts next year. What's it matter to me if some fat old has-been likes me or not? Harry raised an eyebrow at this. Intrigued. What do you mean, you might not be at Hogwarts next year? Said Pansy indignantly. Said Malfoy. I might have, moved on to bigger and better things. Quote, Harry could almost hear Malfoy smirking, but could also something else hidden in his tone of voice. The same kind of uncertainty that he had heard in Borgin and Burke's was concealed in his words. Do you mean, said Parkinson, Mother wants me to complete my education, but personally, I don't see it as that important these days, Malfoy was saying with false confidence. I mean, think about it, when the Dark Lord takes over, is he going to care how many O, W, L, S or N, E, W, T S anyone's got? Of course, he isn't. It'll be all about the kind of service he received, the level of devotion he was shown. And you think you'll be able to do something for him? Asked Zabini scathingly. 16 years old and not even fully qualified yet. I've just said, haven't I? Maybe he doesn't care if I'm qualified. Maybe the job he wants me to do isn't something that you need to be qualified for, said Malfoy quietly. There was an awkward silence and then Malfoy said, I can see Hogwarts. We'd better get our robes on. Harry heard people moving and trunks being opened and quickly moved down the corridor towards his own compartment. With a final lurch, the train came to a complete halt. Harry just reached the compartment when Ron and Hermione were on the way out. Harry, where were you? Hermione said, looking relieved. Got holed up by Slughorn. They walked off the train into the carriages, drawn by the skeletal thestrals. Harry liked the bewinged horses since he had got used to them last year, being able to see them. Ron and Hermione, however, hadn't been. Bloody hell, said Ron when he saw the thestrals. Come on, let's find a carriage, said Harry. They walked up to one, seeing Neville climbing in and sitting beside Luna Lovegood. Hello, Harry, said Luna. Luna, hi, how are you? Very well, thank you, said Luna. She was clutching a magazine to her chest. Large letters on the front announced that there was a pair of free Spectraspecs inside. The Quibbler is still going strong, then, asked Harry, who felt a certain fondness for the magazine, having given it an exclusive interview the previous year. Oh yes, circulation's well up, said Luna happily. Harry climbed in the carriage, with Hermione and Ron following. Harry, you are not in uniform, Luna then said, eyeing Harry's leather jacket, as the carriage lurched forward and started moving. Nice jacket. Yeah, didn't have time to change, and thanks. You're welcome, said Luna warmly. Harry, started Hermione, but got interrupted by Luna. Are we still doing D.A. meetings this year, Harry? She asked, detaching a pair of psychedelic spectacles from the middle of the Quibbler. No point now we've got rid of Umbridge, is there? Said Harry. Neville looked a little bit crestfallen. Oh, he said, I like the D.A., and I learned loads with you. I enjoyed the meetings too, said Luna serenely. It was like having friends. Harry laughed. That was such a typical Luna thing to say. Ron and Hermione looked a little bit uncomfortable. That made Harry laugh even more. It also looked like his friends weren't done with their earlier conversation on what he'd been up to this summer, but stayed quiet for now. They changed the subject to O.W.L. results, while Neville recited his grades and wondered aloud whether he would be allowed to take a transfiguration N.E.W.T. with only an acceptable. Harry watched him without really listening and thinking about the conversation he overheard by the Slytherins. Malfoy had been talking about some jobs set out for him, but what? And was he really not coming back next year? Did that mean that he was becoming a Death Eater and working for Voldemort? And what was he after when Harry saw him in Borgin and Burke's? Harry stared out of the window, watching the road slowly creep on. Harry, are you listening to me? Said Hermione, bringing Harry out of his own thoughts. Harry turned his gaze back to the others. Sorry, Raxpert got you? Asked Luna sympathetically, peering at Harry through her enormous colored spectacles. What, a Raxpert? They're invisible. They float in through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy, she said. I thought I felt one zooming around in here. Quote, she flapped her hands at thin air, as though beating off large invisible moths. Harry and Neville caught each other's eyes and started laughing. Soon they could see the towers and windows of Hogwarts up ahead. Walking up the stone steps of the Hogwarts castle and into the great entrance hall, felt like coming home to Harry. Oh, how he missed this place. Even with Dumbledore and his constant meddling hanging over his head, this still felt like his one, true home. He took a deep breath, taking in the familiar air and with a big smile, started walking towards the great hall. Potter, he heard a sneer behind him. He inwardly let out a curse. Oh, boy, he thought, here we go again. He turned around to see Professor Snape walking up to him, looking more like the great, menacing dungeon bat as ever, cloak billowing and greasy hair around his pale face. "Why are you not in uniform, Mr. Potter?" Snape said with disdain in his voice. "The savior is apparently too important to follow simple school rules now." 50 points from Gryffindor. Harry heard Ron moaning behind him at the lost points, but he just smiled. He would not let Snape get to him this year. "Sorry, Professor," he said calmly. "I forgot and I did not have time to change on the train." He snapped his fingers and his muggle clothes and leather jacket instantly transfigured into the school uniform. He could have laughed himself silly at the look of complete shock at Snape's face. He could of course have done the same transfiguration, both on the train and in the carriage on the way to Hogwarts. But just to see the look of complete disbelief on Snape's face was definitely worth it. He was just sorry that Professor McGonagall was not there to see the excellent example of wandless transfiguration. He also silently thanked Azoth for drilling him in the subject. Actually, if not for Snape, he might even have kept his precious outfit, leather jacket and all. Smirking, he left the gaping potions master in the hall and walked into the Great Hall. Whispers followed him as he calmly walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Ron and Hermione quickly followed. Wet and almost before she had sat down, Hermione pounded on him. "Harry, what was that?" she hissed. Harry just waved his hand as to say, "Later," and then shrugged. Hermione just frowned, but stayed quiet as Dumbledore got to his feet at the staff table. The talk and laughter echoing around the hall died away almost instantly. "The very best of evenings to you," he said, smiling broadly, his arms opened wide as though to embrace the whole room. "What happened to his hand?" gasped Hermione. She was not the only one who had noticed. Harry now saw what Azoth had been talking about before. Dumbledore's right hand was as blackened and dead-looking. Whispers in the room. Dumbledore, interpreting them correctly, merely smiled and shook his purple and gold sleeve over his injury. "Nothing to worry about," he said airily. "Now, to our new students, welcome, to our old students, welcome back. Another year full of magical education awaits you." "It looks as if it's died," said Hermione, with a nauseated expression. "Must be a cure of some kind. Old curses, and there are poisons without antidotes," she mumbled. "And Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to say that there is a blanket ban on any joke items bought at the shop called Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes. Those wishing to play for their house Quidditch teams should give their names to their heads of house as usual. We are also looking for new Quidditch commentators, who should do likewise. We are pleased to welcome a new member of staff this year, Professor Slughorn." Slughorn stood up, his bald head gleaming in the candlelight, hilly casting the table into shadow. "As a former colleague of mine who has agreed to resume his old post of potions master." Potions, potions. The word echoed all over the hall as people wondered will they had heard right. "Potions," said Ron and Hermione together. "Professor Snape, meanwhile," said Dumbledore, raising voice so that it carried over all the muttering, "will be taking the positive on of defense against the dark arts teacher." "Oh, fuck," said Harry, a little bit too loudly that many heads turned in his direction. Snape, who was sitting on Dumbledore's right, did not stand up his mention of his name. He merely raised a hand in lazy acknowledgement of the applause from the Slytherin table, yet Harry was sure he could detect a look of small triumph on the features he loathed so much. "Well, there's one good thing," Ron said savagely. "Snape will be gone by the end of the year. The job's jinxed. No one lasted more than a year. Quirrell actually died doing it. Personally, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for another accident," he said with his hands doing incavitation marks. "Ron," said Hermione, shocked and reproachful. Harry just smirked. "He might just go back to teaching potions at the end of the year," said Hermione reasonably. "That Slughorn bloke might not want to stay long-term." Moody didn't. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were not the only ones who had been talking. The whole hall had erupted in a buzz of conversation at the news that Snape had finally achieved his heart's desire. Seemingly oblivious to the sensational nature of the news he had just imparted, Dumbledore said nothing more about staff appointments, but waited a few seconds to ensure that the silence was absolute before continuing. "Now, as everybody in this hall knows, Lord Voldemort and his followers are once more at large and gaining in strength. The silence seemed to tauten and strain as Dumbledore spoke. Harry glanced at Malfoy. Malfoy was not looking at Dumbledore. Instead seemed to keeping his eyes firmly on the woof of the table. Harry notices that he was sitting a little bit away from his usual gang. I cannot emphasize strongly enough how dangerous the present situation is, and how much care each of us at Hogwarts must take to ensure that we remain safe. The castle's magical fortifications have been strengthened over the summer. We are protected in new and more powerful ways, but we must still guard scrupulously against carelessness on the part of any student or member of staff. I urge you, therefore, to abide by any security restrictions that you teachers might impose upon you, however irksome you might find them, in particular, the rule that you are not to be out of after hours. I implore you, should you notice anything strange or suspicious within or outside the castle, to report it to a member of staff immediately. I trust you to conduct yourselves, always, with the utmost regard for your own and others' safety. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept over the students before he smiled once more. But now, your beds await, as warm and comfortable as you could possibly wish, and I know that your top priority is to be well rested for your lessons tomorrow. Let us therefore say good night. Pip pip. With the usual deafening scraping noise, the benches moved back and the hundreds of students began to file out of the great hall toward their dormitories. Harry, who was in no hurry at all to leave with the gawping crowd, lagged behind, allowing most of Gryffindors to draw ahead of him. Hermione had darted ahead to fulfill Prefect's duty of shepherding the first years, but Ron remained with Harry. What really happened this summer, mate? He asked as they started to make their way up the stairs towards Gryffindor Tower. I already told you, Ron. I can't really give you all the details. But, Ron started. No, Ron, look, like I said, I will tell you later, just not now, okay? Ron seemed to know that he wouldn't get anything else from his best mate and thankfully shut up. They climbed through the portrait and into the common room. There, Harry was almost instantly bombarded with questions from his housemates. Especially Colin Creevey, who was brandishing his new camera, trying to take his picture. Where did you get that scar, Harry? She squeaked as Harry headed up for his dormitory, saying he was going to bed. Really, he was not really tired. Just sick of all the questions and lack of personal space. Finally being able to shake Colin of him, he went up to his bed, pulling the curtains around him. He sighed as he laid down. This was going to be a long year. Harry woke up early the next morning. Being so used to going up before the crack of dawn for his off-schooling training program, he couldn't see a reason to stay in bed any longer. He was actually surprised that the annoying demon had not shown his face yet, or at least standing over him as he woke up. Quickly getting dressed and taking a couple of books out of his bag, he headed down for the Great Hall and breakfast. The hall was almost empty, except for a couple of older Ravenclaw students and surprisingly Draco Malfoy. He looked terrible and like he didn't have any sleep at all. Big dark circle was under his eyes and he sat slumped at the table, looking really miserable. Harry sat down at the table, opened his book and started to read. Some time later, more students started to fill up the hall and with them Ron and Hermione. Good morning, Harry said happily, sipping his black coffee that had magically appeared a bit earlier, along with the rest of the breakfast drinks. Morning, Ron said, a little sleepily. Why didn't you wait for us, mate? He asked as he sat down. Harry shrugged. I wanted some peace and quiet before the lessons today so I could read my book, he said, showing them the book in his hat. Hermione, who was just pouring herself a cup of tea, glanced over at the cover of the book. She stopped abruptly and put the teapot down with a clatter. Harry, she said, that book is in German. Yeah, I know. So, you speak German? Ron asked, looking dumbfounded. How else would I be able to read this book? Hermione started to pick up each book in Harry's pile and read each title. Harry, Harry said, not looking up from reading. How can you read all these? They are all in different languages. French, German, Latin, Spanish, Italian, Russian, Gaelic, Swedish. There is no way you speak Swedish, mate, Ron exclaimed. Ingenting are omogelikt, min care van, Harry said, grinning. His demon side was purring with delight. What the hell was that? Said Ron, mouth opened. But how? Hermione asked, ignoring Ron's question. "Where did you learn all this?" Harry closed the heavy book with a loud thump and said simply, "I did have a lot of time on my hands this summer." They were interrupted by the post, as usual delivered by owls swooping down and dropping letters and packaged in their owners' laps. Harry looked up, but could not see any white among the tawny and brown, but he didn't really expect any letters yet anyway. Harry noticed that Malfoy, who was usually getting packages very often from home, also did not get anything this morning. Going back to finishing his coffee and some bacon and eggs, he didn't notice the big speck of black flying into the hall. Then there was a loud caw and he looked up again. A huge raven was circulating above, much bigger than any raven he had ever seen. It finally swooped down and sat itself on Harry's shoulder, ruffling its feathers. It let out another shrill caw. In his head though, Harry heard a voice that he knew all too well. "Good morning, little demon," it said, sounding very amused. "Azoth," Harry mumbled. Harry," said Ron, looking nervous. "What is that? This annoying creature is Azoth. You just had to make an entrance, didn't you?" said Harry, stroking the bird's silky black feathers. Azoth nipped at his ear playfully. "Ow, you jerk. Stop that." Then turning to Ron again. "He is a friend. You didn't tell me you could take another form," he asked in his head, now also highly amused. "Well, you never asked if I could, kid," Azoth answered, and Harry could just see him smirking. "Hey Harry," he heard Seamus call from further down the table. "Cool bird. Thanks. I am not sure if that is allowed, Harry," said Hermione, inditing the raven, still on his shoulder. "Well, he is not really mine, Hermione. I don't own him like an owl, he is his own." Azoth let out a low caw at this, as to say, "That is right." The raven flapped his wings and then started to fly off. "See you later, kid." "Yeah, later, Azoth." After they had eaten, they remained in their places, awaiting Professor McGonagall's descent from the staff table. The distribution of class schedules was more complicated than usual this year, for Professor McGonagall needed first to confirm that everybody had achieved the necessary OWL grades to continue with their chosen NEWTs. Hermione was immediately cleared to continue with charms, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, herbology, arithmancy, ancient runes, and potions, and shot off to a first period ancient runes class without further ado. Neville took a little longer to sort out. His round face was anxious as Professor McGonagall looked down his application and then consulted his OWL results. "Herbology, fine," she said. "Professor Sprout will be delighted to see you back with an outstanding OWL. And you qualify for defense against the dark arts with exceeds expectations. But the problem is transfiguration. I'm sorry, Longbottom, but an acceptable really isn't good enough to continue to NEWT level. Just don't think you'd be able to cope with the coursework." Neville hung his head. Professor McGonagall peered at him through her square spectacles. "Why do you want to continue with transfiguration, anyway? I've never had the impression that you particularly enjoyed it." Neville looked miserable and muttered something about, "My grandmother wants." "HMPH, snorted Professor McGonagall. "It's high time your grandmother learned to be proud of the grandson she's got, rather than the one she thinks she ought to have, particularly after what happened at the ministry." Neville turned very pink and blinked confusedly. Professor McGonagall had never paid him a compliment before. Harry felt like it was well deserved. "I'm sorry, Longbottom, but I cannot let you into my NEWT class. I see that you have an exceeds expectation in charm, however, why not try for a NEWT in charms?" "My grandmother thinks charms is a soft option," mumbled Neville. "Take charms," said Professor McGonagall, "and I shall drop Augusta A. Lynn." Reminding her that just because she failed her charms OWL, the subject is not necessarily worthless. Smiling slightly at the look of delighted incredulity on Neville's face, Professor McGonagall tapped a blank schedule with the tip of her wand and handed it, now carrying details of his new classes, to Neville. Professor McGonagall turned next to Parvati Patil, whose first question was whether Firenze, the handsome centaur, was still teaching divination. "He and Professor Trelawney are dividing classes between them this year," said Professor McGonagall, a hint of disapproval in her voice. It was common knowledge that she despised the subject of divination. The 6th year is being taken by Professor Trelawney. Parvati set off for divination 5 minutes later looking slightly crestfallen. Harry snorted at her antics. So, Potter, said Professor McGonagall, consulting her notes as she turned to Harry. Charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, transfiguration, all fine. I must say, I was pleased with your transfiguration mark, Potter, very pleased indeed. Now, why haven't you applied to continue with potions? I thought it was your ambition to become an Auror. It was, but you told me I had to get an outstanding in my OWL, Professor. And so you did when Professor Snape was teaching the subject. Professor Slughorn, however, is perfectly happy to accept NEWT. Students with exceeds expectations at OWL. Do you wish to proceed with potions? Yes, said Harry, but I need to get the books and ingredients then. I'm sure Professor Slughorn will be able to lend you some, said Professor McGonagall. Very well, Potter, here is your schedule. Oh, by the way, 20 hopefuls have already put down their names for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I shall pass the list to you in due course and you can fix up trials at your leisure. Oh, I was going to tell you, Professor, I am handing over my badges. I have no interest in being a prefect or Quidditch captain this year. Professor McGonagall looked at him with a surprised but stern look. Whatever do you mean, Potter? Being a prefect and captain is privilege. Yes, but it also takes time, said Harry matter-of-factually. And I want to focus on my studies this year. Well, I am happy that you are taking your studies so seriously. If you are quite sure. Harry put his hand into his pocket and pulled up the 2 badges and handed them over to McGonagall. I will discuss this with the headmaster, she said. Harry just nodded. McGonagall then turned to Ron and started fixing his timetable. Harry ignored the look of outrage he got from Hermione and some of his other classmates. A few minutes later, Ron was cleared to do the same subjects as Harry, and the 3 of them left the table together. When they were out of earshot from McGonagall, Ron rounded on Harry. What the hell, mate? You got prefect and captain but you are just handing them over to someone else, he almost shouted. Ron, I have no interest in either, Harry said, sighing. He knew this was going to be a problem. But, Quidditch, what about the team? Ron said, outraged. I just don't have the time, Ron, said Harry and walked away, waving his hand lazily in goodbye. He really needed a cigarette. Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Is it just me or do you feel like this is not the same Harry we met before the summer? Ron asked after several minutes of shocked and tensed silence. Yes, Hermione agreed. There is something he is definitely not telling us. After a couple days of constant nagging and questions from Ron and Hermione, Harry finally sat them down in some of the squishy armchairs by the fire in the common room and told them about his summer. Or well, he told them a very loose version of it. He left out the part of him being a demon, his new powers are Azoth, of course. He told them the story that he had realized, after Sirius' death, that he just couldn't be under Dumbledore's thumb anymore and that he had started to improve himself as much as possible by working out and practicing wandless magic, which is undetectable by the Ministry of Magic. When they asked him more of the specifics in his story, he just shrugged his shoulders and answered, I already told you everything. I bought some books, did a lot of reading, practiced and started working out. I don't want to be under anyone's control any longer. Somehow he suspected that his answers did not please his friends' curiosity, or that they didn't believe him. He felt them watching him more closely after their little conversation. And they weren't the only one. Since his little show in the Great Hall in front of Snape, the man seemed to take it personally to watch him at every turn. He would stare suspiciously at Harry at every meal, brow furrowed and gritting his teeth. Harry was sure that the greasy git was trying to use legitimacy on him, but his shield were now so good that he didn't even feel him trying to poke in his mind. He thought it was both hilarious and a bit pathetic. The first lesson of defense of the dark arts did not help to make Snape less suspicious, although it greatly amused Harry. Snape had opened the door to the classroom and stepped his sallow face framed as ever by 2 curtains of his greasy black hair. Silence fell over the students immediately. Inside, he said, Har. Rai looked around interested as they entered. Snape had really imposed his personality upon the room already. It was gloomier than usual, as curtains had been drawn over the windows, and was lit by candlelight. New pictures adorned the walls, many of them showing people who appeared to be in pain, sporting grisly injuries or strangely contorted body parts. Nobody spoke as they settled down, looking around at the shadowy, gruesome pictures. "I have not asked you to take out your books," said Snape, closing the door and moving to face the class from behind his desk. Hermione hastily dropped her copy of Confronting the Faceless back into her bag and stowed it under her chair. "I wish to speak to you, and I want your fullest attention." His black eyes roved over their upturned faces, lingering for a fraction of a second longer on Harry's than anyone else's. "You have had 5 teachers in this subject so far, I believe." Harry scoffed. "You believe? Like you haven't watched them all come and go. Hoping you'd be next to get the position you get," thought Harry scathingly. "Naturally, these teachers will all have had their own methods and priorities. Given this confusion, I am surprised so many of you scraped an OWL in this subject. I shall be even more surprised if all of you manage to keep up with the NEWT work, which will be more advanced." Snape set off around the edge of the room, speaking now in a lower voice. The class craned their necks to keep him in view. "The dark arts," said Snape, "are many, varied, ever-changing, and eternal. Fighting them is like fighting a many-headed monster, which, each time a neck is severed, sprouts a head even fiercer and cleverer than before. You are fighting that which is unfixed, mutating, indestructible." Harry wanted to laugh out loud at the man. Snape was talking about the subject with a loving caress in his voice, like someone would be talking to a lover. No wonder he went to suck up to that fake Dark Lord of his, he thought. "Your defenses," said Snape, a little louder, "must therefore be as flexible and inventive as the arts you seek to undo. These pictures," he indicated a few of them as he swept past, "give a FAIR representation of what happens to those who suffer. For instance, the Cruciatus curse." He waved a hand toward a witch who was clearly shrieking in agony. "Feel the Dementor's kiss, a wizard lying huddled and blank-eyed, slumped against a wall, or provoke the aggression of the Inferius, a bloody mass upon ground." "Has an Inferius been seen, then?" asked Parvati Patil in a high-pitched voice. "Is it definite? Is he using them?" "The Dark Lord has used Inferi in the past," said Snape, "which means you would be well advised to assume he might use them again. Now." He set off again, around the other side of the classroom toward his desk, and again, they watched him as he walked, his dark robes billowing behind him. "You are, I believe, complete novices in the use of nonverbal spells. What is the advantage of a nonverbal spell?" Hermione's hand shot into the air. So did Harry's. Snape took his time looking around at everybody else and then at Harry with a raised eyebrow. Then his mouth turned up to a little smirk. "Yes, Mr. Potter, you will have the advantage of them not knowing what kind of spell or curse about what you're about to perform, which in a duel can which vays you a split seconds of advantage and gain the upper hand," said Harry. Hermione glared at him. "An answer copied obviously from the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 6, said Snape dismissively, "but correct in essentials. Yes, those who progress in using magic without shouting incantations gain an element of surprise in their spell casting. Not all wizards can do this, of course. It is a case of concentration and mind power which some." His gaze lingered maliciously upon Harry once more. "Lack. Fucker," Harry thought. Harry knew Snape was thinking of their occlumency lessons from the previous year. He refused to drop his gaze, and stared at Snape until Snape looked away. "You will now divide," Snape went on, "into pairs. One partner will attempt to jinx the other without speaking. The other will attempt to repel the jinx in equal silence. Carry on." Snape did not know it, but Harry had taught at least half the class as members of the DA how to perform a shield charm the previous year. Although none of them had ever cast the charm without speaking, a reasonable amount of cheating ensued. Many people were merely whispering the incantation instead of saying it aloud. Typically, 10 minutes into the lesson, Hermione managed to repel Neville's muttered jelly legs jinx without uttering a single word, a feat that would surely have earned her 20 points for Gryffindor from any reasonable teacher, but which Snape of course ignored. He swept between them as they practiced, looking just as much like an overgrown bat as ever, lingering to watch Harry and Ron. Ron, who was supposed to be jinxing Harry, was purple in the face, his lips tightly compressed to save himself from the temptation of muttering the incantation. Harry stood, lazily with his arms crossed waiting, on tenterhooks to repel a jinx that seemed unlikely ever to come. "Pathetic, Weasley," said Snape, after a while. "Here, let me show you." He turned his wand on Harry and Harry reacted instinctively. After all his training with Azoth, and simply took a step to the side to avoid the spell, that instead hit the wall behind him and bounced. More than one other student had to jump to avoid Snape's spell, before it fizzled out. The whole class had looked around and now watched as Snape righted himself, scowling. "Do you remember me telling you we are practicing nonverbal spells, Potter? Not simply avoiding them like a coward." "Yes," said Harry simply. "Yes, sir. There's no need to call me, sir, Professor," said Harry smirking. Several people gasped, including Hermione. Behind Snape, however, Ron, Dean, and Seamus grinned appreciatively. "Detention, Saturday night, my office," snapped Snape. "I do not take cheek from anyone, Potter, not even the chosen one." Harry just shrugged his shoulders and kept his face in a calm and emotionless mask. Snape was clearly trying to bait him. He couldn't care less what Snape thought. Afterwards, when they were out in the corridor again, Ron chortled, "That was brilliant, Harry." Hermione was not equally amused. "You really shouldn't have said it," said Hermione, frowning at Ron. "What made you?" "He was being a dick," Harry said simply. Hermione looked affronted. They walked down the corridor to get down the stairs and get to their next lesson, but then someone shouted his name from behind. "Harry, hey, Harry." Harry looked around. Jack Sloper, one of the beaters on last year's Gryffindor Quidditch team, was hurrying toward him holding a roll of parchment. "For you," panted Sloper. "Listen, I heard you're the new captain. When are you holding trials?" "I'm not," said Harry, thinking privately that if he even were captain, Sloper would be very lucky to get back on the team. "I'm not the captain, you heard wrong." "What?" But Harry was not listening. He had just recognized the thin, slanting writing on the parchment. Leaving Sloper in mid-sentence, he hurried away with Ron and Hermione, unrolling the parchment as he went. "Great," thought Harry. "What do you want, old man?" "Dear Harry, I would like to speak to you. It is of the greatest importance. Kindly come along to my office on Saturday, at 8 p.m. I hope you are enjoying your first day back at school. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. I enjoy acid pops." "He enjoys acid pops," said Ron, who had read the message over Harry's shoulder and was looking perplexed. "It's clearly Ron," said Harry in a low voice. "Snape is going to be pissed. I won't be able to do his detention," Harry thought and grinned inside his mind. His demon purred pleased. Ron and Hermione spent the whole rest of the break speculating on what Dumbledore would talk to Harry about and trying to get him to join the discussion, but Harry was not interested. Whatever Dumbledore told him, it was probably bad news or some other means of manipulating him to his good side again. The bell rang for double potions and they beat the familiar path down to the dungeon classroom that had, for so long, been Snape's. When they arrived in the corridor they saw that there were only a dozen people progressing to NEWT level. Crabbe and Goyle had, not to anyone's surprise, failed to achieve the required OWL grade. But 4 Slytherins had made it through, including Malfoy. 4 Ravenclaws were there, and 1 Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan, whom Harry thought was rather stuck up and pompous. "Harry," Ernie said portentously, holding out his hand as Harry approached, "didn't get a chance to speak in defense against the dark arts this morning. You were brilliant of course, but shield charms are old hat, first old D. A. Lags. And how are you, Ron, Hermione?" Before they could say more than, "Fine," the dungeon door opened and Slughorn's belly preceded him out of the door. As they filed into the room, his great walrus mustache curved above his beaming mouth, and he greeted Harry and Zabini with particular enthusiasm. The dungeon was, most unusually, already full of vapors and odd smells. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sniffed interestingly as they passed large, bubbling cauldrons. The 4 Slytherins took a table together, as did the 4 Ravenclaws. This left Harry, Ron, and Hermione to share a table with Ernie. They chose the one nearest a gold-colored cauldron, that he immediately recognized it as the Amortensia potion, by the seductive scents it was emitting. Alf. Ow, he could not really recognize any distinctive scent from it. Now then, now then, now then, said Slughorn, whose massive outline was quivering through the many shimmering vapors. Scales out, everyone, and potion kits. And don't forget your copies of advanced potion making. Sir, said Harry, raising his hand. Harry, boy, I haven't got the book. I didn't know if I'd be able to do the NEWT potions. Ah, yes, Professor McGonagall did mention. Not to worry, my dear boy, not to worry at all. You can use ingredients from the store cupboard today, and I'm sure we can lend you some scales. And we've got a small stock of old books here. They'll do until you can write to flourish and blots. Slughorn strode over to a corner cupboard and, after a moment's foraging, emerged with two very battered-looking copies of Advanced Potion Making by Libetius Borage, which he gave to Harry and then one to Ron. Now then, said Slughorn, returning to the front of the class and inflating his already bulging chest so that the buttons on his waistcoat threatened to burst off. I've prepared a few potions for you to have a look at, just out of interest, you know. These are the kind of thing you ought to be able to make after completing your NEWTs. You ought to have heard of 'em, even if you haven't made 'em yet. Anyone tell me what this one is? He indicated the cauldron near St. the Slytherin table, which contained what looked like plain water boiling away inside it. Of course, Hermione's well-practiced hand hit the air before anybody else's. Slughorn pointed at her. It's Veritaserum, a colorless, odorless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth, said Hermione. Very good, said Slughorn happily. Now, he continued, pointing at the cauldron nearest the Ravenclaw table. This one here is pretty well known. Featured in a few ministry leaflets lately too. Who can? Hermione's hand was fastest once more. Elt's Polyjuice Potion, sir, she said. Harry recognized the slow bubbling, mud-like substance the second cauldron and smirked at the memory of Hermione making it, back in their second year. Excellent. Now, this one here, yes, Harry my boy, said Slughorn. Harry had now raised his hand before Hermione the time too. It's a Mortentia, sir, he said. It is indeed, said Slughorn, who was looking mightily impressed. But I assume you know what it does. It's a very powerful love potion, that if drunk creates the false sense of love, said Harry. It is recognized by the steam rising in characteristic spirals. Its distinctive mother of pearl sheen and that it's supposed to smell differently to each person according to what attracts them. Quite right, Harry, said Slughorn looking ecstatic. Take 20 well-earned points for Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Like Mr. Potter explained, a Mortentia doesn't really create love, of course. It is impossible to manufacture or imitate love. No, this will simply cause a powerful infatuation or obsession. It is probably the most dangerous and powerful potion in this room. Oh yes, he said, nodding gravely at Not, whom were smirking skeptically. When you have seen as much of life as I have, you will not underestimate the power of obsessive love. And now, said Slughorn, it is time for us to start work. Sir, you haven't told us what's in this one, said Ernie Macmillan, pointing at a small black cauldron standing on Slughorn's desk. The potion within was splashing about merrily. It was the color of molten gold, and large drops were leaping like goldfish above the surface, though not a particle had spilled. Oh ho, said Slughorn again. Harry was certain that Slughorn had not forgotten the potion at all, but had waited to be asked for the dramatic effect. Yes, that one, ladies and gentlemen, is a most curious little potion called Felix Felicis. I take it, he turned, smiling, to look at Harry, that you know what Felix Felicis does, Mr. Potter. It's liquid luck, said Harry. The whole class seemed to sit up a little straighter. Even Malfoy was giving Slughorn his full and undivided attention. Quite right, take another 10 points for Gryffindor. Yes, it's a funny little potion, Felix Felicis, said Slughorn. Desperately tricky to make, and disastrous to get wrong. However, if brewed correctly, as this has been, you will find that all your endeavors tend to succeed, at least until the effects wear off. Why don't people drink it all the time, sir? Said Terry Boot eagerly. Because if taken in excess, it causes giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence, said Slughorn. Too much of a good thing, you know, highly toxic in large quantities. But taken sparingly, and very occasionally. Have you ever taken it, sir? Asked Michael Corner with great interest. Twice in my life, said Slughorn. Once when I was 24, once when I was 57. 2 tablespoonfuls taken with breakfast. 2 perfect days. He gazed dreamily into the distance. Whether he was play-acting or not, thought Harry, the effect was good. And that, said Slughorn, apparently coming back to earth, is what I shall be offering as a prize in this lesson. There was silence in which every bubble and gurgle of the surrounding potions seemed magnified tenfold. 1 tiny bottle of Felix Felicis, said Slughorn, taking a minuscule glass bottle with a cork in it out of his pocket and showing it to them all. Enough for 12 hours luck. From dawn till dusk, you will be lucky in everything you attempt. Now, I must give you warning that Felix Felicis is a banned substance in organized competitions, sporting events, for instance, examinations, or elections. So the winner is to use it on an ordinary day only. And watch how that ordinary day becomes extraordinary. So, said Slughorn, suddenly brisk, how are you to win this fabulous prize? Age 10 of advanced potion making. We have a little over an hour left to us, which should be time for you to make a decent attempt at the draft of living death. I know it is more complex than anything you have attempted before, and I do not expect a perfect potion from anybody. The person who does best, however, will win little Felix here. Off you go. There was a scraping as everyone drew their cauldrons toward them and some loud clunks as people began adding weights to their scales. But nobody spoke. The concentration within the room was almost tangible. Harry saw Malfoy coming alive for the first time in weeks, riffling feverishly through his copy of Advanced Potion Making. It could not have been clearer that Malfoy really wanted that lucky day. Harry bent swiftly over the tattered book Slughorn had lent him. He saw that in this old potion book, the previous owner had scribbled all over the pages, so that the margins were as black as the printed portions. Bending low to decipher the ingredients even here, the previous owner had made annotations and crossed things out. Harry hurried off toward the store cupboard to find what he needed. As he dashed back to his cauldron, he saw Malfoy cutting up valerian roots as fast as he could. Everyone kept glancing around at what the rest of the class was doing. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage of potions, that it was hard to keep your work private. Within 10 minutes, the whole place was full of bluish steam. Hermione, of course, seemed to have progressed furthest. Her potion already resembled the smooth, black currant-colored liquid, mentioned as the ideal halfway stage. Having finished chopping his roots, Harry bent low over his book again and trying to decipher the directions under all the scribbles of the previous owner, who had written another instruction to cut up the soporiferous bean. Crush with flat side of silver dagger, releases. Juice better than cutting. Interesting, thought Harry. That might actually be a good option. Harry turned to Hermione. Can I borrow your silver knife? She nodded impatiently, not taking her eyes off her potion, which was still deep purple, though according to the book ought to be turning a light shade of lilac by now. Harry crushed his bean with the flat side of the dagger. It immediately exuded so much juice he was amazed the bean could have held it all. Hastily scooping it all into the cauldron he saw, the podio N immediately turned exactly the shade of lilac described by the textbook. Harry now looked at the next line of instructions. According to the book, he had to stir counterclockwise until the potion turned clear as water. According to the addition the previous owner made, however, he ought to add a clockwise stir after every 7th counterclockwise stir. Harry stirred counterclockwise, held his breath, and stirred once clockwise. The effect was immediate. The potion turned pale pink. How are you doing that? Demanded Hermione, who was red-faced and whose hair was growing bushier and bushier in the fumes from her cauldron. Her potion was still resolutely purple. Add a clockwise stir. No, the book says counterclockwise, she snapped. Harry shrugged and continued what he was doing. 7 stirs counterclockwise, 1 clockwise, pause, 7 stirs counterclockwise, 1 stir clockwise. Across the table, Ron was cursing fluently under his breath. his potion looked like liquid licorice. Harry glanced around. As far as he could see, no one else's potion had turned as pale as his. He smirked. That had certainly never happened before in this dungeon. "And time's up," called Slughorn. "Stop stirring, please." Slughorn moved slowly among the tables, peering into cauldrons. He made no comment, but occasionally gave the potions a stir or a sniff. At last he reached the table where Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ernie were sitting. He smiled ruefully at the tar-like substance in Ron's cauldron. He passed over Ernie's navy concoction. Hermione's potion he gave an approving nod. Then he saw Harry's, and a look of incredulous delight spread over his face. "The clear winner," he cried to the dungeon. "Excellent, excellent, Harry. Good lord, it's clear you've inherited your mother's talent. She was a dab hand at potions, Lily was. Here you are, then, here you are, one bottle of Felix Felicis, as promised, and use it well." Harry slipped the tiny bottle of golden liquid into his inner pocket. Feeling an odd combination of delight at the furious looks on the Slytherins' faces and guilt at the disappointed expression on Hermione's. Ron looked simply dumbfounded. "How did you do that?" he whispered to Harry as they left the dungeon. "Good luck and practice," said Harry, shrugging. Hermione scowled at him, but he was not about to tell her about the alternative instructions. She would probably think he was cheating. Later, in his bed, when he inspected the book more closely and some of the other instructions of the book, he saw something scribbled along the bottom of the back cover in the same small, cramped handwriting as the instructions. "This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince." Interesting. It took Harry about 2 days to become utterly bored with he lessons. Maybe it was Azoth's drill sergeant style of teaching her all the complicated reading he had done over the summer, but almost all the lessons seemed very easy for him. And to his dismay, he had Hermione constantly looking over his shoulder, hissing at him and asking questions, like an angry, inquisitive goose. Harry had gotten so annoyed that he avoided the common room like the plague, and frequently went to the room of requirement, just to get some peace and quiet. It wasn't just Ron and Hermione that bombarded him with questions. There had been a gaggle of giggling girls fluttering their eyelashes at him, with Romilda Vane as their leader trying to get his attention, as soon as he stepped into the common room. The Creevy brothers had also made themselves known and asking him about all the rumors circulating the school. Harry actually liked them and saw them as slightly annoying smaller brothers. Then there had been a really uncomfortable confrontation with Ginny Weasley. Harry had always liked Ginny. She was smart, almost too smart for her own good, and Harry was convinced that she would have been a great Slytherin if she had not been put in Gryffindor. She had definitely learned a thing or two from her older brothers and had shown that she was not a person to mess with, last year, both in the DA and in the Ministry of Magic. However, Harry had not had that much of a chance to talk to her after last year. After everything that had happened in the Ministry and then being shipped away for the summer in isolation to the Durleys and Azoth arrival, he had hardly had the chance to say 2 sentences to her. He had only seen her for the first time in Slughorn's party on the train, and he was surprised that she seemed so calm and indifferent in seeing him. He now knew that she was only saving her temper for later. It had taken 3 days after the start of the term until she cornered him in the common room, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him out the portrait hole and then into an empty corridor. She had proceeded to start hitting him all over angrily and shouting at him. "And where have you been, Harry? James Potter?" she shouted at him while hitting him. "Ow!" Harry shouted back, while trying to fend her off. She was like an angry bee, trying to get him wherever she could. "What the hell, Ginny? Don't you dare!" "What the hell me?" she hissed. "You know how worried we have been. Mom had been in a right state, all because of you." She started hitting him again. Harry had once described Mrs. Weasley as a sable-toothed tiger, and Ginny greatly led that same fierce side as her mother. "Now, you better tell me what the hell is going on with you and where you have been hiding all summer. Ron and Hermione have just told me a cock-and-bull story. Now spill." Harry sighed. Then he started story as he had told Ron and Hermione, but as he explained about Dumbledore and his parents' will, she held up her hand. "There is something you are not telling me," she said, crossing her arms over her chest and shifting the weight from one foot to the other. One doesn't just change that much over a summer, and I know something else is going on with you." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but she interrupted him again before he could get the words out. "Listen, I understand if you can't tell me right now and that you have some kind of secret, but we were your friends and that you trusted us." "I do. Harry begun. Yeah, I get it. It's a big secret," Ginny said sarcastically. "But still, I'm sorry," Harry said and sheepishly let one of his hands through his hair and nudging one of his horns. He dropped his hand again quickly. "Harry, just don't treat me as if I'm stupid. I'm your friend and so is Ron, even if he is a prat, Hermione, Neville and Luna." "Please don't forget that," said Ginny. "I know, and I won't. There is just so much going on right now and I can't." "Tell us," finished Ginny. "Okay. Just know that I'm here if you need me to talk or whatever." "Thanks, Ginny," said Harry. He felt a bit stupid. "No problem," she said and turned around and started walking away. Then she stopped, turned around and said, "And if you ever disappear like that again, for whatever reason, without telling us again, I will castrate you with a rusty, old spoon. No one does that to my mum." Then she turned back and walked back towards the common room. Harry gulped. He was sure that Ginny was true to her treats. She was the younger sister of Fred and George after all. "I like her," a voice from behind him said. "She's got spunk." Azoth stood leaning against the wall smoking. Harry rolled his eyes. "Shut up and hand me a cigarette," he said, but he was smiling. Harry and Azoth was back in the room of requirement, sitting in the squishy, leather armchairs the room provided, sweaty after their normal workout routine. Harry had told Azoth about the note from Dumbledore in their meeting. "Well," Azoth began and paused to light his 150th cigarettes that day. "When were they not smoking? After your little temper tantrum at Gringotts and the will reading, I think it would be wise for you to pretend to be in the old goat's good graces again," he said. Harry frowned a little, annoyed at Azoth's choice of word, but knew he was probably right and nodded. "Better to pretend and see what information the old man has than him being overly suspicious of you," Azoth continued. Harry had also told Azoth about the Half-Blood Prince's book. Harry had wondered who the Half-Blood Prince had been. He had already almost read the whole of his copy of Advanced Potion Making, and there was barely a page on which the prince had not made additional notes, not all of them concerned with potion making. Here and there were directions for what looked like spells that the prince had made up himself. When he had told the demon, he hadn't said anything, but Harry was under the suspicion that he knew something about it or who the mysterious person was. But Azoth must have had his reasons not to tell Harry, because he kept oddly quiet about it when Harry described the content in the notes. After a quick shower, Harry had glanced at his watch and saw it was already time to go to Dumbledore's office. "It's 5 to 8, I'd better go or I'll be late for Dumbledore," he said while he hurriedly put the old copy of Advanced Potion Making back into his bag. "Good luck, kid," Azoth said and gave him a sort of sarcastically little wave. Harry wailed out of the room of requirement and proceeded through deserted corridors. Though he had to step hastily behind a statue when Professor Trelawney appeared around a corner, muttering to herself as she shuffled a pack of dirty-looking playing cards, reading them as she walked. 2 of spades. Conflict, she murmured, as she passed the place where Harry crouched, hidden. 7 of spades. An ill omen. 10 of spades. Violence. Knave of spades. A dark young man, possibly troubled. One who dislikes the questioner. She stopped dead, right on the other side of Harry's statue. "Well, that can't be right," she said, annoyed, "and Harry here." Her reshuffling vigorously as she set off again, leaving nothing but a whiff of cooking sherry behind her. Harry waited until he was quite sure she had gone. He was in no mood to be analyzed or his death be predicted by her again. Then hurried off until he reached the spot in the 7th floor corridor where a single gargoyle stood against the wall. "Acid pops," said Harry, and the gargoyle leapt aside. The wall behind it slid apart, and a moving spiral stone staircase was revealed, onto which Harry stepped, so that he was carried in smooth circles up to the door with the brass knocker that led to Dumbledore's office. Harry took a deep breath and knocked. "Come in," said Dumbledore's voice. "Good evening, Headmaster," said Harry, walking into the round office. "Ah, Good evening, Harry. Sit down, said Dumbledore, smiling. I hope you've had an enjoyable first week back at school. Yes, thanks, sir, said Harry politely. You must have been busy, a detention under your belt already. Harry said nothing. Not to worry, I have arranged with Professor Snape that you will do your detention next Saturday instead. Right, said Harry, and to avoid the headmaster's gaze he now looked around surreptitiously for any indication of what Dumbledore was planning to do with him this evening. The circular office looked just as it always did. The delicate silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables, puffing smoke and whirring. Portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, and Dumbledore's magnificent phoenix, Fawkes, stood on his perch behind the door, watching Harry with bright interest. Harry, said Dumbledore in a businesslike and serious kind of voice. Before we start, I believe that I owe you an apology. He looked down at Harry Trough, his half-moon spectacles with his blue eyes twinkling, and Harry felt that familiar feeling, like he was being X-rayed. I am very sorry for the wrongs I have done you, he continued. I should have realized, but I am only an old man, capable of human mistakes, and I hope that you are maybe willing to forgive a foolish old man and put this behind us and keep looking forward, he finished. Harry thought that Dumbledore really was asking him to forgive quite a lot, and also that the self-importance and nerve of the man was astounding and highly aggravating. He didn't let his inward feelings shish out, however, and kept up his mask of innocence as he smiled softly and said, I understand, sir. It might take some time for me, but I understand, he said, and trying to look like his old naive self, hunching his shoulders. I hope you believe me when I say, Harry, that I always tried to act in your best interests, Dumbledore then said. Yeah, right, asshole, thought Harry, but only nodded understandingly at Dumbledore. Dumbledore only smiled at him. Then he said, So, Harry, you must have been wondering why I called you here tonight. Yes, sir. Well, I have decided that it is time, now that you know what prompted Lord Voldemort to try and kill you 15 years ago, for you to be given certain information. There was a pause. You said, at the end of last term, you were going to tell me everything, said Harry. It was hard to keep a note of accusation from his voice. Sir, he added. And so I did, said Dumbledore placidly. I told you everything I know. From this point forth, we all be leaving the firm foundation of fact and journeying together through the murky marshes of memory into thickets of wildest guesswork. From here on in, Harry, I may be as woefully wrong as Humphrey Belcher, who believed the time was ripe for a cheese cauldron. But you think you're right, said Harry. As I have already proven to you, I make mistakes like the next man. In fact, being, forgive me, rather cleverer than most men. My mistakes tend to be correspondingly huger. Sir, said Harry tentatively, does what you're going to tell me have anything to do with the prophecy? Will it help me succeed? It has a very great deal to do with the prophecy, said Dumbledore, as casually as if Harry had asked him about the next day's weather, and I certainly hope that it will help you to succeed. Dumbledore got to his feet and walked around the desk, past Harry, who turned eagerly in his seat to watch Dumbledore bending over the cabinet beside the door. When Dumbledore straightened up, he was holding a familiar shallow stone basin etched with odd markings around its rim. He placed the pensieve on the desk in front of Harry. Harry's previous experiences with the odd device that stored and revealed thoughts and memories, though highly instructive, had been uncomfortable. The last time he had disturbed its contents, he had seen much more than he would have wished. Dumbledore aimed to see what he was thinking and was smiling. This time, you enter the pensieve with me, and, even more unusually, with my permission. Where are we going, sir? For a trip down Bob Ogden's memory lane, said Dumbledore, pulling from his pocket a crystal bottle containing a swirling silvery white substance. Who was Bob Ogden? He was employed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, said Dumbledore. He died some time ago, but not before I had tracked him down and persuaded him to confide these recollections to me. We are about to accompany him on a visit he made in the course of his duties. If you will stand, Harry. Quote. But Dumbledore was having difficulty pulling out the stopper of the crystal bottle. His injured hand seemed stiff and painful. Shall I, sir? No matter, Harry. Dumbledore pointed his wand at the bottle and the cork flew out. "Sir, your hand?" Harry asked again, looking at the blackened fingers with a mixture of revulsion and pity. He knew already, of course. But he was curious for Dumbledore's answer. But Dumbledore said dismissively, "Now is not the moment for that story, Harry." "Not yet. We have an appointment with Bob Ogden." Dumbledore tipped the silvery contents of the bottle into the pensieve, where they swirled and shimmered, neither liquid nor gas. "After you," said Dumbledore, gesturing toward the bowl. Harry bent forward, took a deep breath, and plunged his face into the silvery substance. He felt his feet leave the office floor. He was falling through whirling darkness, and then, quite suddenly, he was blinking in dazzling sunlight. Before his eyes had adjusted, Dumbledore landed beside him. They were standing in a country lane bordered by high, tangled hedgerows, beneath a summer sky as bright and blue as a forget-me-not. Some 10 feet in front of them stood a short, plump man wearing enormously thick glasses that reduced his eyes to mole-like specks. He was reading a wooden signpost that was sticking out of the BR. Ambles on the left-hand side of the road. Harry knew this must be Ogden. He was the only person in sight, and he was also wearing the strange assortment of clothes so often chosen by inexperienced Izzards trying to look like muggles. In this case, a frock coat and spats over a striped one-piece bathing costume. Before Harry had time to do more than register his bizarre appearance, however, Ogden had set off at a brisk walk down the lane. Dumbledore and Harry followed. As they passed the wooden sign, Harry looked up at its 2 arms. The one pointing back the way they had come read, "Great Hangleton, 5 miles." The arm pointing, after Ogden said Little Hangleton, 1 mile. They walked a short way with nothing to see but the hedgerows, the wide blue sky overhead and the swishing, frock-coated figure ahead. Then the lane curved to the left and fell away, sloping steeply down a hillside, so that they had a sudden, unexpected view of a whole valley laid out in front of them. Harry could see a village. Undoubtedly Little Hangleton, nestled between 2 steep hills, its church and graveyard clearly visible. Across the valley, set on the opposite hillside, was a handsome manor house surrounded by a wide expanse of velvety green lawn. Ogden had broken into a reluctant trot due to the steep downward slope. Dumbledore lengthened his stride, and Harry hurried to keep up. He thought Little Hangleton must be their final destination and wondered why they had to approach it from such a distance. He soon discovered that he was mistaken in thinking that they were going to the village, however. The lane curved to the right, and when they rounded the corner, it was to see the very edge of Ogden's frock coat vanishing through a gap in the hedge. Dumbledore and Harry followed him onto a narrow, dirt track bordered by higher and wilder hedgerows than those they had left behind. The path was crooked, rocky, and potholed, sloping downhill like the last one, and it seemed to be heading for a patch of dark trees a little below them. Sure enough, the track soon opened up at the copse, and Dumbledore and Harry came to a halt behind Ogden, who had stopped and drawn his wand. Despite the cloudless sky, the old trees ahead cast deep, dark, cool shadows, and it was a few seconds before Harry's eyes discerned the building half hidden amongst the tangle of trunks. It seemed to him a very strange location to choose for a house. Or else an odd decision to leave the trees growing nearby, blocking all light and the view of the valley below. He wondered whether it was inhabited. Its walls were mossy and so many tiles had fallen off the roof that the rafters were visible in places. Nettles grew all around it, their tips reaching the windows, which were tiny and thick with grime. Just as he had concluded that nobody could possibly live there, however, one of the windows was thrown open with a clatter, and a thin trickle of steam or smoke issued from it, as though somebody was cooking. Ogden moved forward quietly and, it seemed to Harry, rather cautiously. As the dark shadows of the trees slid over him, he stopped again, staring at the front door, to which somebody had nailed a dead snake. Then there was a rustle and a crack, and a man in rags dropped from the nearest tree, landing on his feet right in front of Ogden, who leapt backward so fast he stood on the tails of his frock coat and stumbled. "You're not welcome." The man standing before them had thick hair so matted with dirt it could have been any color. Several of his teeth were missing. His eyes were small and dark and stared in opposite directions. He might have looked comical, but he did not. The effect was frightening, and Harry could not blame Ogden for backing away several more paces before he spoke. Good morning. I'm from the Ministry of Magic. You're not welcome. I'm sorry. I don't understand you, said Ogden nervously. Harry thought the stranger was making himself very clear in Harry's opinion, particularly as he was brandishing a wand in one hand and a short and rather bloody knife in the other. You understand him, I'm sure, Harry, said Dumbledore quietly. Yes, of course, said Harry, and his eyes found the dead snake on the door again. He is speaking Parseltongue. Very good, said Dumbledore, nodding and smiling. The man in rags was now advancing on Ogden, knife in one hand, wand in the other. Now, look here, Ogden began, but too late. There was a bang, and Ogden was on the ground, clutching his nose, while a nasty yellowish goo squirted from between his fingers. Morphin, said a loud voice. An elderly man had come hurrying out of the cottage, banging the door behind him so that the dead snake swung pathetically. This man was shorter than the first, and oddly proportioned. His shoulders were very broad and his arms overlong, which, with his bright brown eyes, short scrubby hair, and wrinkled face, gave him the look of a. He came to a halt beside the man with the knife, who was now cackling with laughter at the sight of Ogden on the ground. Ministry, is it? Said the older man, looking down at Ogden. Correct, said Ogden angrily, dabbing his face. And you, I take it, are Mr. Gaunt, thought Harry. So, this is Tom Riddle's grandfather that Azoth had told him about. "'Sright," said Gaunt. "Got you in the face, did he?" "Yes, he did," snapped Ogden. "Should have made your presence known, shouldn't you?" said Gaunt aggressively. "This is private property. Can't just walk in here and not expect my son to defend himself." "Defend himself against what, man?" said Ogden, clambering back to his feet. "Busybodies, intruders, muggles and filth." Ogden pointed his wand at his own nose, which was still issuing large amounts of what looked like yellow pus, and the flow stopped at once. "Mr. Gaunt spoke out of the corner of his mouth to Morphin. "Get in the house. Don't argue." Morphin seemed to be on the point of disagreeing, but when his father asked him a threatening look, he changed his mind, lumbering away to the cottage with an odd rolling gait and slamming the front door behind him, so that the snake swung sadly again. "It's your son I'm here to see, Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden, as he mopped the last of the pus from the front of his coat. "That was Morphin, wasn't it?" "Aye, that was Morphin," said the old man indifferently. "Are you pure blood?" he asked, suddenly aggressive. "That's neither here nor there," said Ogden coldly, and Harry felt his respect for Ogden rise. Apparently Gaunt felt rather differently. He squinted into Ogden's face and muttered, in what was clearly supposed to be an offensive tone, "Now I come to think about it, I've seen noses like yours down in the village." "I don't doubt it, if your son's been let loose on them," said Ogden. "Perhaps we could continue this discussion inside." "Inside? Yes, Mr. Gaunt. I've already told you. I'm here about Morphin. We sent an owl." "I've no use for owls," said Gaunt. "I don't open letters." "Then you can hardly complain that you get no warning of visitors," said Ogden tartly. "I am here following a serious breach of wizarding law, which occurred here in the early hours of this morning." All right, bellowed Gaunt. "Come in the bleeding house, then, and much good it'll do you." The house seemed to contain 3 tiny rooms. 2 doors led off the main room, which served as kitchen and living room combined. Morphin was sitting in a filthy armchair beside the smoking fire, twisting a live adder between his thick fingers and crooning softly at it in Parseltongue. "Hissy, hissy, little snaky, slither on the floor. You be good to Morphin, or he'll nail you to the door." There was a scuffling noise in the corner beside the open window, and Harry realized that there was somebody else in the room, a girl whose ragged gray dress was the exact color of the dirty stone wall behind her. She was standing beside a steaming pot on a grimy black stove, and was fiddling around with the shelf of squalid-looking pots and pans above it. Her hair was lank and dull, and she had a plain, pale, rather heavy face. Her eyes, like her brother's, stared in opposite directions. She looked a little cleaner than the 2 men, but Harry thought he had never seen a more defeated-looking person. "My daughter, Merope," said Gaunt grudgingly, as Ogden looked inquiringly toward her. Tom Riddled mother, thought Harry. "Good morning," said Ogden. She did not answer. but with a frightened glance at her father turned her back on the room and continued shifting the pots on the shelf behind her. "Well, Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden, "to get straight to the point, we have reason to believe that your son, Morphin, performed magic in front of a muggle late last night." There was a deafening clang. Merope had dropped one of the pots. "Pick it up," Gaunt bellowed at her. "That's it, grub on the floor like some filthy muggle. What's your wand for, you useless sack of muck?" "Mr. Gaunt, please," said Ogden in a shocked voice, as Merope, who had already picked up the pot, flushed blotchily scarlet, lost her grip on the pot again, drew her wand shakily from her pocket, pointed it at the pot, and muttered a hasty, inaudible spell that caused the pot to shoot across the floor away from her, hit the opposite wall, and crack in two. Morphin let out a mad cackle of laughter. Gaunt screamed, "Mend it! You pointless lump, mend it!" Merope stumbled across the room, but before she had time to raise her wand, Ogden had lifted his own and said firmly, "Reparo." The pot mended itself instantly. Gaunt looked for a moment as though he was going to shout at Ogden, but seemed to think better of it. Instead, he jeered at his daughter, "Lucky the nice man from the ministry's here, isn't it? Perhaps he'll take you off my hands, perhaps he doesn't mind dirty squibs." Without looking at anybody or thanking Ogden, Merope picked up the pot and returned it, hands trembling, to its shelf. She then stood quite still, her back against the wall between the filthy window and the stove, as though she wished for nothing more than to sink into the stone and vanish. "Mr. Gaunt," Ogden began again, "as I've said, the reason for my visit. I heard you the first time," snapped Gaunt. "And so what?" Morphin gave a muggle a bit of what was coming to him. "What about it, then?" "Morphin has broken wizarding law," said Ogden sternly. "Morphin has broken wizarding law." Gaunt imitated Ogden's voice, making it pompous and sing-song. Morphin cackled again. "He taught a filthy muggle a lesson. That's illegal now, is it?" "Yes," said Ogden. "I'm afraid it is." He pulled from an inside pocket a small scroll of parchment and unrolled it. "What's that, then, his sentence?" said Gaunt, his voice rising angrily. "It is a summons to the ministry for a hearing." "Summons, summons. Who do you think you are, summoning my son anywhere?" "I'm head of the magical law enforcement squad," said Ogden. "And you think we're scum? Do you?" screamed Gaunt, advancing on Ogden now, with a dirty yellow-nailed finger pointing at his chest. "Scum who'll come running when the ministry tells 'em to. Do you know who you're talking to? You filthy little mudblood, do you?" "I was under the impression that I was speaking to Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden, looking wary, but standing his ground. "That's right," roared Gaunt. For a moment, Harry thought Gaunt was making an obscene hand gesture, but then realized that he was showing Ogden the ugly, black-stoned ring he was wearing on his middle finger, waving it before Ogden's eyes. "See this, see this. Know what it is, know where it came from. Centuries it's been in our family, that's how far back we go, and pureblood all the way. Know how much I've been offered for this, with the Peverell coat of arms engraved on the stone." "I've really no idea," said Ogden, blinking as the ring sailed within an inch of his nose, "and it's quite beside the point, Mr. Gaunt. Your son has committed." With a howl of rage, Gaunt ran toward his daughter. For a split second, Harry thought he was going to throttle her as his hand flew to her throat. Next moment, He was dragging her toward Ogden by a gold chain around her neck. "See this," he bellowed at Ogden, shaking a heavy gold locket at him, while Merope spluttered and gasped for breath. I see it, said Ogden hastily. "Slytherins," yelled Gaunt. "Salazar Slytherins. We're his last living descendants. What do you say to that, eh?" The locket, Slytherin's locket, that later had become a horcrux. "Mr. Gaunt, your daughter," said Ogden in alarm, but Gaunt had already released Merope. She staggered away from him, back to her corner, massaging her neck and gulping for air. Triumphantly, as though he had just proved a complicated point beyond all possible dispute. "Don't you go talking to us as if we're dirt on your shoes. Generations of purebloods, wizards all, more than you can say, I don't doubt." And he spat on the floor at Ogden's feet. Morphin cackled again. Merope, huddled beside the window, her head bowed and her face hidden by her lank hair, said nothing. "Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden doggedly, I am afraid that neither your ancestors nor mine have anything to do with the matter in hand. I am here because of Morphin and the muggle he accosted late last night. Our information." He glanced down at his scroll of parchment. "Is that Morphin performed a jinx or hex on the said muggle, causing him to erupt in highly painful hives." Morphin giggled. "Be quiet, boy," snarled Gaunt in Parseltongue. And Morphin fell silent again. "And so what if he did, then?" Gaunt said defiantly to Ogden, "I expect you've wiped the muggle's filthy face clean for him, and his memory to boot." "That's hardly the point, is it, Mr. Gaunt?" said Ogden. "This was an unprovoked attack on a defenseless AR. I had you marked out as a muggle lover the moment I saw you," sneered Gaunt, and he spat on the floor again. "This discussion is getting us nowhere," said Ogden firmly. "It is clear from your son's attitude that he feels no remorse for his actions." He glanced down at his scroll of parchment again. "Morphin will attend a hearing on the 14th of September to answer the charges of using magic in front of a muggle and causing harm and distress to that same mug." Ogden broke off. The jingling, clopping sounds of horses and loud, laughing voices were drifting in through the open window. Apparently the winding lane to the village passed very close to the copse where the house stood. Gaunt froze, listening, his eyes wide. Morphin hissed and turned his face toward the sounds, his expression hungry. Mirope raised her head. Her face, Harry saw, was starkly white. "My God, what an eyesore!" rang out a girl's voice, as clearly audible through the open window as if she had stood in the room beside them. "Couldn't your father have that hovel cleared away, Tom?" "It's not ours," said a young man's voice. "Everything on the other side of the valley belongs to us, but that cottage belongs to an old tramp called Gaunt, and his children. The son's quite mad. You should hear some of the stories they tell in the village." The girl laughed. The jingling, clopping noises were growing louder and louder. Morphin made to get out of his armchair. "Keep your seat," said his father warningly, in Parseltongue. "Tom," said the girl's voice again, now so close they were clearly right beside the house, "I might be wrong, but has somebody nailed a snake to that door?" "Good Lord, you're right," said the man's voice. "That'll be the son. I told you he's not right in the head. Don't look at it, Cecilia, darling." The jingling and clopping sounds were now growing faint again. "Darling," whispered Morphin in Parseltongue, looking at his sister. "Darling," he called her. "So he wouldn't have you anyway." Mirope was so white Harry felt sure she was going to faint. Tom Riddle's father perhaps, Harry thought. "What's that?" said Gaunt sharply, also in Parseltongue, looking from his son to his daughter. "What did you say, Morphin?" "She likes looking at that muggle," said Morphin, a vicious expression on his face as he stared at his sister, who now looked terrified. "Always in the garden when he passes, peering through the hedge at him, isn't she? And last night." Mirope shook her head jerkily, imploringly. But Morphin went on ruthlessly, "Hanging out of the window waiting for him to ride home, wasn't she?" "Hanging out of the window to look at a muggle," said Gaunt quietly. All three of the Gaunts seemed to have forgotten Ogden, who was looking both bewildered and irritated at this renewed outbreak of incomprehensible hissing and rasping. "Is it true?" said Gaunt in a deadly voice, advancing a step or two toward the terrified girl. "My daughter, pure-blooded descendant of Salazar Slytherin, hankering after a filthy, dirt-veined muggle." Mirope shook her head frantically, pressing herself into the wall, apparently unable to speak. "But I got him, father," cackled Morphin. "I got him as he went by and he didn't look so pretty with hives all over him, did he, Mirope?" "You disgusting little squib, you filthy little blood traitor," roared Gaunt, losing control, and his hands closed around his daughter's throat. Both Harry and Ogden yelled, "No!" At the same time. Ogden raised his wand and cried, "Relatio!" Gaunt was thrown backward, away from his daughter. He tripped over a chair and fell flat on his back. With a roar of rage, Morphin leapt out of his chair and ran at Ogden, brandishing his bloody knife and firing hexes indiscriminately from his wand. Ogden ran for his life. Dumbledore indicated that they ought to follow and Harry obeyed, Mirope's screams echoing in his ears. Ogden hurtled up the path and erupted onto the main lane, his arms over his head, where he collided with the glossy chestnut horse ridden by a very handsome, dark-haired young man. Both he and the pretty girl riding beside him on a gray horse roared with laughter at the sight of Ogden, who bounced off the horse's flank and set off again, his frock coat flying, covered from head to foot in dust. Running pell-mell up the lane. "I think that will do, Harry," said Dumbledore. He took Harry by the elbow and tugged. Next moment, they were both soaring weightlessly through darkness, until they landed squarely on their feet, back in Dumbledore's now twilit office. "What happened to the girl?" said Harry, as Dumbledore lit extra lamps with a flick of his wand. "Merope. Oh, she survived," said Dumbledore, reseating himself behind his desk and indicating that Harry should sit down too. Ogden apparated back to the ministry and returned with reinforcements within 15 minutes. Morphin and his father attempted to fight, but both were overpowered, removed from the cottage, and subsequently convicted by the Wizengamot. Morphin, who already had a record of Muggle attacks, was sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban. Marvolo, who had injured several ministry employees in addition to Ogden, received 6 months. "Marvolo," Harry repeated thoughtfully. "That was Voldemort's family, wasn't it?" "That's right," said Dumbledore, smiling in approval. "I am glad to see you're keeping up." "Voldemort's grandfather, yes," said Dumbledore. "Marvolo, his son, Morphin, and his daughter, Merope, were the last of the Gounts, a very ancient wizarding family noted for a vein of instability and violence that flourished through the generations due to their habit of marrying their own cousins. Lack of sense coupled with a great liking for grandeur meant that the family gold was squandered several generations before Marvolo was born. He, as you saw, was left in squalor and poverty, with a very nasty temper. A fantastic amount of arrogance and pride, and a couple of family heirlooms that he treasured just as much as his son, and rather more than his daughter." "So Merope," said Harry, leaning forward in his chair. "Merope was Voldemort's mother." "Indeed," said Dumbledore, "and it so happens that we also had a glimpse of Voldemort's father. I wonder whether you noticed. The Muggle Morphin attacked the man on the horse." "Very good indeed," said Dumbledore, beaming. "Yes, that was Tom Riddle Sr., the handsome Muggle who used to go riding past the Gaunt cottage. ND for whom Merope Gaunt cherished a secret, burning passion. And they ended up married," Harry said in disbelief, unable to imagine two people less likely to fall in love. "I think you are forgetting," said Dumbledore, "that Merope was a witch. I do not Bell powers appeared to their best advantage when she was being terrorized by her father. Once Marvolo and Morphin were safely in Azkaban, once she was alone and free for the first time in her life, then, I am sure, she was able to give full rein to her abilities and to plot her escape from the desperate life she had led for 18 years. See, and you not think of any measure Merope could have taken to make Tom Riddle forget his Muggle companion, and fall in love with her instead." "A love potion," Harry suggested. "Very good. Personally, I am inclined to think that she used a love potion. I am sure it would have seemed more romantic to her, and I do not think it would have been very difficult, some hot day, when Riddle was riding alone, to persuade him to take a drink of water. In any case, within a few months of the scene we have just witnessed, the village of Little Hangleton enjoyed a tremendous scandal. You can imagine the goss it caused when the squire's son ran off with the tramp's daughter, Merope. But the villagers' shock was nothing to Marvolo's. He returned from Azkaban, expecting to find his daughter dutifully awaiting his return with a hot meal ready on his table. Instead, he found a clear inch of dust in her note of farewell, explaining what she had done. "From all that I have been able to discover," he never mentioned her name or existence from that time forth. The shock of her desertion may have contributed to his early death, or perhaps he had simply never learned to feed himself. Azkaban had greatly weakened Marvolo, and he did not live to see Morphin return to the cottage. And Merope, she died, didn't she? And Voldemort brought up in an orphanage." "Yes, indeed," said Dumbledore. "We must do a certain amount of guessing here, although I do not think it is difficult to deduce what happened. You see, within a few months of their runaway marriage, Tom Riddle reappeared at the Manor house in Little Hangleton without his wife. The rumor flew around the neighborhood that he was talking of being hoodwinked and taken in. What he meant, I am sure, is that he had been under an enchantment that had now lifted. Though I dare say he did not dare use those precise words for fear of being thought insane. When they heard what he was saying, However, the villagers guessed that Merope had lied to Tom Riddle, pretending that she was going to have his baby, and that he had married her for this reason. But she did have his baby. But not until a year after they were married. Tom Riddle left her while she was still pregnant. So, what went wrong? Asked Harry. Why did she stop with the love potion? Again, this is guesswork, said Dumbledore, but I believe that Merope, who was deeply in love with her husband, could not bear to continue enslaving him by magical means. I believe that she made the choice to stop giving him the potion. Perhaps, besotted as she was, she had convinced herself that he would be now have fallen in love with her in return. Perhaps she thought he would stay for the baby's sake. If so, she was wrong on both counts. He left her, never saw her again, and never troubled to discover what became of his son. The sky outside was inky black and the lamps in Dumbledore's office seemed to glow more brightly than before. I think that will do for tonight, Harry, said Dumbledore after a moment or two. Yes, sir, said Harry. Do you understand, Harry, why it is so important to understand Voldemort's past? Asked Dumbledore. I think, to understand the prophecy, sir. Yes, it has indeed to do with the prophecy. Right, said Harry, nodding. He turned to go, he turned back again and asked, Sir, am I allowed to tell anyone everything you've told me? Dumbledore considered him for a moment, then said, Yes, I think Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have proved themselves trustworthy. But Harry, I am going to ask you to ask them not to repeat any of this to anybody else. It would not be a good idea if word got around how much I know, or suspect, about Lord Voldemort's secrets. No, sir, I'll make sure it's just Ron and Hermione. Good night, Harry. He turned away again, and was almost at the door when he saw it. Sitting on one of the little spindle-legged tables that supported so many frail-looking silver instruments, was an ugly gold ring set with a large, cracked, black stone. The same stone in the memory and the same stone that Azoth had described. One of the horcruxes. Harry said nothing, turned and stepped out of the headmaster's office, into the corridor in night. Harry noticed that the headmaster seemed to be frequently missing from the castle, and that his next lesson was delayed for several weeks. He only caught sight of the Dumbledore twice, when he rarely appeared at meals anymore, and Harry was sure that the headmaster probably was leaving the school for days at a time. Harry's relationship with Ron and Hermione had become really stiff and awkward. Ron was still angry with Harry for quitting the Quidditch team and because of an increase in workload and in an attempt to keep up with the vast amount of homework they were being set. Hermione had been becoming more frantic and studying as though they had exams every day. The lessons themselves had become more demanding than before and nonverbal spells were now expected. Not only in defense against the dark arts, but in charms and transfiguration too. Because of his training, this didn't bother Harry very much, as he did most of his spells nonverbal and even wand-less. Most of the time, however, Harry frequently looked over at his classmates in the common room or at mealtimes to see them purple in the face and straining as though they had overdosed on you-know-poo. But he knew that they were really struggling to make spells work without saying incantations aloud. So, because of this, Ron sulking and Hermione increased frantic studying. They had hardly had the time to talk like they used to. Also, and to Hermione's increasing resentment, one of Harry's best subject had become potions, much thanks to the Half-Blood Prince added notes, which he still didn't share. Harry had recently spoke more to Ginny and Neville than he had with Ron and Hermione. Harry did however tell Hermione and Ron about his lesson with Dumbledore, after them asked about it. He told them all about the pensive and the memory of the Gounts. Hermione then went into a long speculation rant of the possibilities of importance of the memory. One morning at breakfast, Harry got caught in the middle of one of Hermione's and Ron's arguments about Hagrid. "We've got to go and explain," said Hermione, looking up at Hagrid's huge empty chair at the staff table. "We've got Quidditch tryouts this morning," said Ron annoyed, "and we're supposed to be practicing that Aguamendi charm from Flitwick. Anyway, explain what? How are we going to tell him we hated his stupid subject?" Neither Harry, Ron and Hermione had chose to taken care of magical creatures this year, and because of the awkwardness and the enormous workload they had so far been unable to find time to go and visit Hagrid together. Now Hagrid had stopped coming to meals at the staff table, an ominous sign, and on the few occasions when they had passed him in the corridors or out in the grounds, he had mysteriously failed to notice them or hear their greetings. "We didn't hate it," said Hermione. "Speak for yourself." "I haven't forgotten the Scroots," said Ron darkly. "And I'm telling you now, we've had a narrow escape. You didn't hear him going on about his gormless brother. We'd have been teaching Grop how to tie his shoelaces if we'd stayed." "I hate not talking to Hagrid," said Hermione, looking upset. "We can go tonight after classes are done," Harry suggested, and that seemed to make Hermione at least a bit more happy. Hermione soon was distracted by a third owl landing in front of her, carrying that day's copy of the folded it hastily and scanned the front page. "Anyone we know dead?" asked Ron in a determinedly casual voice. He posed the same question every time Hermione opened her paper. "No, but there have been more Dementor attacks," said Hermione. "And an arrest." "Who?" said Harry, hoping it was Bellatrix Lestrange. "Stan Shunpike," said Hermione. "Excuse me," said Harry, almost spitting out his drink. "Stanley Shunpike, conductor on the popular wizarding conveyance the Night Bus, has been arrested on suspicion of Death Eater activity. Mr. Shunpike, 21, was taken into custody late last night after a raid on his Clapham home." "Stan Shunpike, a Death Eater?" said Harry, remembering the spotty youth he had first met 3 years before. "You got to be shitting me." Hermione gave Harry a disapproving look. "He might have been put under the Imperious Curse," said Ron reasonably. "You never can tell." "It doesn't look like it," said Hermione, who was still reading. "It says here he was arrested after he was overheard talking about the Death Eater's secret plans in a pub." She looked up with a troubled expression on her face. "If he was under the Imperious Curse, he'd hardly stand around gossiping about their plans, would he?" "It sounds like he was trying to make out he knew more than he did," said Ron. "Isn't he the one who claimed he was going to be Minister of Magic when he was trying to chat up those Vila?" "Yeah, that's him," said Harry. "That is absolutely ridiculous. They probably want to look as though they're doing something," said Hermione, frowning. "People are terrified. You know the Pottle twins' parents want them to go home. And Eloise Midgen has already been withdrawn. Her father picked her up last night." Harry snorted. The Ministry was as usual fucking up stuff and just doing anything to keep face. They were obviously not capable of seeing the difference between a Death Eater and a hinkypunk. Them rounding up Death Eaters was a ridiculous notion. Harry thought of Bellatrix counting Neville at the Ministry and that she deserved to rot somewhere. Someone needed to do something. Harry was interrupted in his thoughts about rounding up Death Eaters and frying them in hot oil, by a loud caw. He looked up and saw a Zoth Raven form circulating the table. In his claws he had an envelope that he finally dropped in front of Harry. Harry immediately recognized the Gringotts seal and understood that this must be from Griphook. Harry had a hard time seeing a Zoth carried anyone else's mail. Harry wondered if he had to fight the Gringotts owl for it, amused. Harry got curious looks from his classmates, but Harry ignored them and just put the envelope in his pocket to read later in private. After the lessons ended, Harry, Ron and Hermione headed down to Hagrid. In front of Hagrid's cabin, the great grey hippogriff, Buckbeak, was tethered. He clicked his razor-sharp beak at their approach and turned his huge head toward them. "Oh dear," said Hermione nervously. "He's still a bit scary, isn't he?" "Oh, come off it. You've ridden him, haven't you?" said Ron. Harry stepped forward and bowed low to the hippogriff, without breaking eye contact or blinking. After a few seconds, Buckbeak sank into a bow too. "How are you?" Harry asked him in a low, calm voice, moving forward to stroke the feathery head. "Missing him. But you're okay here with Hagrid, aren't you?" "Oi!" said a loud voice. Hagrid had come striding around the corner of his cabin wearing a large flowery apron and carrying a sack of potatoes. His enormous boarhound, Fang, was at his heels. Fang gave a booming bark and bounded forward. "Get away from him. He'll have fingers." "Oh. It's yay lot." Fang was jumping up at Hermione and Ron, attempting to lick their ears. Hagrid stood and looked at them all for a split second, then turned and strode into his cabin, slamming the door behind him. "Oh," said Hermione, looking stricken. "Don't worry about it," said Harry grimly. He walked over to the door and knocked loudly. "Hagrid, open up. We want to talk to you." There was no sound from within. "If you don't open the door, I will blast it open." Harry said, pulling out his wand. Harry, said Hermione, sounding shocked. You can't possibly. Yes, I can, said Harry. Stand back. But before he could say anything else, the door flew open again as Harry had known it would. And there stood Hagrid, glowering down at him and looking, despite the flowery apron, positively alarming. I'm a teacher, he roared at Harry. A teacher, Potter. How dare ye threaten tear break down my door? I'm sorry, sir, said Harry sarcastically, emphasizing the last word as he stowed his wand inside his robes. Hagrid looked stunned. Since when have ye called me, sir? Harry raised an eyebrow. Since when have you called me, Potter? Oh, very clever, growled Hagrid. Very Amazon. That's me outsmarted, innit? All right. Come in then, ye ungrateful little. Mumbling darkly, he stood back to let them pass. Hermione scurried in after Harry, looking rather frightened. Well, said Hagrid grumpily, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat down around his enormous wooden table. Fang laying his head immediately upon Harry's knee and drooling all over his robes. What's this? Feelin' sorry for me? Reckon I'm lonely or summat? No, said Harry calmly. We wanted to see you. We've missed you, said Hermione tremulously. Missed me, have ye? Snorted Hagrid. Yeah, rye. He stomped around, brewing up tea in his enormous copper kettle, muttering all the while. Finally he slammed down 3 bucket-sized mugs of mahogany brown tea in front of them and a plate of his rock cakes. Harry was hungry enough even for Hagrid's cooking, and took one at once. Hagrid, said Hermione timidly, when he joined them at the table and started peeling his potatoes with a brutality that suggested that each tuber had done him a great personal wrong. He really wanted to carry on with care of magical creatures, you know. Hagrid gave another great snort. Harry rather thought some bogies landed on the potatoes, and was inwardly thankful that they were not staying for dinner. We did, said Hermione, but none of us could fit it into our schedules. Yeah, right, said Hagrid again. And you, Hagrid said accusingly, pointed a big, wet Finch. Are at Harry, where have ye been all summer, huh? Before Harry could answer, there was a funny squelching sound and they all looked around. Hermione let out a tiny shriek, and Ron leapt out of his seat and hurried around the table away from the large barrel standing in the corner that they had only just noticed. It was full of what looked like foot-long maggots, slimy, white, and writhing. What are they, Hagrid? Asked Harry, trying to sound interested rather than revolted, but putting down his rock cake all the same. Just giant grubs, said Hagrid. And they grow into, said Ron, looking apprehensive. They grow inter nothin', said Hagrid. I got 'em tear feed tear Aragog. And without warning, he burst into tears. Hagrid, cried Hermione, leaping up, hurrying around the table he long way to avoid the barrel of maggots, and putting an arm around his shaking shoulders. What is it? It's him, gulped Hagrid, his beetle-black eyes streaming as he mopped his face with his apron. It's Aragog. I think he's dyin'. He got ill over the summer and he's not gettin' better. I don't know what I'll do if he. We've been together so long. Hermione patted Hagrid's shoulder, looking at a complete loss for anything to say. Harry knew how she felt. He had known Hagrid to present a vicious baby dragon with a teddy bear, seen him croon over giant scorpions with suckers and stingers. Attempt to reason of a half-brother, but this was perhaps the most incomprehensible of all his monster fancies, the gigantic talking spider, Aragog, who dwelled deep in the Forbidden forest in which he and Ron had only narrowly escaped 4 years previously. Is there anything we can do? Hermione asked, ignoring Ron's frantic grimaces and head shakings. I don't think there is, Hermione, choked Hagrid, attempting to stem the flood of his tears. See, the rest o' the tribe, Aragog's family, they're gettin' a bit funny now he's ill, bit restive. Yeah, I think we saw a bit of that side of them, said Ron in an undertone. I don't reckon it'd be safe for anyone but me tear go near the colony at the Mo, Hagrid finished, blowing his nose hard on his apron and looking up. But thanks fair offerin', Hermione. It means a lot. After that, the atmosphere lightened considerably, for although neither Harry nor Ron had shown any inclination to go and feed giant grubs to a murderous Gargantuan spider. Hagrid seemed to take it for granted that they would have liked to have done and became his usual self once more. I always knew ye'd find it hard to squeeze me into timetables," he said gruffly, pouring them more tea. "Even if ye applied fair time turners." "We couldn't have done," said Hermione. "We smashed the entire stock of ministry tea. Turners when we were there last summer. It was in the Daily Prophet." "Well then," said Hagrid. "There's no way ye could have done it. I'm sorry I've been. I've just been worried about Aragog, and I did wonder whether if Professor Grubbly Plank had been teachin' ye." At which all three of them stated categorically and untruthfully that Professor Grubbly Plank, who had substituted for Hagrid a few times, was a dreadful teacher, with the result that by the time Hagrid waved them off the premises at dusk, he looked quite cheerful. "I'm starving," said Harry, once the door Ally had closed behind them and they were hurrying through the dark and deserted grounds. He had abandoned the rock cake after an ominous cracking noise from one of his back teeth. "And I've got that detention with Snape tonight. I haven't got much time for dinner." The smell of roast beef made Harry's stomach ache with hunger, but they had barely taken 3 steps toward the Gryffindor table when Professor Slughorn appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Harry, just the man I was hoping to see," he boomed genially, twiddling the ends of his walrus mustache and puffing out his enormous belly. "I was hoping to catch you before dinner. What do you say to a spot of supper tonight in my rooms instead? We're having a little party, just a few rising stars. I've got McLaggen coming and Zabini, the charming Melinda Bobbin. I don't know whether you know her. Her family owns a large chain of apothecaries, and, of course, I hope very much that Miss Granger will favor me by coming too." Slughorn made Hermione a little bow as he finished speaking. It was as though Ron was not present. Slughorn did not so much as look at him. "I can't come, Professor," said Harry. "I've got a detention with Professor Snape." "Oh dear," said Slughorn, his face falling comically. Dear, I was counting on you." Harry, "Well, now, I'll just have to have a word with Severus and explain the situation. I'm sure I'll be able to persuade him to postpone your detention. Yes, I'll see you both later." He bustled away out of the hall. "He's got no chance of persuading Snape," said Harry, the moment Slughorn was out of earshot. "This detention's already been postponed once. Snape did it for Dumbledore, but he won't do it for anyone else." After dinner they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was very crowded, as most people had finished dinner by now, but they managed to find a free table and sat down. Hermione reached out for a copy of the Evening Prophet, which somebody had left abandoned on a chair. "Anything new?" said Harry, trying to make conversation. "Not really." Hermione had opened the newspaper and was scanning the inside pages. "Oh, look, your dad's in here, Ron, he's all right," she added quickly, for Ron had looked around in alarm. "It just says he's been to visit the Malfoys' house. This second search of the Death Eater's residence does not seem to have yielded any results. Arthur Weasley of the Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Counterfeit Defensive Spells and Protective Objects said that his team had been acting upon a confidential tip-off." "Can you think of any way Malfoy?" began Ron suspiciously. Harry just shrugged his shoulders. If Malfoy was up to something, which he was pretty sure he was, he would figure out what and why. "Harry," said a girl called Demelza Robbins, appearing suddenly at his shoulder. "I've got a message for you." "From?" asked Harry. "Professor Snape," said Demelza. Harry's groaned. He saw. "Yes, you're to come to his office at 8:30 tonight to do your detention. No matter how many party invitations you've received. And he wanted you to know you'll be sorting out rotten flobberworms from good ones to use in potions and he says there's no need to bring protective gloves." Harry just loved Snape's sense of humor. "Right," said Harry grimly. "Thanks, Demelza." Halfway through October came their first trip of the term to Hogsmeade. Harry had wondered whether these trips would still be allowed, given the increasingly tight security measures around the school, but was pleased to know that they were going ahead. It was always good to get out of the castle grounds for a few hours. Harry also thought that this would be a good chance to sneak off to Gringotts and talk to Griphook. The letter from Gringotts had confirmed the transaction of ownership from Bellatrix. Lestrange, nay Black, vault to Lord Potter Black, after Harry had disowned her from the Black family. The content of the vault was now Harry's and he had full access to it. This meant that Harry could easily go and get Helga Hufflepuff's cup. He had already sent a message back to Griphook to expect him. Before they left, Ginny had found Harry in the entrance hall and tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, Harry, I'm supposed to give you this." It was a scroll of parchment with Harry's name written upon it in familiar thin, slanting writing. "Thanks, Ginny. It's Dumbledore's next lesson," Harry mumbled, pulling open the parchment and quickly reading its contents. Monday evening. Then looking up again. "Want to join us in Hogsmeade, Ginny?" he asked. "I'm going with Dean, might see you there," she replied, waving at them as she left. Filch was standing at the oak front doors as usual, hecking off the names of people who had permission to go into Hogsmeade. The process took even longer than normal as Filch was triple-checking everybody with his secrecy sensor. "What does it matter if we're smuggling dark stuff out?" demanded Ron, eyeing the long thin secrecy sensor with apprehension. "Surely you ought to be checking what we bring back in." His cheek earned him a few extra jabs with the sensor. When Filch moved the secrecy sensor over to Harry, it suddenly started beeping madly. Harry winced. He had not thought about that he was actually reeking of dark magic, with being half demon and all. Filch was now sneering at him evilly. Harry put a hand behind his back and making a circulating motion he cast a nonverbal, finite. The sensor suddenly stopped beeping. Filch looked, shocked at it and now started to shake it to make it alive again. When that didn't help, he started banging it against the flat off his palm. "What's wrong with this stupid thing?" he muttered angrily. "It is obviously broken," said Harry smirking. Filch just glared at him but made a pass. He was still banging it as students passed into Hogsmeade. Arriving at Hogsmeade, Harry made an excuse to meet up with Ron and Hermione a bit later and headed to a back alley, turned on the spot and landed in another alley, not far from Gringotts. The meeting with Griphook didn't take much time and was pretty straightforward. Harry had to sign some documents and then Griphook personally showed Harry down to the Lestrange's old vault and opened it. Finding the cup was also straightforward. It stood on a shelf in plain view and only had some minor curses protecting it. Harry quickly pocketed it, bid Griphook friendly farewell and left Gringotts. He stepped through the door of the 3 broomsticks and quickly found Ron and Hermione, sitting at a table drinking butterbeer. Harry bought his own and headed over to them. "Hey, Harry," said Ron waving at him. "Guess who me saw hanging around?" He then said, "Who?" said Harry, sitting down. "Mundungus Fletcher. Think he is out doing stuff or the order?" "Ron," said Hermione, hitting him on the arm. "You can't discuss things like that here." Ron ignored this jibe and just shrugged, sipping his drink in what he evidently considered to be a dignified silence. He then started talking about Quidditch and the cuddly cannons. Chances in the cup, while Hermione drummed her fingers on the table. The moment Harry drained the last drops in his bottle she said, "Shall we call it a day and go back to school, then?" The other two nodded. The weather outside had quickly gotten worse the longer they stayed. Once again they drew their cloaks tightly around them, rearranged their scarves, pulled on their gloves, then followed Katie Bell and a friend out of the pub and back up the high street. It was a little while before Harry became aware that the voices of Katie Bell and her friend, which were being carried back to him on the wind, had become shriller and louder. Harry squinted at their indistinct figures. The two girls were having an argument about something. Katie was holding in her hand. "It's nothing to do with you, Leanne," Harry heard Katie say. They rounded a corner in the lane, sleet coming thick and fast. Leanne made to grab hold of the package Katie was holding. Katie tugged it back and the package fell to the ground. There was something wrong. Harry could feel it. The darkness from that package was pulsing out. In waves, something very dark. Then, Katie rose suddenly into the air, gracefully, her arms outstretched, as though she was about to fly. Yet there was something wrong, something very wrong. Her hair was whipped around her by the fierce wind, but her eyes were closed and her face was quite empty of expression. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Leanne had all halted in their tracks, watching. Then, 6 feet above the ground, Katie let out a terrible scream. Her eyes flew open, but whatever she could see, or whatever she was feeling, was clearly causing her terrible anguish. She screamed and screamed. Leanne started to scream too and seized Katie's ankles, trying to tug her back to the ground. Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed forward to help, but even as they grabbed Katie's legs, she fell on top of them. Harry and Ron managed to catch her, but she was writhing so much they could hardly hold her. Instead they lowered her to the ground where she thrashed and screamed, apparently unable to recognize any of them. Harry looked around. The landscape seemed deserted. "Stay there," he shouted at the others over the howling wind. "I'm going for help." He could maybe had called for Azoth to help, because Katie had obviously been cursed and Azoth was an expert in dark magic. But the risk was to blow his cover was just too great. He began to sprint toward the school. He hurtled around a bend in the lane and collided with what seemed to be an enormous bear on its hind legs. "Hagrid," he panted, entangling himself from the hedgerow into which he had fallen. "Harry," said Hagrid, who had sleet trapped in his eyebrows and beard, and was wearing his great, shaggy beaverskin coat. "Just been visitin' Grop. He's comin' on so well ye wouldn't." "Hagrid, someone's hurt back there, cursed." "Wah," said Hagrid, bending lower to hear what Harry was saying over the raging wind. "Someone's been cursed," bellowed Harry. "Cursed? Who's been cursed?" "Not Ron. Hermione." "No, it's not them, it's Katie Bell, this way." Together they ran back along the lane. It took them no time to find the little group of people around Katie, who was still writhing and screaming on the ground. Ron, Hermione, and Leanne were all trying to quiet her. "Get back," shouted Hagrid. "Lemme see her." "Something's happened to her," sobbed Leanne. "I don't know what." Hagrid stared at Katie for a second, then without a word, bent down, scooped her into his arms, and ran off toward the castle with her. Within seconds, Atti's piercing screams had died away and the only sound was the roar of the wind. Hermione hurried over to Katie's wailing friend and put an arm around her. "It's Leanne, isn't it?" The girl nodded. "Did it just happen all of a sudden, or, quote, it was when that package tore," sobbed Leanne, pointing at the now sodden brown paper package on the ground, which had split open to reveal a greenish glitter. Ron bent down, his hand outstretched, but Harry seized his arm and pulled him back. "Don't touch it." He crouched down. An ornate opal necklace was visible, poking out of the paper. "I've seen that before," said Harry, just remembering. Staring at the thing. "I have seen it on display in Borgin and Burke's. The label said it was cursed. Katie must have touched it." He looked up at Leanne, who had started to shake uncontrollably. "How did Katie get hold of this?" "Well, that's why we were arguing. She came back from the bathroom in the 3 broomsticks holding it, said it was a surprise for somebody at Hogwarts and she had to deliver it. She looked all funny when she said it. Oh no, I bet she'd been imperious and I didn't realize." Leanne shook with renewed sobs. Hermione patted her shoulder gently. "She didn't say who'd given it to her, Leanne." "No. She wouldn't tell me, and I said she was being stupid and not to take it up to school, but she just wouldn't listen and then I tried to grab it from her, and. Leanne let out a wail of despair. "We'd better get up to school," said Hermione, her arm still around Leanne. "We'll be able to find out how she is." "Come on." Harry hesitated for a moment, then pulled his scarf from around his face and, ignoring Ron's gasp, carefully covered the necklace in it and picked it up. Then, with Hermione leading the sobbing Leanne, they walked back towards the school. "We'll need to show this to someone," Harry said. As they followed Hermione and Leanne up the road, Harry was thinking furiously. Who would do something this stupid and reckless? An object like this that was obviously cursed, so bringing it to the school was a huge risk. It seemed either very stupid or very desperate. But why? Then Ron's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "McGonagall," said Ron. Harry looked up. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall was hurrying down the stone steps through swirling sleet to meet them. "Hagrid says you foresaw what happened to Katie Bell. Upstairs to my office at once, please." "What's that you're holding, Potter?" "It's the object she touched," said Harry. "Good Lord," said Professor McGonagall, looking alarmed as she took the necklace from Harry. No, Filch, they're with me," she added hastily, as Filch came shuffling eagerly across the entrance hall holding his now seemingly working again secrecy sensor aloft. "Take this necklace to Professor Snape at once, but be sure not to touch it, keep it wrapped in the scarf." Harry and the others followed Professor McGonagall upstairs and into her office. The sleet sprattling in their frames, and the room was chilly despite the fire crackling in the grate. Professor McGonagall closed the door and swept around her desk to face Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the still sobbing Leanne. "Well," she said sharply, "what happened?" Haltingly, and with many pauses while she attempted to control her crying, Leanne told Professor McGonagall how Katie had gone to the bathroom in the Three Broomsticks and returned holding the unmarked package, how Katie had seemed a little odd, and how they had argued about the advisability of agreeing to deliver unknown objects. The argument culminating in the tussle over the parcel, which tore open. At this point, Leanne was so overcome, there was no getting another word out of her. "All right," said Professor McGonagall, not unkindly. "Go up to the hospital wing, please, Leanne, and get Madame Pomfrey to give you something for shock." When she had left the room, Professor McGonagall turned back to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "What happened when Miss Bell touched the necklace?" "She kind of rose up in the air," said Ron, "and then began to scream, and collapsed." "Will she be okay, Professor?" asked Hermione, wringing her hands nervously. McGonagall sighed. "Miss Bell has been affected by a very dark cure, Miss Granger. We can not know before the professionals at St. Mungo's have examined her." She paused and looked at them with sad eyes. "If there is nothing else you can tell me about this horrible ordeal, you better get back to the common room." Walking back up the marble stairs, Ron suddenly broke the select. Ian asked, "So who do you reckon Katie was supposed to give the necklace to?" asked Ron, as they climbed the stairs to the common room. "Goodness only knows," said Hermione as she sniffed. "But whoever it was has had a narrow escape. No one could have opened that package without touching the necklace. It could have been meant for loads of people," said Harry. "Dumbledore, the Death Eaters would love to get rid of him. He must be one of their top targets." "Or are you?" said Hermione, looking troubled. They became silent again, until they reached the fat lady. "Dilligrout," said Hermione. The portrait swung open to admit them to the common room. It was quite full and smelled of damp clothing. Many people seemed to have returned from Hogsmeade early because of the bad weather. There was no buzz of fear or speculation, however. Clearly, the news of Katie's fate had not yet spread. "It wasn't a very slick attack, really, when you stop and think about it," said Ron, Kazu. Ali turfing a first year out of one of the good armchairs by the fire so that he could sit down. "The curse didn't even make it into the castle. Not what you'd call foolproof." "You're right," said Hermione, prodding Ron out of the chair with her foot and offering it to the first year again. "It wasn't very well thought out at all." "No," thought Harry, "a rather reckless and desperate act, indeed." Katie was removed to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries the following day, by which time the news that she had been cursed had spread all over the school, though the details were confused and nobody other than Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Leanne seemed to know that Katie herself had not been the intended target. After they came back to the school, Harry went straight to the Rue M of requirement to talk to Azoth and drop of Helga Hufflepuff's cup for destruction. The demon was sitting as his usual spot, on a leather sofa in front of the fire, reading the Daily Prophet. "Got it," he said without even looking up from the paper. "Yeah," said Harry, holding up the little golden cup, tossing it over to Azoth, who caught it one-handed. "What's up, kid?" Azoth said, seeing Harry looking grim. "Someone has been cursed." "A student," said Harry. "Oh," said Azoth. "Yeah, Katie Bell. She is in Gryffindor Quidditch team. It was a cursed necklace, very dark." Harry explained why what happened and what Leanne had told them. Azoth was quiet for a moment, before saying, "Do you know who could have given her the necklace? These things are not easy to come by, so it must have been someone with connections." "No, it wasn't clear," Harry said and heavily sat down in an armchair. "But it seemed pretty desperate to bring something that dangerous into the castle." Azoth just grunted. He picked up the cup again, inspected the coat of arms and then held it out to Harry. "Want to do the honors?" Harry took it and put it in the palm of his hand. The cup looked oddly normal, the metal glinting gold in the light. After a moment, Harry concentrated and made a black flame engulf his hand. The cup seemed to crumple in on itself and a blood-like substance seemed to drip from it, while a faint, painful scream could be heard. Harry then took the remains of the cup and put it on a side table to the left of the armchair. He then took a small, black book from his pocket and crossed over another one of the horcruxes that had been destroyed of the list. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem Nagini, the snake. Myself Voldemort. He put the book back in his pocket and glanced at the paper that Azoth was reading. He snorted loudly at the headline on the front page. A huge picture of the Ministry of Magic, holding his bowler hat, looking serious, and in the background stood a marking, pink, wearing and toad-like woman Harry knew very well. Dolores Umbridge. The headline read, Death Eater Terror Continues. Citing numbers grow. Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge makes a statement on the current situation. The Aurors are working hard to round up the Death Eaters. We ask the public to have faith in the ministry. Harry snorted loudly. What a load of bullshit. Rounding up the Death Eaters. More like covering up and arresting the wrong people. Like Stan Shunpike. Ministry can't do their job to save their fucking life, said Harry, irritated. At least the prophet seemed to tell some of the truth now. He suddenly remembered that he owns part of that paper. I can't believe that the Aurors haven't been able to arrest one single, real Death Eater. He then ranted. What about all these sightings? They are supposed to be dark wizard catchers, but they can't find even one low-life Death Eater. Azoth did not say anything. He just lifted one eyebrow inquisitively. Azoth, I want to do something. I can't just sit on my ass anymore, said Harry, and though of Katie Bell rising in the air. Had that been a Death Eater's sneaky attack to get to him or Dumbledore? I need to do something. Azoth calmly put the paper down and folded it slowly. He then put it next to him on the sofa. He took his clawed fingers and put the fingertips together, as if he was praying, leaning forward. Then he grinned. I was wondering when you were going to say something like that, he said. Of course, this is not really your job, but I know you little demon. You can't just sit back and watch hers suffer for the ministry's incompetence. And I didn't train you for nothing, after all. Azoth snapped his fingers and something looking like black armor, gloves, thick combat boots, 2 long swords and 2 long knives materialized. You are going to need these, Azoth said, leaning back again smiling. I changed some of the old combat armor I found in the Potter's dueling room. Harry looked down at the armor and grinned evilly. He was going on the hunt. Harry had wondered whether Dumbledore would return from wherever he had been in time for Monday night's lesson, but having had no word to the contrary, he presented himself outside Dumbledore's office at 8 o'clock, knocked, and was told to enter. There sat Dumbledore, looking unusually tired. His hand was as black and burned as ever. But he smiled when he gestured to Harry to sit down. The pensieve was sitting on the desk again, casting silvery specks of light over the ceiling. You have had been away, Dumbledore said. I believe you witnessed Katie's accident. Yes, sir. How is she? Still very unwell, although she was relatively lucky. She appears to have brushed the necklace with the smallest possible amount of skin. There was a tiny hole in her glove. Had she put it on, had she even held it in her ungloved hand, she would have died, perhaps instantly. Luckily Professor Snape was able to do enough to prevent a rapid spread of the curse. Why Professor Snape? Asked Harry. Why not Madame Pomfrey? Impertinent, said a soft voice from one of the portraits on the wall, and Phineas Nigellus Black, Sirius's great-great-grandfather, raised his head from his arms where he had appeared to be sleeping. I would not have permitted a student to question the way Hogwarts operated in my day. Harry could not help sneering. Professor Black, of someone of the proud Black family, you should know better than to eavesdrop on a private conversation, he said calmly. It's beneath you. Phineas Nigellus Black looked affronted. How dare you speak to? He huffed, but fell quiet when Harry casually held up the hand with the Black family ring. Thank you, Phineas, said Dumbledore quickly and then turned to Harry again. Professor Snape knows much more about the dark arts than Madame Pomfrey, Harry. Anyway, the St. Mungo's staff are sending me hourly reports, and I am hopeful that Katie will make a full recovery in time. I bet he does. The old slimy git, thought Harry. Dumbledore withdrew a fresh bottle of silver memories from inside his robes and uncorking it with a prod of his wand. You will remember, I am sure, that we left the tale of Lord Voldemort's beginnings at the point where the handsome Muggle, Tom Riddle, had abandoned his witch wife, Merope, and returned to his family home in Little Hangleton. Merope was left alone in London, expecting the baby who would one day become Lord Voldemort. How do you know she was in London, sir? Because of the evidence of one Caractacus Burke, said Dumbledore, who, by an odd coincidence, helped found the very shop whence came the necklace we have just been discussing. He swilled the contents of the pensieve as Harry had seen him swill them before. Much as a gold prospector sifts for gold, up out of the swirling, silvery mass rose a little old man revolving slowly in the pensieve, silver as a ghost but much more solid, with a thatch of hair that completely covered his eyes. Yes, we acquired it in curious circumstances. It was brought in by a young witch just before Christmas, oh, many years ago now. She said she needed the gold badly. Well, that much was obvious. Covered in rags and pretty far along. Going to have a baby, see. She said the locket had been Slytherin's. Well, we hear that sort of story all the time. Oh, this was Merlin's, this was his favorite teapot, but when I looked at it, it had his mark all right, and a few simple spells were enough to tell me the truth. Of course, that made it near enough priceless. She didn't seem to have any idea how much it was worth. Happy to get 10 galleons for it. Best bargain we ever made. Dumbledore gave the pensieve an extra vigorous shake and Caractacus Burke des. Nded back into the swirling mass of memory from whence he had come. He only gave her 10 galleons, said Harry indignantly. Caractacus Burke was not famed for his generosity, said Dumbledore. So we know that, near the end of her pregnancy, Merope was alone in London and in desperate need of gold. Desperate enough to sell her one and only valuable possession, the locket that was one of Marvolo's treasured family heirlooms. But she could do magic, said Harry. She could have got food and everything for herself by magic. Ah, said Dumbledore, perhaps she could. But it is my belief, I am of course guessing again. But I am sure I am right, that when her husband abandoned her, Merope stopped using magic. I do not think that she wanted to be a witch any longer. Of course, it is also possible that her unrequited love and the attendant despair sapped her of her powers. That can happen. In any case, as you are about to see, Merope refused to raise her wand even to save her own life. Quote, she wouldn't even stay alive for her son. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Could you possibly be feeling sorry for Lord Voldemort? No, said Harry firmly. But she had a choice, not like my mother. He couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. Your mother had a choice too, said Dumbledore gently. Yes, Merope Riddle chose death in spite of a son who needed her, but do not judge her too harshly, Harry. She was greatly weakened by long suffering and she never had your mother's courage. And now, if you will stand. Harry did so and Dumbledore joined him at the front of the desk. This time, said Dumbledore, we are going to enter my memory. I think you will find it both rich in detail and satisfyingly accurate. After you, Harry. Harry bent over the pensieve, his face broke the cool surface of the memory and then he was falling through darkness again. Seconds later, his feet hit firm ground, he opened his eyes and found that he and Dumbledore were standing in a bustling, old-fashioned London street. There I am, said Dumbledore brightly, pointing ahead of them to a tall figure crossing the road in front of a horse-drawn milk cart. This younger Albus Dumbledore's long hair and beard were auburn. Having reached their side of the street, he strode off along the pavement, drawing many curious glances due to the flamboyantly cut suit of plum velvet that he was wearing. Nice suit, said Harry, before he could stop himself, but Dumbledore merely chuckled as they followed his younger self a short distance, finally passing through a set of iron gates into a bare courtyard that fronted a rather grim square building surrounded by high railings. He mounted the few steps leading to the front door and knocked once. After a moment or two, the door was opened by a scruffy girl wearing an apron. Good afternoon. I have an appointment with a Mrs. Cole, who, I believe, is the matron here. Oh, said the bewildered-looking girl, taking in Dumbledore's eccentric appearance. Just a mo. Mrs. Cole, she bellowed over her shoulder. Harry heard a distant voice shouting something in response. The girl turned back to Dumbledore. Come in, she's on her way. Dumbledore re-stepped into a hallway tiled in black and white. The whole place was shabby but spotlessly clean. Harry and the older Dumbledore followed. Before the front door had closed behind them, a skinny, rasped-looking woman came scurrying toward them. She had a sharp-featured face that appeared more anxious than unkind, and she was talking over her shoulder to another aproned helper as she walked toward Dumbledore. And take the iodine upstairs to Martha. Billy Stubbs has been picking his scabs and Eric Wally's oozing all over his sheets. Chicken pox on top of everything else, she said to nobody in particular. And then her eyes fell upon Dumbledore and she stopped dead in her tracks, looking as astonished as if a giraffe had just crossed her threshold. Good afternoon, said Dumbledore, holding out his hand. Mrs. Cole simply gaped. My name is Albus Dumbledore. I sent you a letter requesting an appointment and you very kindly invited me here today. Mrs. Cole blinked. Apparently sitting that Dumbledore was not a hallucination, she said feebly, oh yes. Well then, you'd better come into my room. Yes. She led Dumbledore into a small room that seemed part sitting room, part office. It was as shabby as the hallway and the furniture was old and mismatched. She invited Dumbledore to sit on a rickety chair and seated herself behind a cluttered desk, eyeing him nervously. I am here, as I told you in my letter, to discuss Tom Riddle and arrangements for his future, said Dumbledore. Are you F. Cole? No, I am a teacher, said Dumbledore. I have come to offer Tom a place at my school. What school's this, then? It is called Hogwarts, said Dumbledore. And how come you're interested in Tom? We believe he has qualities we are looking for. You mean he's won a scholarship? How can he have done? He's never been entered for one. Well, his name has been down for our school since birth. Who registered him? His parents. There was no doubt that Mrs. Cole was an inconveniently sharp woman. Apparently, Dumbledore thought so too, for Harry now saw him slip his wand out of the pocket of his velvet suit, at the same time picking up a piece of perfectly blank paper from Mrs. Cole's desktop. Here, said Dumbledore, waving his wand once as he passed her the piece of paper. I think this will make everything clear. Mrs. Cole's eyes slid out of focus and back as she gazed intently at the blank paper for a moment. That seems perfectly in order, she said placidly, handing it back. Then her eyes fell upon a bottle of gin and 2 glasses that had Certai. NLY not been present a few seconds before. May I offer you a glass of gin? She said in an extra refined voice. Thank you very much, said Dumbledore, beaming. It soon became clear that Mrs. Cole was no novice when it came to gin drinking. Pouring both of them a generous measure, she drained her own glass in one gulp. Smacking her lips frankly, she smiled at Dumbledore for the first time, and he didn't hesitate to press his advantage. I was wondering whether you could tell me anything of Tom Riddle's history. I think he was born here in the orphanage. That's right, said Mrs. Cole, helping herself to more gin. I remember it clear as anything, because I'd just started here myself. New Year's Eve and bitter cold, snowing, you know. Nasty night, and this girl, not much older than I was myself at the time, came staggering up the front steps. Well, she wasn't the first. We took her in, and she had the baby within the hour. And she was dead in another hour. Mrs. Cole nodded impressively and took another generous gulp of gin. Did she say anything before she died? Asked Dumbledore. Anything about the boy's father, for instance? Now, as it happens, she did, said Mrs. Cole, who seemed to be rather enjoying herself now, with the gin in her hand and an eager audience for her story. I remember she said to me, I hope he looks like his papa, and I won't lie, she was right to hope it. Because she was no beauty, and then she told me he was to be named Tom, for his father, and Marvolo, for her father. Yes, I know, funny name, isn't it? We wondered whether she came from a circus, and she said the boy's surname was to be Riddle. And she died soon after that without another word. Well, we named him just as she'd said, it seemed so important to the poor girl, but no nor Marvolo nor any kind of Riddle ever came looking for him, nor any family at all, so he stayed in the orphanage and he's been here ever since. Mrs. Cole helped herself, almost absent-mindedly, to another healthy measure of gin. 2 pink spots had appeared high on her cheekbones. Then she said, "He's a funny boy." "Yes," said Dumbledore. "I thought he might be. He was a funny baby too. He hardly ever cried, you know. And then, when he got a little older, he was odd." "Odd in what way?" asked Dumbledore gently. "Well, but Mrs. Cole pulled up short, and there was nothing blurry or vague about the inquisitorial glance she shot Dumbledore over her gin glass. "He's definitely got a place at your school, you say?" "Definitely," said Dumbledore. "And nothing I say can change that." "Nothing," said Dumbledore. "You'll be taking him away, whatever." "Whatever," repeated Dumbledore gravely. She squinted at him as though deciding whether or not to trust him. Apparently she decided she could, because she said in a sudden rush, "He scares the other children." "You mean he is a bully?" asked Dumbledore. "I think he must be," said Mrs. Cole, frowning slightly, "but it's very hard to catch him at it. There have been incidents, nasty things." Dumbledore did not press her, though Harry could tell that he was interested. She took yet another gulp of gin and her rosy cheeks grew rosier still. "Billy Stubbs's rabbit. Well, Tom said he didn't do it and I don't see how he could have done, but even so, it didn't hang itself from the rafters, did it?" "I shouldn't think so." "No," said Dumbledore quietly. "But I'm jiggered if I know how he got up there to do it. All I know is he and Billy had argued the day before." And then, Mrs. Cole took another swig of gin, slopping a little over her chin this time. "On the summer outing, we take them out, you know, once a year, to the countryside or to the seaside. Well, Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop were never quite right afterwards. And all we ever got out of them was that they'd gone into a cave with Tom Riddle. He swore they'd just gone exploring, but something happened in there, I'm sure of it. And, well, there have been a lot of things, funny things." She looked around at Dumbledore again, and though her cheeks were flushed, her gaze was steady. "I don't think many people will be sorry to see the back of him. You understand, I'm sure, that we will not be keeping him permanently," said Dumbledore. "He will have to return here, at the very least, every summer." "Oh, well, that's better than a whack on the nose with a rusty poker," said Mrs. Cole with a slight hiccup. She got to her feet, and Harry was impressed to see that she was quite steady, even though 2/3 of the gin was now gone. "I suppose you'd like to see him." "Very much," said Dumbledore, rising too. She led him out of her office and up the stone stairs, calling out instructions and admonitions to helpers and children as she passed. The orphans, Harry saw, were all wearing the same kind of grayish tunic. They looked reasonably well cared for, but there was no denying that this was a grim place in which to grow up. "Here we are," said Mrs. Cole, as they turned off the second landing and stopped outside the first door in a long corridor. She knocked twice and entered. "Tom, you've got a visitor. This is Mr. Dumbarton, sorry, Dunderbore. He's come to tell you." "Well, I'll let him do it." Harry and the 2 Dumbledores entered the room, and Mrs. Cole closed the door on them. It was a small bare room with nothing in it except an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and an iron bedstead. A boy was sitting on top of the gray blankets, his legs stretched out in front of him, holding a book. There was no trace of the gounce in Tom Riddle's face. Merope had got her dying wish. He was his handsome father in miniature, tall for 11 years old, dark-haired, and pale. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took in Dumbledore's eccentric appearance. There was a moment's silence. "How do you do, Tom?" said Dumbledore, walking forward and holding out his hand. The boy hesitated, then took it, and they shook hands. Dumbledore drew up the hard wooden chair beside Riddle, so that the pair of them looked rather like a hospital patient and visitor. "I am Professor Dumbledore." "Professor," repeated Riddle. He looked wary. "Is that like, Doctor? What are you here for? Did she get you in to have a look at me?" He was pointing at the door through which Mrs. Cole had just left. No, said Dumbledore, smiling. "I don't believe you," said Riddle. "She wants me looked at." "Doesn't she? Tell the truth." He spoke the last 3 words with a ringing force that was almost shocking. It was a command, and it sounded as though he had given it many times before. His eyes had widened and he was glaring at Dumbledore, who made no response except to continue smiling pleasantly. After a few seconds Riddle he looked, if anything, warier still. Who are you? I have told you. My name is Professor Dumbledore and I work at a school called Hogwarts. I have come to offer you a place at my school, your new school, if you would like to come. Riddle's reaction to this was most surprising. He leapt from the bed and backed away from Dumbledore, looking furious. You can't kid me. The asylum, that's where you're from, isn't it? Professor? Yes, of course. Well, I'm not going, see. That old cat's the one who should be in the asylum. I never did anything to little Amy Benson or Dennis Bishop, and you can ask them, they'll tell you. I am not from the asylum, said Dumbledore patiently. I am a teacher and, if you will sit down calmly, I shall tell you about Hogwarts. Of course, if you would rather not come to the school, nobody will force you. I'd like to see them try, sneered Riddle. Creepy little shit, thought Harry. Hogwarts, Dumbledore went on, as though he had not heard Riddle's last words, is a school for people with special abilities. I'm not mad. I know that you are not mad. Hogwarts is not a school for mad people. It is a school of magic. There was silence. Riddle had frozen, his face expressionless, but his eyes were flickering back and forth between each of Dumbledore's, as though trying to catch one of them lying. Magic, he repeated in a whisper. That's right, said Dumbledore. It's magic, what I can do. What is it that you can do? All sorts, breathed Riddle. A flush of excitement was rising up his neck into his hollow cheeks, he looked fevered. I can make filings move without touching them. I can make animals do what I want them to do, without training them. I can make bad things happen to people who annoy me. I can make them hurt if I want to. His legs were trembling. He stumbled forward and sat down on the bed again, staring at his hands, his head bowed as though in prayer. I knew I was different, he whispered to his own quivering fingers. I knew I was special. Always, I knew there was something. Well, you were quite right, said Dumbledore, who was no longer smiling, but watching Riddle intently. You are a wizard. Riddle lifted his head. His face was transfigured. There was a wild happiness upon it. Yet for some reason it did not make him better looking. On the contrary, his finely carved features seemed somehow rougher, his expression almost bestial. Are you a wizard too? Yes, I am. Prove it, said Riddle at once, in the same commanding tone he had used when he had said, tell the truth. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. If, as I take it, you are accepting your place at Hogwarts. Of course I am. Then you will address me as Professor, or Sir. Riddle's expression hardened for the most fleeting moment before he said, in an unrecognizably polite voice, I'm sorry, sir. I meant, please, Professor, could you show me? Harry thought that Dumbledore was going to refuse, that he would tell Riddle there would be plenty of time for practical demonstrations at Hogwarts. That they were currently in a building full of muggles and must therefore be cautious. To his great surprise, however, Dumbledore drew his wand from an inside pocket of his suit jacket, pointed it at the shabby wardrobe in the corner, and gave the wand a casual flick. The wardrobe burst into flames. Riddle jumped to his feet. Harry could hardly blame him for howling in shock and rage. All his worldly possessions must be in there. But even as Riddle rounded on Dumbledore, the flames vanished, leaving the wardrobe completely undamaged. Riddle stared from the wardrobe to Dumbledore, then, his expression greedy, he pointed at the wand. Where can I get one of them? All in good time, said Dumbledore. I think there is something trying to get out of your wardrobe. And sure enough, a faint rattling could be heard from inside it. For the first time, Riddle looked frightened. Open the door, said Dumbledore. Riddle hesitated, then crossed the room and threw open the wardrobe door. On the topmost shelf, above a rail of threadbare clothes, a small cardboard box was shaking and rattling as though there were several frantic mice trapped inside it. Take it out, said Dumbledore. Riddle took down the quaking box. He looked unnerved. Is there anything in that box that you ought not to have? Asked Dumbledore. Riddle threw Dumbledore a long, clear, calculating look. Yes, I suppose so, sir, he said finally, in an expressionless voice. Open it, said Dumbledore. Riddle took off the lid and tipped the contents onto his bed without looking at them. Harry, W. Ho had expected something much more exciting, saw a mess of small, everyday objects, a yo-yo, a silver thimble, and a tarnished mouth organ among them. Once free of the box, they stopped quivering and lay quite still upon the thin blankets. "You will return them to their owners with your apologies," said Dumbledore calmly, putting his wand back into his jacket. "I shall know whether it has been done. And be warned, thieving is not tolerated at Hogwarts." Riddle did not look remotely abashed. He was still staring coldly and appraising Ly at Dumbledore. At last he said in a colorless voice, "Yes, sir." "At Hogwarts," Dumbledore went on, "we teach you not only to use magic, but to control it. You have, inadvertently, I am sure, been using your powers in a way that is neither taught nor tolerated at our school. You are not the first, nor will you be the last, to allow your magic to run away with you. But you should know that Hogwarts can expel students, and the Ministry of Magic, yes, there is a ministry, will punish lawbreakers still more severely. All new wizards must accept that, in entering our world, they abide by our laws." "Yes, sir," said Riddle again. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. His face remained quite blank as he put the little cache of stolen objects back into the cardboard box. When he had finished, he turned to Dumbledore and said baldly, "I haven't got any money." "That is easily remedied," said Dumbledore, drawing a leather money pouch from his pocket. "There is a fund at Hogwarts for those who require assistance to buy books and robes. You GHT have to buy some of your spellbooks and so on secondhand, but—" "Where do you buy spellbooks?" interrupted Riddle, who had taken the heavy money bag without thanking Dumbledore, and was now examining a fat gold galleon. "In Diagon Alley," said Dumbledore. "I have your list of books and school equipment with me. I can help you find everything." "You're coming with me?" asked Riddle, looking up. "Certainly, if you—" "I don't need you," said Riddle. "I'm used to doing things for myself. I go round London on my own all the time. How do you get to this Diagon Alley, sir?" he added, catching Dumbledore's eye. Harry thought that Dumbledore would insist upon accompanying Riddle, but once again he was surprised. Dumbledore handed Riddle the envelope containing his list of equipment, and after telling Riddle exactly how to get to the leaky cauldron from the orphanage, he said, "You will be able to see it, although muggles around you, non-magical people, that is, will not. Ask for Tom the barman, easy enough to remember, as he shares your name." Riddle gave an irritable twitch, as though trying to displace an irksome fly. "You dislike the name, Tom." "There are a lot of Toms," muttered Riddle. Then, as though he could not suppress the question, as though it burst from him in spite of himself, he asked, "Was my father a wizard?" "He was called Tom Riddle too, they've told me." "I'm afraid I don't know," said Dumbledore, his voice gentle. "My mother can't have been magic, or she wouldn't have died," said Riddle, more to himself than Dumbledore. "It must have been him. So, when I've got all me to this Hogwarts, all the details are on the second piece of parchment in your envelope," said Dumbledore. "You will leave from King's Cross Station on the 1st of September. There is a train ticket in there too." Riddle nodded. Dumbledore got to his feet and held out his hand again. Taking it, Riddle said, "I can speak to snakes. I found out when we've been to the country on trips they find me, they whisper to me." "Is that normal for a wizard?" Harry could tell that he had withheld mention of this strangest power until that moment, determined to impress. "It is unusual," said Dumbledore, after a moment's hesitation. "But not unheard of." His tone was casual but his eyes moved curiously over Riddle's face. They stood for a moment, man and boy, staring at each other. Then the handshake was broken. Dumbledore was at the door. "Goodbye, Tom. I shall see you at Hogwarts." "I think that will do," said the white-haired Dumbledore at Harry's side, and seconds later, they were oaring weightlessly through darkness once more, before landing squarely in the present-day office. "Please, sit down," said Dumbledore, landing beside Harry. Harry obeyed, his mind still thinking of what he had just seen. "He believed it much quicker than I did, I mean, when you told him he was a wizard," said Harry. "I didn't believe Hagrid at first, when he told me." Yes, Riddle was perfectly ready to believe that he was, to use his word, special, said Dumbledore. "Did you know already then about Riddle?" asked Harry. "Did I know that I had just met the most dangerous dark wizard of all time?" said Dumbledore. No, I had no idea that he was to grow up to be what he is. However, I was certainly intrigued by him. I returned to Hogwarts intending to keep an eye upon him, something I should have done in any case. Given that he was alone and friendless, but which, already, I felt I ought to do for others' sake as much as his. His powers, as you heard, were surprisingly well developed for such a young wizard and, most interestingly and ominously of all, he had already discovered that he had some measure of control over them, and begun to use them consciously. And as you saw, were not the random experiments typical of young wizards. He was already using magic against other people, to frighten, to punish, to control. The little stories of the strangled rabbit and the young boy and girl he lured into a cave were most suggestive. I can make them hurt if I want to. And he was a Parselmouth, interjected Harry. Yes, indeed, a rare ability, and one supposedly connected with the dark arts. Although as we know, there are Parselmouths among the great and the good too. In fact, his ability to speak to serpents did not make me nearly as uneasy as his obvious instincts for cruelty, secrecy, and domination. Time is making fools of us again, said Dumbledore, indicating the dark sky beyond the windows. But before we part, I want to draw your attention to certain features of the scene we have just witnessed, for they have a great bearing on the matters we shall be discussing in future meetings. Firstly, I hope you noticed Riddle's reaction when I mentioned that another shared his first name. Tom. Harry nodded. There he showed his contempt for anything that tied him to other people, anything that made him ordinary. Even then, he wished to be different, separate, notorious. He shed his name, as you know, within a few short years of that conversation and created the mask of Lord Voldemort, behind which he has been hidden for so long. I trust that you also noticed that Tom Riddle was already highly self-sufficient, secretive, and, apparently, friendless. He did not want help or companionship on his trip to Diagon Alley. He preferred to operate alone. The adult Voldemort is the same. You will hear many of his Death Eaters claiming that they are in his confidence, that they alone are close to him, even understand him. They are deluded. Lord Voldemort has never had a friend. Nor do I believe that he has ever wanted one. And lastly, the young Tom Riddle liked to collect trophies. You saw the box of stolen articles he had hidden in his room. These were taken from victims of his bullying behavior, souvenirs, if you will, of particularly unpleasant bits of magic. Bear in mind this magpie-like tendency, for this, particularly, will be important later. And now, it really is time for bed. Harry got to his feet. As he walked across the room, his eyes fell upon the little table on which Marvolo Gaunt's ring had rested last time, but the ring was no longer there. Yes, Harry, said Dumbledore, for Harry had come to a halt. Dumbledore beamed at him, peering over the top of his half-moon spectacles. Nothing, sir, said Harry. Dumbledore gave Harry a little enigmatic wave, who understood himself to be dismissed.